Yeah, they hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on the jet, just it's all taking me places. Swatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else, yeah. I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to ball, so I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. The stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah. I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate.
Salute. Good morning to the family. Communities in the building. Clap it up for yourselves. Let's run it back one more game. Run it up for yourselves, and let's run it up for boxing for sure. It is fight week. We're going to talk about it, of course. Clap it up. Let's get up. Wake up in the morning. We up and at it. We are up and at it, man. We are definitely up and at it this morning. Salute to everybody who was in the building as usual. Shout out to my subscribers, man. You guys keep the machine moving. I know it is prime time. You got shows on this morning all over the space, so I know everybody's dividing their time up where they're gonna be at, and you're here with me. It's always appreciative. I'll never be able to say thank you enough. I appreciate you guys, man, for being here in the building. Of course, on your way in the door, take a moment to go ahead and hit the like button. Let's help the algorithm catch this show. We are spitting that boxing over here, covering it full circle, whether you like it, whether you love it, it doesn't matter. If they fighting, we're going to talk about it. We're going to break it down. We're going to get some perspective about what to look forward to as we go into these fights. Real important, man. Thank you, Andre Brooks in the building. Say, clear, you and Blue are. I appreciate that, man. It's kind of difficult, to cover everything the right way. And, look, guys, to say that we're, me personally, that I'm excited about, this matchup this weekend, I wouldn't be being honest with you guys. I'll be honest with you, right? I'm always excited to see Gervonta Tank Davis fight. He's an entertaining fighter. You know what I mean? For the most part, he's going to knock somebody out. That's always a great thing. But regardless, it's boxing, right? We're going to cover it. I'm really interested, and we'll talk about that probably more than the actual main event, in the Auntuane Russell and Rayo Venezuela fight, right, guys? I'm going to talk about that probably a little bit more. I'm more interested in that fight. I think stylistically, that fight's going to be very entertaining. I think there's some intangibles. We'll talk about it. There's some intangibles to talk about in this fight that makes this fight even more interesting. Both these guys, it's nothing like a good story, right? A good story buildup kind of makes the fight more interesting, right? And it's not that these guys have a personal story with each other, but their own journeys bringing them to this point. Rayo's journey bringing him up to this point. Auntuane's journey and blessing, right? Because we got to talk about the fact that he's jumping into a title fight off of a law. We're going to talk about all that, right? Get some perspective on it going into the fight. I'm very interested in Yoenis Telles, the Cuban fighter. He's 9-0, getting a huge opportunity here, fighting against Julian Williams. Julian, was somebody a few years back. He's kind of fell off a little bit, but look, man, this is a great test for Yoenis Telles, and this is his first 12-round fight. So, officially, right, this guy's a contender, right? He's a contender. We're going to talk about that guy as well. And, of course, we got a WBC title on the line as well between Sandor Martin and Alberto Puello, who, conveniently enough, of course, shares that common history with Auntuane Russell, giving Auntuane his first loss and being upgraded to the actual WBC champion. He was an interim champion. We know Devin Haney, who was a champion in recess. I'm not even fully aware of if he's still a champion in recess or not at this point. I think we should just officially consider him not a champion in recess anymore. Just he's not even a 140-pounder anymore. His next fight is going to be a catchweight, and then, he's trying to set up for a fight against Ryan Garcia in the welterweight division. So more than likely, Devin Haney's not a champion recess anymore. Alberto Puello showing up as an actual WBC champion in this fight right here, and defending against Sandor Martin. Somebody, he has good victories, decent resume. He has a moral victory, we'll say, against Teofimo Lopez, not an actual victory. But we've seen this kid perform at a high level, right? This is an opportunity for him to become a champion. Both these guys, boxers, counter punchers at heart. This fight could probably end up being a very boring fight, very technical fight we're probably going to be seeing between these guys. We'll talk about that as well. Getting into information, finding out yesterday, watching the video, you guys know, as we're doing the show, things are happening. There was a press conference yesterday. Somebody got the ish slapped out of him, right? Egg in your face brings that a whole new definition, right? A legitimate, literal definition of egg in your face. But look, good or bad, brought a lot of attention to the fight. I gotta say, marketing-wise, probably a good thing for selling a fight is seeing somebody get slapped in their face with an egg. We'll talk about that as well. And of course, at some point on the show, we open up the panel. We bring up the community to go ahead and communicate indifference and perspective and give context to things that we talked about on the show. All good and fun boxing talk here on the ATP Combat Media Show. So to you. All right. And of course, the co-host is in the building in the salmon hoodie, because we don't wear pink, right? He's got a salmon hoodie on. It's definitely a good salmon color. It's matching with the fitted to the back with the little salmon color right there in the front and on top of the hat. He is matching, stylistically swagged out. You guys see the thumbnail. This is AKA CK Ray, right? Doing what he normally does. What's good, brother? How you doing this morning? Good morning.
You chilling. What's going on with you, Clay? I'm just listen. You should just be a rapper, bro. That was the delivery right there, bro. 16 bars in the flesh, for real.
We trying, man. We trying to be the best versions of ourselves that we can be, brother. You know what I mean? We trying to be the best we can, man.
That's what's up. Salute to everybody in the chat. I've been listening for a little bit. I just didn't get in here. Had to deal talk to my son. So
look, bro, life don't stop. Life don't stop because there's a show to be done. Life continues to move on, and we got to try to get in where we fit in, man. Glad to have you right now, brother. Glad to have you right now for sure, man. Shout out to Mr. Big Play Bray putting some color in the chat. $2 holla in the building, always here to support us, man. Appreciate you, Mr. Big Play Bray. Say, come in, hit the like button, add some color to the chat. You guys can follow suit. You can put $1 in, just make sure your super chat works. Put $1 in the super chat, put some color in there, make sure that it's still working. You know what I mean?
And the biggest thing is, if you like us, man, support us. That's it.
Yeah. Right. Support the grind, man. Support the grind for sure, man. No doubt, brother. Thank you, Mr. Big Play. All right. So look, Ray, I mean, we got a lot to talk about. Obviously, we got to go through this card. Coming up this weekend. I communicated already and told everybody, like, I don't got to hide my hand. I'm not that excited about it, right? I'm not so excited about the fight itself, but regardless, what do? We cover boxing, and that's what we're going to do. Try to put some perspective in the game, see where Lamont Roach might find some intangible things he could take advantage of to make this fight competitive, and dare I say, even walk away with a victory. And I think it's a pretty much clear path to victory for Gervonta Tank Davis. I think what he does normally will get him, to the promised land. Don't know what kind of adjustments he needs to make. What he will make will be up to him. It's a free country, he can do what he wants to do. But it looks like the light is going to probably be on Lamont Roach to make these adjustments, to do something different that we haven't necessarily seen him do. I think the conversation is going to be more so around, how do you beat Tank, period? Whoever you are, what is the way to beat Tank? And will Lamont Roach be able to check those boxes and do those things to be able to beat Tank? Because it's not about, I don't want to just bring it down into this, what can Lamont Roach do? The question is, Tank is a special fighter at the end of the day. That's a statement. The question is, how do you beat Gervonta Tank Davis? What is the formula to beating Gervonta Tank Davis? Once we figure that out, then we can kind of cookie cutter grab what Lamont does and say, does Lamont Roach have the ability to do those things, right? To beat Tank. That's what it comes down to, right? It's not like 100 ways to skin a cat with this guy, man. Like, he's a really great fighter. You got to have a really good game plan and strategy, have some strengths that take advantage of his weaknesses. We're going to talk about that. Before we get into that, though, Ray, I want to talk, I don't want to say happy hour or anything like that, but let's talk about it just a little bit, right? I mean, look, man, shout out to Chris Eubanks Jr., Conor Benn. These guys are meeting up in April. Family feud, second generation family feud, right? You're talking about, this goes back to their daddies, right? This goes out of Chris Eubanks Sr. and Nigel Benn. You know what I'm saying? These guys have always had a rivalry. In the UK, it's a big deal. One of the biggest stories, biggest family rivalries in boxing that these guys share. And they went ahead and had their offspring, their sons. Little Chris Eubank Jr., little adorable apple of his father's eye, Chris Eubank Jr., you know what I'm saying? And of course, my twin, Nigel Benn's twin, even though he's light-skinned and he looks completely different from Nigel Benn, but Nigel Benn's twin, definitely in temperament, in young Conor Benn, willing to take this on and say, let's move this on to this next chapter. Let's make it happen, bro. Let's fight for our family's last name. It's a real rivalry, guys. And it's not for play and it's not for make-believe. Finally, this fight gets put together. Keeping in mind, guys, that this fight was postponed off the back end of Conor Benn popping on a performance enhancement drug test, blaming it on eggs, conveniently enough. Blaming it on the egg consumption that he was having from America. So he kind of blamed it on us a little bit, kind of projected his mistake on our country, saying our eggs, that he ate may have affected in an adverse way performance enhancement drug test that he took. And the fight had to be pushed off, right? But, Turki Al-Sheikh has taken an interest in the UK's boxing scene, right? The heavyweight division, but specifically also in the UK scene. And he knows this story because he's a UK boxing fan. Like, and the UK guys know what this is. This is right next to an Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, just as far as popularity of like demand, right? Like, these guys don't need belts. They don't need, this is not for undisputed unifications. This is not for boxing as far as traditional accolade legacy census is concerned. This is about historical family feud, just good old regular tension fights, right? Just fights where I don't like you, you don't like me, and the fact that it goes down a generation makes a fight even more interesting. But Ray, what could make this fight even more interesting than it's already interesting, right? It's already interesting on its own merit. It is an interesting fight, right? It's already some sort of a catchweight fight. You got Conor Benn coming up from 147, competing at 160. You got Chris Eubank, who seems to want to go to 168, coming down to stay at 160 to make this fight. You got all rehydration clauses probably involved in this conversation. The fight is interesting. And you know that these guys are going to fight, right, Ray? This is not going to be a boxing match, a point match. This is not about winning rounds. This is about who's going to break the other guy, because I genuinely hate your guts. I genuinely do. I was born to hate your guts. I was given birth to carry on the legacy of hatred towards your last name. This was what I was born for to do, right? It's for this moment right here. It's already interesting, but how do you make something like that? How do you make something like that even more interesting, Ray? What would you say?
This takes me back to once upon a time, there was a castle on this hill and a castle on that hill. So all those stories we read about families in England and these dudes having heritages and names not liking each other, that coming over here to the Hatfields and the McCoys who were related and they hated each other. And bro, this is deep. This is deeper than rap, as they say, right? This is real deep, right? This is really something. So what could only make this fight better? Man, like I mean, what didn't Chris Eubanks do? He's the bad guy, bro. I watched this interview. He said, I'm the bad guy. You guys made me the bad guy. And the only thing is, you guys love this guy, but he's the bad guy too. Nobody knew what he was talking about till he got slapped with that damn egg, right? The belt is on the line, the Fatal Fury belt, man. Yo, this is something crazy. The dad jokes was something. Clay, kind of Ben goes, yo, at least my daddy's here. Where's your daddy? I said, what? Yeah, your daddy ain't got muscle enough to be in your corner. I said, damn. He coming with the daddy stuff. So I said, the only thing is that makes this fight even better, and only can make it better, is somebody from the Royal family coming in and saying, yo, we got something for y'all. We got something here for you. We got something that's going to represent this. And we don't care what it is, but it's hard guts and glory. But somebody in there, and I'm joking with the Royal family shit. But anyway, only thing that makes this fight better, Clay, is somebody really, really knocking somebody the hell out in this ring.
Right.
And I mean from distaste.
Right.
That's what's going to make this fight pop and be something different that is crazy. But I mean, I ain't got nothing, man. It's all fun, shits and giggles, and a daylight saving story for me. I ain't gonna lie to you. For real, this is crazy.
I'm gonna say that what makes this fight interesting is getting egg on the face of the guy you're gonna fight against. If you ever thought that this fight, if you ever questioned how competitive this fight was gonna be, if you ever questioned of the potential of this fight, if you want to make this fight a fight, you know what I mean, and you want to sell it, and you say, it's time to make the pay-per-view move. We want to pack the building out. We want everybody on April 26th to be tapped into this fight. What you do is you put an egg inside of your jacket, right? And at the face-off, you set up your opponent strategically, holding eggs, multiple eggs in your pocket, and you set it up so he doesn't see it coming, and you slap the dog piss out of this guy in front of his dad, in front of his promoter, in front of the world. Salute to the guy holding the belt. He is doing this job for a reason. Look at his stoic temperament as he's not allowing the excitement of the situation to get to him. He's very dialed in, focused, doing his job in a way not too many other people can do it. The guy holding the Fatal Fury belt deserves to be recognized for his professionalism. I mean, the stage is going crazy. He's like, my job is to hold this belt. This belt will not be on the floor. It will not be thrown up in the air. We will not run from this situation. This belt will stand here. If I have to get hit by elbow by Conor Benn waving his arm, if maybe Chris Bank slaps and pulls his hand back and clips me, maybe Nigel Benn jumps, it doesn't matter. By life or death, rain, sleet, hail, or snow, brother, I'm going to hold that belt down, right? But of course, this right here, being a man, we're both men, this is something that you don't let slide. This is going to be hard to forget. This is going to be in your mind. This is PTSD. When you look at this man right here, just to look at Conor Benn smiling here, feeling safe. He's feeling safe. He's in a safe place on this stage. It's just a face-off. What can go wrong up here? I mean, I guess we could fight, but did he ever plan on leaving the building with legitimate egg on his face? I'd have to argue no. Conor Benn is going to have to shake this off, Ray. He's going to have to shake this off because in all seriousness now, bringing it back full circle, egg on your face is funny, but he is going in the ring with a bigger guy in Chris Eubank. This is the bigger guy. He's a puncher. He has a decent knockout ratio. I think a lot of people are probably leaning towards Chris Eubank to win this fight. In your opinion, I guess I would ask you, and how could you ever answer this completely, but this is your opinion, how much free rent space is Chris Eubank presently holding inside of Conor Benn's head right now? Where is Conor Benn's head right now? And is this a good thing? Maybe Conor Benn can use this. Will this have him where he needs to be? Is this the edge that he needed to be even, to catch that Bane strength to really, really put hands on this dude? Or is this going to be a distraction against a fight that is a legitimate, real threat to him? He has to pay attention to this, right?
Yes, man. At the end of the day, this is not just Conor Benn. This is Nigel Benn that got this smack. You know why? Because Nigel Benn was there. You know why? This hurts him more because he wanted this fight for his son for so long. I don't think Chris Eubanks even cared about this fight. I think he did everything in his power. Whatever, if it happens, it happens. It doesn't, it doesn't. But to the point that I watched the whole press conference, and it went from every single point. Yo, he sold the fight. Chris Eubank sold this fight from gate. When Eddie started talking, I ain't never hear nobody tell Eddie, shut up. I don't want to hear from you. I don't need to hear from you, Eddie. Shut up,
Right.
Eddie. It got to the point where Eddie said, well, I'll come over there and beat you up. Like, he sold this fight. He made Conor Benn, I almost said Nigel, but he made Conor Benn, who's already a hothead, fried egg on his face, bro.
Yeah.
He made that dude so mad that you talk about mind games. It was mind games while they were sitting at that table because he responded to every single thing that Chris Eubanks was saying to him. Everything. Oh, yeah, you're stupid. Oh, yeah, yeah, I'm the real bad guy. I don't know where you get this stuff from. Yo, every single thing. He was, this fight goes back, Clay. It goes far, way back with the hatred. And it's so bad that this dude, Conor Benn, is really lost. He has to pull it together. Now, I didn't give him a chance because I thought Eubanks was a better fighter. Ultimately, he's not as fast, obviously. I just think he ain't had the power to really hurt him unless he hits him with the right combinations and things of that nature. But man, oh man, you talk about moving apartments in people's head when you're moving in.
No, he definitely occupying space.
Bro.
I think Conor Benn's gonna have to shake this off. I
Yeah.
feel like he did. I saw interviews of him later. I seen him walking away. I tell you, Nigel Benn's face was not having it. Nigel Benn does not play like that. He's never really had that big of a sense of humor. If you guys tap into Nigel Benn and Chris Eubank seniors, media, however you want to look at it, they were like one of the first, fighters I think in the UK who kind of played that role. Like they got involved in like UK talk shows and certain games they would play, like competitive little games they'd have them play just to have them in the same room because they understood the tension was absolutely you could cut through the tension.
Anything could happen at any moment. It was like
right.
TNT, bro. And
yeah, it was very palatable, you know what I'm saying, the tension. And even in interviews to this day, Nigel Benn can't stand being in the room with Chris Eubanks. He speaks on it. He just genuinely can't stand this dude. This has always been way deeper than just a boxing match and selling a fight with this family. These families have really got bad blood. And Chris Eubank even commenting on how he would tap into that, how he knew that Nigel Benn had a unique, immeasurable, for no reason, hatred for Chris Eubank, right? Like Nigel just couldn't stand him, what he represented, what he came from, the way he carried himself. He did not like this dude. Chris Eubanks used to actually legitimately speak on, like, I was legitimately kind of scared of dude. Like, because I know like this dude would let his hands go on me in public for no reason. Like it was nothing. It was just like you had to be a certain way with him in order to like kind of assure the peace. So what he did was he doubled down and tapped into the anger and the frustration and used it to get some kind of like mental edge on Nigel Benn, right? Like I'm going to get a mental edge so that when we get in the ring with each other, you're literally being a little too overcommitted. You're going and you're really raging out in the ring, and I'm being a well-calculated fighter, and I'm going to hope that my ability to take advantage of your anger is going to play into my favor. And it looks like Chris Eubanks Jr. may have tapped into that same bag and strategy, right? Like father, like son, the apple doesn't fall far away from the tree. Chris Eubank has agreed to become the ultimate villain. I'm going to double down. I'm going to become the ultimate villain in this situation. It's one thing to be called a villain and be misunderstood, right? And you're trying to paint a narrative on me that's not really me. It's another thing to double down on the narrative and actually fuel the narrative with actual villain type behavior. Now you want me to be the villain? This is what a villain looks like. You want a villain? I wasn't a villain before. I was just a guy who was very confident in myself. I was just a guy who believed in his abilities, carried himself in a certain way, but my confidence has been looked at as narcissism. It's been looked at as I'm over conceited about myself. I've been painted to be a villain. I don't believe that I am, but you know what? Maybe I am the villain. Maybe I am the bad guy, and I just haven't been realizing it this whole time, and I just haven't been being honest with myself. You know what? Let me take this jacket off called confusion, right? Called delusion, right? Called denial. Let me take this jacket off called denial, and let me grab the villain jacket. Let me throw this on and see. Oh, you know what? This fits on me kind of good. This is a good fit. This villain thing right here, I think I could do it. What's the first thing? I got it. Egg in your face. Let's get that out the way. I'm the villain. I'm the bad guy. You need a bad guy for this movie? I'll be your Huckleberry. Conor Benn could be your hero. He could be the guy representing for the streets, representing for the real guys out here. And he can have you guys. And I'll go ahead and fuel this and be the bad guy. Why not? Let's get it done. And as bad as it looked, because let's be honest, Conor Benn could have been hurt. You know what I mean? This eggshells, it could have gotten his eye, right? That could have pushed the fight off. It could have canceled the fight if the wrong thing would have happened. Likeliness, not necessarily there. You know, it's eggs. I've been hit with eggs before. Halloween, we've all been hit with eggs. I don't know anybody who's ever gotten hurt by an egg. I have never. And I mean, every Halloween, that's something you could count on in my neighborhood. Was us going around egging stuff, egging each other, and I never see nobody get hurt by egg. So I think the probability was pretty low of him getting hurt by getting hit by the egg, but it still was there. It still was there. The fight, you know, it could have just went left. You smacked him dead in his face. He had egg yolk coming from by his eye, in his ear. You seen egg yolk coming out of his ear. It was, you know, nasty work. But at the end of the day, nobody got hurt. And what ends up happening is this fight sells. It sells.
Yeah.
It sells.
What amazes me is somebody was in on this. There's no way he held that egg in that leather jacket pocket that long for that whole press conference. Somebody handed him that egg, man, at the right.
He showed the jacket pocket. There's a picture of him with the jacket, and he had more than one egg. He had multiple eggs.
So how? Without them breaking?
He has a Louis pocket in there. There's a pocket, and it's real spacey. It's like a box. It's not like laid down.
Eggs.
So it's like not a box of eggs. I'm saying like the way the pocket sets up, it's like it's a hard box. You know what I'm saying? Like it makes a box where you can put stuff in there. It's not like a regular pocket. He had like 3 in there, bro. He had like 3 eggs in there. But if you notice and pay attention to the press conference, he was very stoic. He was standing like this. He was very like, if you look back at it with hindsight, you see that he had something on him, that he was not making a lot of moves.
I mean, I seen the smack before I see the press conference, so I know he had something on him. That's for sure.
Well, yeah. When you look at the press conference, it's kind of like a movie. Like you see the ending of a movie, and then you go back, and all of a sudden you're catching parts, and you're like, oh, that's what that part was. Oh, that dude was actually doing. I was wondering what was. So you see all these things. But look, bro, it was diabolical. It was cerebral. It was calculated. You in many ways you want to give Chris Eubanks his flowers for being able to execute. The execution was perfect, bro. Perfect execution, right?
That's, man.
Like even the way he was like in his face like this. Like first he was this way, like what? And then he was like, what? And the dude said something, and then he went this way. What? And then now he literally hypnotized him. So now when he moves his face this way the third time, Conor Benn follows him, turns his head into his face, and what's coming from the backside with his left hand? A whole egg. He doesn't even see the egg come because he's looking in Chris Eubanks' face. This is by design, man. You got to give Chris Eubanks his flowers, bro. This was well executed, bro. Really? It was well executed, man. Shout out to Chris Eubanks.
Yo, shout out to Bruce Gass. You right. That's what you call a sneak, bro. That's what you sneak.
Yeah. I mean, look, this is complete villain behavior, right? Complete villain in any good movie, in any good Marvel comic movie, DC movie. This was great villain behavior. This is Lex Luthor level planning and execution.
Yeah, execution, right? It's not even. It's the way the whole thing came together.
100%, bro. 100%, man. Chris Eubanks is a legend for this one, man. This is gonna go down in the books. He's definitely set the temperature and set the space up for what to look forward in this fight happening. No more face-offs at this point. You guys know we're not playing. It's going up. revenge in many ways because Conor Benn was harassing Chris Eubank. You know, Chris Eubank had just came from being weighed. He's in the locker room, confronting him in the locker room. You know, he's just constantly pushing at Chris Eubank's buttons, and Chris Eubanks up until this point have been trying to carry like this gentleman type role. And I'm not saying like he was an asshole. Okay, Chris Eubanks was definitely an asshole, right? But he always carried himself as like this guy who was above all savagery and street stuff, right? Prestige. And he actually came down to his opponent's level just a little bit, not too far, just enough to be able to smack him in the face with an egg and be like, yeah, bro, you know, I smack dudes too. I get busy too. I got my own, you know, thing. I'm a zero tolerance type of brother, my damn self. You know what I'm saying? And all that stuff you've been doing, you know, let me put some perspective on some context of who I really am. And so just to let you know, when you look back, I was being a gentleman back there. And once again, you thought I was a villain. You kept painting me to be a villain. Let me actually show you what it is to be a villain. I wasn't being a villain. Look back at it. Hindsight is the 2020 perspective a lot of us need at times. You were calling me a villain then what am I now? If I'm, you know what I'm saying? If I was a villain then, what am I now at this moment? If I was a villain back then, what do you call this guy? What do you get a load of me? Hashtag the Joker voice. That fight is going down, man. Chris Eubank has set the pace, set the picture. The whole entire world heard the smack that echoed around the world. Everybody's tapped in. He's snatching all the attention away from every other fight that's getting put together. Even the fight that we're getting ready to talk about right now on the card, everybody's on Chris Eubank and Conor Benn trying to see what happened, man.
Right. Dancing with the devil on the plain blue light, right? That's what the Joker said too. Let's get it. We're gonna keep those phrases here. This dude.
Yeah, man.
I don't care what you tell me. Wallop. Wallop.
Woo! I mean, Eddie Hearn. Look at Eddie Hearn's face. Eddie Hearn's
he ran over. As soon as his hand flew out, Eddie Hearn ran up like he was about to get into it, bro.
Look, Eddie Hearn's like, what in the hell? What in the world? Once again, shout out to the guy holding the Fatal Fury belt. That guy's just dialed in, bro.
What the heck is a Fatal Fury belt?
With the Gucci scarf.
It's a trophy, man. Y'all gotta understand what these boxing trophies are.
Yeah, this is memorabilia of their fight, man.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Right. The more boxing trophies y'all see, y'all still don't understand what a trophy is as a belt, but it's cool.
Yeah, bro. I think it's interesting though, because as much casual stuff that goes on in this boxing space, as far as the way boxers, the matches are made, and as far as these fans are concerned, it makes me laugh when people try to highlight this belt as being some sort of diabolical. What the hell is that, bruh? This fight is not for a championship. This is family. This has a whole nother drive behind it. The belt represents a prize for these guys to win, man. It means something to them, not to the boxing space, not to the sanctioning bodies, but this fight means something to the fans. And, you know, don't get it twisted. Turkey Al-Sheikh is probably invested in the new Fatal Fury game getting ready to drop. You know what I'm saying? So he's cross-promoting. He's selling the game. He's doing things. Things are happening. Who the hell cares, man? This fight is going to be competitive. It's going to be one for the ages. We're going to watch it. They're selling the fight. They did a great job of selling the fight. Real family feuds here. Shout out to both Chris Eubank and Conor Benn and Turkey Al-Sheikh for helping to facilitate this. I think Turkey tapped in on the press conference and said, I hope I don't regret this, because Turkey says, I believe in weight classes. You know what I mean? I do. But these guys have a real tension. I really believe this fight's going to be that kind of fight. I hope I don't regret it. I hope these guys do everything they can to entertain the community. And that's what they did. That's what Chris Eubanks did, to see what Conor Benn does. Now, these guys have a press conference today. You know that, right? They have their second press conference. They're doing a media campaign. I think a lot of eyes jump on this this press campaign thing, and it's going to be interesting to see all the quadrupling down of security that's going to be on the stage again between these guys, and to hear how these guys talk about what happened yesterday and moving forward. And, you know, is Conor Benn going to keep his cool and just be like, you know what, I'm going to just handle you in the ring? Or is he going to be like trying to jump over 6'7" bodyguard, 350-pound dude to get over to Chris Eubank? Right. Is Chris Eubank, and you know what is Chris Eubank going to say? He's great with his arrogant dissertations on bringing context to actions and situations, scenarios. Like, he's so great at it, just making you pissed. Really just a chip off the old block, because his father, Chris Sr., was just so great at this as well. Senior was just good at tap dancing on the nerves with the words, and Eubank just a chip off the old block, doing such a great job. This is not the first time getting Conor Benn out of his character, just pissed off and hot-headed.
If you had Man U, right, versus Chelsea, being Fury and AJ, this right here is Liverpool versus Man City, bro. This is just like
right.
This is a worse, more, like you said, the upper snobs to the dirty little, what do you call them, street rats or whatever they call them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is, and I'm not saying rich versus poor for real, but this is the energy it gives. You know what I mean? It gives like, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Nah, it's good. Hunter Young says, why do the Suns have beef? Is it they saw each other in the street and had words beef? Or is it we are boxing, so we have boxing beef? No, Hunter Young, I'm assuming you're not. Like, I legitimately was describing this earlier and trying to bring context for you guys. This is a family bloodline beef. This is a bloodline beef. This is passed down a generation from their fathers, Nigel and Chris Eubank Sr., when they were boxing. These kids have hated each other ever since they were young. They hated each other's fathers, and they both went into boxing. A lot of people would say this beef, this rivalry, inspired them to become boxers. You know what I'm saying? Like, they always kind of wanted to fight each other ever since they were young, and Chris Eubanks just happened to be a bigger guy, right? Like, as they grew up, Chris Eubanks ended up being the bigger guy, and it seemed like the fight was never really realistic because Conor Benn was always down there like 140. You know what I mean? I think did he fight at 135 for a hot second too? Like a hot second, right?
I don't even know. Let me double check
it. Check out his box record. I think he was at 135 for like a hot second, but ultimately ended up going to 140. And only competed at 147 for real, like just against Pete Dobson, right? That was his only 147 fight. Everything else was like 140, right? When he fought Chris Algieri, what was that at? Was that 147?
147, I think, Clay.
Okay. So he kind of
I think he did a fight. He had a fight at 130, at 140. Was at 140, like a couple of 140 fights.
No, 135.
No, it was 138. So all his fights have been at 140 and 147. Oh, except for the one he went to 157 for, which is a weird week, but
that was Pete Dobson, wasn't it?
Yeah, or 150, whatever that was. He came in like 200 pounds. Yeah.
So for the most part, he's been at 140 pounds, and 147. Pretty much, that's where he's kind of been. 154. Pete Dobson was 150. Orozo was 154. Van Hearn. Yeah, so he's always been kind of like around the same weight class. So the fight was never able to be put together. Actually, when they were going to put the fight together before, it was almost kind of going to be unfair because they were going to actually have it like at a 154 catch weight or something like that, or like 157, 154 catch weight.
Yeah, 157, and they moved it to 160 with some stipulations apparently. Because
it was 157 with a rehydration clause, right? Like, there was a rehydration clause on Chris Eubank. That's what the issue was. That's why Chris Eubank Sr. went crazy about the fight. He didn't want the fight to happen. He felt like his son was going to get hurt because the rehydration clause and cutting him down and making him get into 150s was like, Senior felt like that was, he felt like, as far as a father advising his son, that he wanted Nigel Benn to also be a voice of reason on his side, to be like, yo, if you're going to have this fight, this can't happen at 150. 7 or anything. My son is really a 168 pounder who's cutting weight to compete at 160 already. Right. Getting him down there with a rehydration clause is going to completely, deplete him of his ability to absorb punches, right? And you're going to pretty much kill my son, or damn near kill my son with somebody like Conor Benn, who's a legitimate puncher at the time, right? This is before the Egggate, you know what I mean? And I don't know if Conor Benn is still considered a puncher now, probably, but before Egggate, let's be honest, Conor Benn really had a reputation of like doing dudes crazy, like he, having like stellar, like, knockout. You know what I'm saying? So he was like, this guy, your son's gonna come in, not even having to cut any weight because he fights at 147. Now he's going to be fighting at 157 with just being the best version of himself. And he felt like this was going to be unfair. with this fight, there was less leverage on Conor Benn's side to leverage any type of negotiation, right? To be like, yo, I want no. It's like, nah, bro, you messed up. You popped on the test, and we gonna fight. I'm gonna be comfortable now. Like literally, legitimately, Chris Eubank was like, you gonna come to 168 to fight me, bro. I'm not even leaving my weight class anymore. But I think at the end of the day, it was kind of like, yeah, but you fought Liam Smith and all them dudes at 160, bro. You're a 160-pound fighter. I know you're cutting weight to be at 160, but you're in the 160-pound weight class division. That's your division. We're not coming all the way up to 168 to have that type. You know what I'm saying? We're going to fight at 160. So the fight's a little bit more dangerous now for Conor Benn. It's more dangerous because Chris Eubank is actually going to be, the best version.
They do have a rehydration clause to 170, but it's all right.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Let's not forget that he said for that rehydration clause, show me the money. Come on, Eddie. Yeah. I mean, this is all in the press conference. Show me money. I didn't put a rehydration clause on you as part of the deal. You're supposed to make weight. That's all you got to do is make weight. I was like, yo, Eddie is looking really bad. Like he exposed a lot with Eddie. Even he was like, you can go over there and ask your promoter. He was like, Eddie, you put a rehydration clause on him. Like it just didn't look good for Eddie in this event. And he wouldn't let Eddie talk. So it's funny that bro, this is
look, Eddie. I mean, Chris is doing a great job, man. By the way, he's taking this event with this slap and he's put it on his back, and he's legitimately going to be able to look at Conor Benn and that team over there and say, you guys, whenever you feel like sending me that thank you card, we'll wait for the paychecks to come out, but feel free to send me some roses or send me a little gift card to my favorite restaurant, or feel free to show some appreciation when this is all said and done, because the bag you're gonna get from this. You're welcome. It's on my shoulders. It's what I did. It's what I do. You know what I mean? I've been selling this thing, and yeah, you had to get a little egg on your face, but I'm sure that new Ferrari you're gonna buy, it'll help. It'll help with the egg. You'll be okay. You know what I'm saying? Right. Just focus on not getting knocked out, because that might not be something that shakes off as easy as the egg yolk coming off your chin. Pause. Right? It is what it is, man. So look, let's jump into it, man. We've already talked about this long enough. Interesting moment yesterday. Great icebreaker for the show, right? Great icebreaker to get into that conversation. But now let's get into like your regular traditional boxing. We've got Tank Davis, kicking off this event here. It's here, March 1st. We heard about this I don't know how many months ago. If anybody wants to do the math, we are in the third month, going into the third month of the year, December. So what, about 5 months ago, 4 or 5 months ago, that this event.
Are we starting in December?
Well, no, this actually started back in November, right? No, and actually, it
was announced in August.
In August. Right, so should we go all the way back to what really this is off the back end of? Do we want to give that story as far as the Lomachenko role, the Shakur Stevenson, then going into this? And
we ain't got to go that far back. I just like to tap in on something, because I literally was speaking on this last night, man. I'm like, look, y'all, like, and I like comparisons, Clay. I'm sorry, I'm a contrast comparison person. Y'all don't like it, that's too bad. Clay knows I do this all the time. He's like, yo, you wasting your time. I'm like, I don't, because it makes sense to me. Mm-hmm. It helps me strategize my conversation, the arguments, bottom line,
right,
when I have to. Yo, this guy, and no disrespect to Tank, no disrespect, these gentlemen were told that they were fighting. It was put out to the world that they were fighting in November, went from November to December, and officially December. Announced in August. Bad blood, man. All the other things that happened to build to get to this point. The Shakurs, like you just mentioned, the Lomas, and the Rayos, everybody trying to get on board with this fight, man. But just for some reason, it just wasn't meeting everybody else's expectations. They finally announced the fight. Everybody's getting their backpacks together in their bags to make these trips to Houston, Toyota Center. It gets exposed. And instead of people accepting the exposure of it, and this is not about the fans, salute Just Do in the building. Salute everybody that came in the building.
It sounded like it was getting juicy, like you was about to cook. So don't forget. But let me just do a quick little roll call, because we didn't do it. Let me run down and salute to everybody in the building. Rich Parko, salute. First, Mr. Mr. Lightning, of course, in the building. Salute. Free Solomon in the building. Salute. Going down to Mr. Andre Brooks in the building. Thank you. Mr. Big Play Bray, always in the building. Also put some color in the chat. Right? 718, my guy. Real Prison Talk with Tommy. Salute to you, King. Glad to have you. Grassroots right there, Sonny Augustine. You guys. Mr. Big Play Brave, Fly Frequency, my what the hell was you doing calling this man at 3 a.m. talking about boxing, bro? Let this man sleep, Ray. For the love of God, bro. Ray works the night shift and just wants everybody to work the night shift with him, bro. What are we doing here?
You know, he called me back, right? And I called him hang up, right? But he was on the panel. I mean, okay. he was in the chat, right? I was on the panel. He was in the chat. So he ain't getting away that scot-free. He's not getting away that scot-free. Come on, man. Tell the whole story, bro. Tell me no lies, bro.
Don't tell him no piece of the story. Don't tell him no pieces. You tell him everything. You're going to tell him something, you tell him everything. It is what it is, man. We love this boxing, though. I mean, we love this boxing. We'll talk about it any time of the night, day. Whenever we get an opportunity, we're going to build on this boxing, man. Shout out to Frequency, the brother from my mother, man. My Aki, man. Assalamu alaikum to my Aki, man. Yo, Hunter Young in the building. The young Dragonfly Jones. Dragonfly. Let's see here. And, of course, the historian, one of the guys who make and validate this channel. Every time gentlemen like this come up on this channel, it lets us know we're doing something right, that we can keep the attention of somebody like this. Shout out to Mr. Bruce Gas Boxing joining us in the building today. Let's see, going down the list. Is anybody I missed? I think we got everybody for the most part. Sonny Augustine. Crunch Time in the building. Salute to Just Do Boxing. Salute to Big Sarge in the building, man. Straight home, man. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, good morning, Clay family. Today's my birthday, 32 years young. Oh, you see?
Happy birthday, man.
First of all, happy birthday. You know what I'm saying? This is a sign of you getting older, right? When you start adding young to the end of your age, this is just like a perfect sign, right, of getting older, right? When you start saying I'm 32 years, you know, when you're 17, you're 17 years old, right? When you're 20, you're 20 years old, 25 years old. As soon as you start getting into the adding the young at the end of your name, that's usually a bad sign right there, right? That's usually a bad sign. Like me, I'm definitely 47 years young. You heard birthday coming up next month. I just put my whole age out there. It is what it is. Devontre getting old, brother, but we here with you, bro. You young. We get hey, Devontre. I hear you, brother. Happy birthday to you, man. You know what I'm saying? Salute to my brother from another mother, co-host. I am a co-host on his show. My OG, my big brother, you know what I'm saying? My guidance, you know what I mean? He keeps my head where I need to keep it at, man. But Blue Blood Sports TV. Y'all already know. I don't need to tell you to go subscribe. I don't need to tell you who he is. What's understood don't need to be said, man. Say less, as me and Blue always say when we talk to each other. Salute. Let me see here. Salute to my OG, another veteran in the game, another historian in the game. He's a legitimate validation of this channel. People like Bruce Gas Boxing, and of course this guy right here, Echo. You guys don't know him. He doesn't have a channel. It's crazy he doesn't have a channel, but hopefully he gets on the panel a little bit later. Shout out to you, Echo. Long time no see. Me and Echo talk on WhatsApp. He's out there over the pond, right over there in England, doing what he does. I'm so happy to see you here in the building, brother. The honor is always mine, man. Devontre says, yeah, he laughed, man. You know it's the truth, Devontre. You know what it is, man. Devontre, once you start adding that young to the back of that age, that's a bad sign. that means it's in the morning, you're waking up with the pains a little bit. You're 32 years old, brother. But I get you, man. We got you right here. Devontrae's in that weird age now.
Yeah,
at 32 years old.
Yeah, he's just getting it, bro. When you get out of bed, you're young, you stretch. Oh, right. You can't stretch no more. Salute to Miss Green in the building. You know what I mean?
Is at an age where you're too old to hang out with the young people, but you're also real young with the old people. So we're looking at you like young whippersnapper. What do you know about being old? But the young people are looking at you like, brother, why are you in this club? Why are you hollering at this girl right now, bro? You are in this club. You looking wild crazy right now, bro. Why are you here tonight? What are you doing in here, bro? Are you looking for your daughter? Are you looking for, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
are you looking
here for? No,
Why
she ain't
are
here,
you
bro.
in this club, bro? This is awkward. Awkward. Come on over to the grown club, Devontre. We welcome you, but you know, mind your manners, young bull. Mind your manners.
Damn, you hit him with the simply old man talk, huh?
I know that age. I remember when I started hanging out in the cigar bars and I started going to the happy hours instead of going to the club because I get tired at night and I don't really like being in the club. So now I'm at the happy hour because I want to get home by 9 so I can be in bed by like 10:30. You know what I'm saying? And
right?
You know, I mean, I'm smoking cigars now. I'm chilling a little. I'm chilling on a whole different level now. I'm not into the partying until 4 a.m, heading to Denny's, eating all that high cholesterol, high carb, high fat meals that are just sitting on me. My metabolism done changed up. I'm starting to get. I can't eat the stuff I used to eat no more. I gotta be aware of my surroundings. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know.
Shout out and happy birthday.
It is what it is, man. Shout out to D1 in the building, JBT. Salutations, fellas. Keep cooking, chat. Salute. I can't type at work listening. Man, no doubt, D1. Always glad to have you in the building, man. Keep us in there, man. Let's see here. And then of course we got Mike S. Yeah, Mike. You know what it is, Mike, right? We don't be out there in the club with the young whippersnappers like we used to. Every now and then we play ourselves and we'll try it, right, Mike? We'll mess around and try it, but we'll get a reality check in the morning, won't we? About 2 in the morning. 1 in the morning, we know we're doing too much. We tired.
And the hangover hits you at this age too, man.
Yeah.
A
young whippersnapper gets slapped in the club by 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning. A young dude could get slapped in the club by an old dude because we just get irritable because we supposed to be asleep and we're not even supposed to be in here. Now the bumps is feeling different. The eyes is looking different. Like, hey, bro. We just irritable, right? We just old people. We just got old people issues. At 1 in the morning, we ain't supposed to be out here with these young whippersnappers. We asking for trouble. We asking for trouble, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Salute to J Cash, the money man in the building. Let me see. I think that's everybody. And of course, my young brother, my little brother, my guy, you know what I mean? One of the realest to do it. Be More's own, representing, always keeping some perspective and giving us context on what's going on in the Be More scene in boxing, specifically Gervonta Tank Davis, always letting us know. Hood Rich in the building. So repping that city. Let me see here. It takes it. Look, Hunter said, dang, at 32, Hunter. That's because it's not like back in the day, man. I feel you, man. At 32, we were still man. Things are changing.
Yeah, especially if we got kids.
Yeah, Mike, ain't it true? When you go out on Friday night, you don't feel right till like Sunday, Mike, right? If we go out Friday nights like 4 in the morning, we ain't even ready to get back in the world for real until like Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. Like we really spend that whole Saturday like, I shouldn't have done what I did last night.
Migraines, music pounding.
We just know, like, it was cool kind of while I was doing it, but hindsight and physically speaking, I gotta stop doing this to myself.
Yeah,
this is wrong. I gotta stop it. That reality check kicks in where we're talking to ourselves bad, like we just doing. That's not what we were supposed to do last night. What we did last night is not what we were supposed to be doing, right?
Right.
I could get it back, man. That's why I love my wife, man. I could never go back to being single, man, because I can't do it. I ain't got it in me.
You now, what you
love my wife,
man? We gonna be talking to them 20-year-olds, telling them stuff. They be like, man, what you talking about? Yo,
it is what it is.
Those stories gonna come from you, bro. Trust me. Yo, you just flip the switch. I'm just letting you know. Like, so it's cool. I'm
gonna let you get it if you remember at all where you was at before on this story.
Yeah. No, I was just talking about how this event was built up and it was brought to fruition and saying that this Tank and Lamont were going to fight Toyota Center, you know what I mean, December, and everybody's gassed up for it. People booking tickets, people booking hotels to get down there, and then to find out it wasn't true. And it went from it being about money to things are subjective to change, which nobody even wanted to hear that, but it ended up being things are subjected to change, which was funny, right? Then we land here. And we went from December, which really got me, to March. And I was like, why such a stretch? Why so far out?
Mm-hmm.
Why? You know what I mean? What pushed it so far out that this was supposed to be, you know what I mean, a big deal? Obviously, you know what I mean, you wanted to see how things were going to go in the new year. You wanted to push another fight first, probably. I mean, it's business strategies, right? Maybe the fighters want to fight when it gets a little warmer, and it is getting warm up here early, by the way. So the groundhog must have definitely not seen his shadow because spring is here, and it's only February. But anyway, now we back to the point where this fight has been what we've been waiting for, though we haven't been wanting the fight. Why? Because it's Tank Davis. What does he bring? He brings excitement. He brings something that a lot of boxers don't bring. He brings you know what I mean, a certain swag to boxing when he steps into the ring. He brings a certain audience. You know what I mean? He brings a certain anticipation. When's he going to knock this guy out? It's almost like Mike Tyson. You knew the knockout was coming, but when? Now we are here. Lamont Roach is saying he's posing a threat. He's going to get in there. He ain't laying down. He knows this. He's building the fight on his end. But all the things that led up to this, Clay, from the man in the Lucky Charm suit, from the college gym, from a stage that was like inside of a ring, but inside of a church or some basement. You know what I mean? Like, why? And we're here. Right. The promotion has been terrible in this fight. They show no love. I think Tank is, I don't know if this is punishment for him shouting him out in Vegas. I don't know what the deal is, but Tank ain't happy. Tank is going to show why he deserves more and why he is either going to move some other direction, why he may be looking to retire, wherever the case may be. This is a statement fight. This is a period fight. And what I mean by that is everything that happens in this fight, stamp it. He's making it known that this is where he is and what he wants, where he's going to be, and y'all gonna respect it for real. I'll lay my plane.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I agree. There is story here, man. There's context to the story perspective. We've seen the rocky. It's just to sum it up. It's been a rocky road to get to this fight on March 1st for Tank. You know, and especially if you want to reference it, and I'll take it back just a little bit further, as far as a reference point for everybody to kind of just to get some real perspective on a bigger picture here. Back in March of last year, Tank, and was it March of last year? When they fought, when Frank Martin and Tank fought, was it March? No, it wasn't March. It was it June?
April, I think. Was it April? No, it's June. No, it was April. It was before the Canelo fight.
Right, exactly. So in April of last year, you know, Gervonta, Tank Davis, and Frank Martin fought. This was the big fight because it was the Amazon Prime situation. Showtime and PBC went in their separate direction, and you know, PBC went and secured this network deal with Amazon Prime, and this was the big fight. And referencing just back to that press conference when Gervonta Tank Davis basically communicated to the world that there was a deal being cut for him that was going to give him more money than what Floyd Mayweather got when he first got his deal with Showtime, which I believe was like $200 million as far as from Floyd Mayweather's side. Now, things were on the Twitterverse about the number being somewhere around 240 million. And I always say that around, and I always say 200 plus million just because I'm trying to cross-reference Gervonta Tank Davis's statement as far as it being more than Floyd, and I knew that Floyd was at 200 million with Showtime, and then combine that with what I saw in the YouTube streets and on the Twitterverse saying that it was 240 million. We don't see documentation to making an exact number, but I'll say a $200+ million deal that he got through this Amazon situation. And he seemed to be very excited. He communicated to the whole entire boxing community in space that, you know, it was going to be a 6 or a 7 fight deal, that he was going to be fighting you know, these fighters, and you know, he had whoever was interviewing him run down a list of fighters that would be on the list. You know what I mean? He okayed some fighters, he shook his head at other ones. He put the whole entire boxing community on standby to let them know, listen, man, this is going to be the biggest chapter in my career, right? Like, you're going to see me fight the fights that you guys want me to fight. I'm going to make it happen. I've got this deal. He seemed like he was in the happiest place. somewhere in between that moment and this Lamont Roach fight moment being put together, that is, things changed clearly for Gervonta. And Gervonta's not a man of many words as far as his communication. As of lately, he's been doing a lot of interviews, but generally speaking, he doesn't give you a lot to go on, especially if there's not an actual fight going on. He gets real quiet, right? Real isolated type of person. And he's the face of boxing in many ways just because of how much energy is built around him just on content. People make content and speak about Gervonta Tank Davis even when he's not saying anything. You have legitimate channels who solely, build their whole entire subscription fan base and make a living off of talking about Tank Davis day to day to day. You know what I mean? Whether, supporting Tank Davis, if you're a Tank coming from a channel that loves Tank like that, or coming from another channel that, criticizes Tank for the decisions he makes. There's been a whole entire community, a niche inside of a niche, boxing being the niche, and the boxing conversation being around Gervonta Tank Davis being another niche inside of the boxing niche that has flourished and grown into something some people might consider toxic at this point, right? Some people might consider it toxic. Regardless of however you look at it, a lot of attention, and Tank just wasn't communicating to the space a lot. Then we fast forward to the announcement of this particular fight here with Lamont Roach. An arena supposedly was secured in the Toyota Supercenter in Houston, Texas, and people were excited about it, even though people were pushing back at this Lamont Roach fight from the moment of its conception. Right? From the moment this fight was conceived, there's been a pushback from the boxing community that's really just represented a frustration at this point, right? Like, some people might think it came out of nowhere, but I think it culminated from we've dealt with a lot, we've taken a lot, all under the assumption that it was going to manifest into something positive when it was all said and done. And you've left Floyd Mayweather. You've left, you're your own independent boss now. You got your own promotional company. And here we are back at you pulling somebody up from a weight class to fight him again. It was just an ultimate frustration that kind of settled in. Like, why? Even the people who support Tank, the fans of Tank, still questioned, didn't understand exactly how this made sense, how the Lamont Roach situation came to fruition. I mean, you have some of his fan base that will double down on, Lomachenko pulling out of a negotiation with him, or Shakur Stevenson making himself unavailable by signing with Matchroom. But, the boxing fan base who has accepted Gervonta Tank Davis as a quote unquote face of boxing, comparing him to his peers like Canelo Alvarez, who doesn't seem to have a problem making fights, who doesn't care about wrong sides of the street. He made a fight with Edgar Berlanga, who's a Matchroom fighter. He made a fight with Jaime Munguia, who was a Golden Boy fighter. He made a fight with Jaime Munguia, who's not only a Golden Boy fighter, but his arch nemesis in Oscar De La Hoya is actually the guy who runs it over there. Didn't seem to get in his way on making these fights come together. But, Shakur Stevenson making his way over to Matchroom was the biggest obstacle, and the biggest, Shakur completely blocked Tank from making this fight happen, right? If you leave it onto whatever what the consensus is. I'm bringing all these parts together, right? Because I'm trying for my community, I'm trying to make sense of it all, and I'm trying to bring it together for us to get some understanding as to how we got to where we're here today. Because a lot of people are still in confusion with and are against this fight being put together. They don't like it. They don't feel like it's a competitive fight. They feel like it's a cherry pick. They don't like this fight, especially in comparison to the fights that are out there that the fans want to see. So just trying to paint some perspective and understanding of how we got here and the story behind this actual fight. Now, as my co-host stated, this was supposed to be in December at the Toyota Supercenter, even in November at one point or another, but it got pushed out to 3 months later, or 3.5 to 4 months later, March 1st, to happening. Here we are in the Barclays Center, and we see Tank make a return on that first press conference, who I think most people who are going to be honest with themselves are going to recognize that there was a budget issue with the presser. And clearly Tank, maybe he was just having a bad day, was very indifferent, very disengaged from what was happening. He was very upset with what was going on around this fight and just seemed like he didn't want to be there. And when confronted with the questions by social media, by a media group, right, a journalist media group, who was like, B-class, B- class media, like the top level media didn't make it out to this event. We're asking him questions. They did get some information out of him. And one of the main things that came out of those interviews was Gervonta Tank Davis, communicating that he was going to be trying to retire at the end of this year, which completely conflicted with what he said to us months before when he fought against Frank Martin, right? It conflicted with that. And then B, also dismissing and discrediting the value of these fights, like Shakur Stevenson and all these other guys, saying that these guys have done nothing to earn a fight. So now it seems not only are we getting this fight we didn't ask for with Lamont Roach, not only is he disengaged and disenchanted with the sport on a total, he's going to retire, but he's also going to retire and not potentially give us any fights at all. That rubbed a large part of the boxing community in the wrong way, right? This didn't go well with the boxing community. It is what it is, right? So here we are. 2 lackluster press conferences later, a retirement that he keeps on doubling down on in his interviews that he's doing. He's doing these interviews and he's doubling down, tripling down as the content creators or the influencers that he's speaking to are like, you kidding, right? You're playing, right? I know. He's like, no, I'm not. Like, he's being dead serious. He's even brought in Al Heyman as part of the retirement crew, right? Like, not only him, but Al seems to be getting ready to retire as well. Leonard Ellaby has commented to him retiring as soon as Tank retires. So it just seems like there's a movement here going in a direction, and we don't see the end being anything that we're asking for as far as these big fights being made. So here we are at this event, guys. We're here where Gervonta Tank Davis will be fighting Lamont Roach, whether you like it or not, at 135 pounds to defend his WBA title. And we're looking forward to what? What are we looking forward to? The fight? Maybe some people are, but I think most people are probably looking forward to the end of the fight, right? They want to see what the announcement's going to be. They want to see who's going to call out. He's confirmed that he's going to call somebody out. The undercard is decent, but let's talk about this Gervonta Tank Davis fight. And I have it written here on the subtitles. Gervonta gives his fans what they want. And why do I say that? I say because Gervonta Tank Davis, on the strength of himself and the type of performances that he brings to the stage, attracts fans who just want to see him fight exclusively. You've heard fans mention it across the space. They don't care who he fights against. They just love to watch him fight. He's an entertaining fighter off the strength of himself, and he seems to be fulfilling what his fans want to see. What do you think about that, Ray?
I'm good, Clay. I think all this that Tank is desired and to show and be and had to go through to get to this point is a lot. It says a lot, and we understand. We understand what this is all about. We understand what this is supposed to be, and we get it. But it's to the point where we're just like miles away from where we started. I don't know if that makes sense. And I mean that from April 2024. We started somewhere and we're still, it's like the hole is getting dug deeper, but certain things are coming out. Things are starting to grow, flourish, whatever. But at the same time, we don't know what's growing. We don't know what they planted.
Right.
We don't know what this is, So we just looking at things as what's next, what's to be. And I think this says a lot. And I hope, I wish Gervonta the best. I wish Lamont Roach the best on this fight. I really do. I will be watching the fight. But it's a matter of, it was a spinning, wow. It was a wheel of fortune wheel, right? Wherever it landed is what we got. And that's what it seems like as fans. And then you got fans that defend certain things without even acknowledging everything that's going on, unfortunately. But what Gervonta wants is clearly something that he had an issue with. I like the fact that you brought up Al Heyman and him communicating on retirement and them getting out the game together. I'm glad you mentioned a lot of that, because all these things that we pay fine details to, right, and listen to, a lot of people miss. And if they do hear it, they don't take it seriously, or they ignore it. They choose to ignore it. We have to acknowledge everything. Like we said, whatever comes out of Tank mouth, right, when he talks or says one word, it's like what do they call it with the Bible, right? It's like holy. It's like whoa, he spoke. You know what I mean? But then as soon as he goes back quiet, everybody takes that one word, they attach this to it, that to it, this to it. Next thing you know, you got a whole story of what that word meant. Same thing when you know what I mean, and it's sad because we don't know what we're going to get. Again, we don't know what we're going to get, Clay. I just hope that this ends up being something that I expect. I like the fact that they put Rayo on the card, who was supposed to be one of the challengers of Tank at one point, right? That they threw an option at. They took Pitbull out of the way. Like, there's a lot of things. They just don't look right, man. And I'm not talking about Tank. I'm talking about the storyline building up to the fight, by the way. All the things in between. It just doesn't look right. It just seems a little weird, in my opinion. Like, and I think Tank is having a mental, like, not breakdown, but like a mental check. Like, yo, man, what y'all doing? This is not, you know what I mean? This wasn't in the script. This is, you got me improv, right? You got me improv right now. Like, yeah, I said I'll fight Roach, but what's all this? But that's not what we want. This is that. But it is what it is, man. But I'm all good with it. I'm all for it. And it is what it is. Like I said, nothing seems to amaze me at this point, Clay, in the sport of boxing. Right. Rather be the fans, rather be the fighters.
Right. At the end of the day, the fight is what the fight is, man. We're here with Lamont Roach. It's going down on March 1st. How does Lamont Roach, you know what I'm saying? Is Lamont Roach bring, the intangibles? Does he bring more than meets the eye? You know what I'm saying? We've seen Lamont Roach competing at 130 pounds. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think Lamont Roach is a great fighter. He really, on his own merit, he's a good fighter. He's a champion at 130 pounds. But, outside of what he did with Hector Garcia, beating him and becoming a title holder, I've never seen anything significant or special about Lamont Roach to this point. But the question is, has he had to be special, right? When he fought against Jamel against Jamel Herring. When he fought against Jamel Herring, he looked pedestrian. You know what I'm saying? He just really, and he admits it. He says he should have turned up, started that fight a lot sooner. Later on in that fight, he did start picking up and he started to find a lot of success in that fight. Lamont Roach, to me, just watching a couple of his fights, and once again, a couple of his fights, right? Not a guy who sat here and followed Lamont Roach ever since the beginning of his career from the amateurs to where he is now. We're talking about 3 fights ago. You know what I'm saying? 3-4 fights ago maximum. His last fight was on Pro Box, right? Where he defended his WBA title on Pro Box. The fight before that was against Hector Garcia. I want to say that was a PBC fight. I'm not sure. I feel like it was a PBC fight, the Hector Garcia Lamont Roach fight. Was it? Check it out. Let me know what it was. At some point or another, the PBC didn't see something in Lamont Roach. They didn't push his product. They didn't push his brand. They didn't make him a big star. He ended up at Pro Box defending that title. He had to go there to go get the work, right? And then ultimately, now as a replacement, I believe I saw somebody in the chat say that, he was like the 4th option, right? They bring him back. And they bring him up in weight, and they bring him in as an opponent against the legitimate face of boxing in many of people's eyes. Is there more that meets the eye with Lamont Roach? Yes, they had an amateur career where they fought each other, which, by the way, I'm sure not surprising to anybody. Tank won those fights as well. But does Lamont Roach bring an intangible, something that we can say, all right, this is something he does very well. If he can use this up in the right way, this fight can be way more competitive than what people are saying, because I think most of the boxing space is not giving Lamont Roach a legitimate shot at winning this fight. Like Tank, not only the boxing space, Vegas has Tank a 25-1 favorite in this fight. So this is not just boxing fans. This is not just, haters or whatever people want to say. This is legitimately understood across the boxing space that this fight is not supposed to be competitive. A guy who's 25-1 favorite is not supposed to take this into the championship rounds. That's not what this fight's supposed to be able to come to. So Lamont Roach, in his own way, has many victories that he can have in this fight without actually winning the fight, right? Like Lamont Roach's ability to take this fight into the 8th, 9th round, 10th round, may be a moral victory for him, right? Like Frank Martin had his moral victory for going as long as he did, but then he got clipped by Tank. But at the same time, people still will support Frank and say, man, that dude was a warrior. He went out and he fought, right? So Lamont Roach, what intangible does he bring to the space? When I watched Lamont Roach fight recently, I just was watching his fights. What did I see? I see somebody who doesn't run. He's not going to be on his bicycle. You know what I'm saying? He stands there. He moves. He likes to catch punches on his mitts. He likes to keep his head off the line. He likes to stay kind of flat-footed off the strength of he tries to sit down on his punches. He wants to be able to respond. He brings a lot of that DC, that DC or DMV area or Philadelphia area. Is Philadelphia considered part of the DMV?
No, it's Delaware, Maryland,
and Virginia. Okay. So, right, of course, DMV. Yeah. But Philadelphia has a very similar, standing there, not jumping around, moving around type of style. You know what I mean? Think of Stephen Fulton, Tevin Farmer, Boots Ennis, these fighters that are coming out of Philadelphia. They don't really get on their bicycles so much. So
yes. Let me clarify this. So Boxing Hacker. Yes, they usually say DC, but it's not these. I literally talked to somebody, some old school head, who asked them what the DMV stood for. They said Delaware. Literally. Somebody that lived there. Now,
okay. I don't care about that shit. Let me finish what I was saying, bro. We don't got to define the DMV.
Right. Go ahead. It's cool.
Don't let them get you distracted. So,
cool.
So that being said, you know what I'm saying? The style of fight that Lamont Roach brings to the table, you know what I mean? He stands there. He wants to punch in between Gervonta Tank Davis's punches. It's gonna be a timing thing for him when he's gonna be trying to time something that can turn into an explosive shot. I think Tank spoke to it a little bit and said that Lamont Roach has deceiving power. He said, deceiving power how? I think what he was saying was, although he doesn't punch hard on the surface level of looking at him, you don't see him punching hard. His ability to time his punches with the way you're moving your body and connect at the same time can culminate into power and can culminate into a shot that can hurt you. So you would think that Lamont Roach is going to go ahead and try to get that going on. But what happens when he tries to get that? Well, that means he has to stand there. That means he has to put himself in a spot that makes him vulnerable and exposes him to being punched on. Gervonta's fast, cerebral fighter, underrated cerebral fighter, right? People see that power and they really underrate the amount of power. They really underrate the amount of cerebral energy and strategy that Tank puts into setting up his shots. He doesn't throw a lot of shots, but he's very cerebral with the way he approaches it. You make it that much easier for him if you stand in front of him, right? If you're sitting there trying to time him out, are you going to be quick enough to time him out before he times you out, right? Because he's doing the same thing, except on paper and what we've seen Tank doing, what his record represents, he's more efficient at the timing. He knows how to do it better than you. So how long does Lamont Roach last in a fight against somebody like Gervonta Tank Davis, where the ultimate consequence is head concussions, is being knocked out, is being your equilibrium being knocked off? That's the ultimate consequence with getting punched by Gervonta Tank Davis. I would ask the chat and obviously my co-host as well, what's the real consequence of Lamont Roach connecting with Tank on these punches? Like, is he going to knock Tank's equilibrium off? Is he threatening Tank to knock him out? Does his record say that this is a threat that Tank has to be aware of as far as what's coming back at him, right? And if he's not able to get the respect from Tank with the power, if the counter punching is then, let's say he is finding these shots and he's not able to get Tank Davis's attention and discourage him from engaging in that type of melee, I think it's fair to say that Tank may just borderline steamroll this guy, right? Now, if Lamont Roach gets on his bicycle, fights the fight that I know people don't like to hear about it, and they say this, that's why they don't want to see this fight, some people, but Shakur Stevenson, who's not going to stand there and let you punch on him, who is going to move, who's going to stick and move, he's going to be defensively responsible, and he's going to acknowledge the power coming back at him. He's going to make sure he doesn't get hit, and Tank is going to have to figure him out. He's going to have to figure him out, set him up strategically, slow him down, campaign to the body, slow the legs down. He's going to have to use all types of his mental capacity to go ahead and debunk and figure out the Rubik's Cube in Shakur Stevenson. And that's what makes that fight competitive. If Lamont Roach decides that he wants to carry himself that way in this fight, then the fight does become more competitive. It can go into the championship rounds. And ultimately, on the back end of him finding success and moving around and making a fight like this difficult for Gervonta Tank Davis, taking him into the championship rounds, and dare I say, take this to a decision. Well, that within itself exposes a lot about how you beat Gervonta Tank Davis, and I think shed light on why Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney, and these levels of fighters pose such a huge threat to Tank. Does that make sense, Ray? What do you think?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And listen, Gervonta said it himself. It's not just you saying this. This is stuff that he spoke upon, you know what I mean? Like how certain fighters are, and he don't want to go 12 rounds, right? So that significantly says that he doesn't want to fight fighters that's going to be tough to hit. That's going to make the distance, bring the distance. You want a fighter that's going to engage and that's going to fight him and make it easy for him to, knock them out. Unfortunately, I don't know if that's 100% of what he meant. You know what I mean? Shout out to Blaze pound for pound. But, he also may have meant like, look, I could beat these guys either way. I just don't want to put in the extra work to do it when I could just knock them out. You know what I mean? And he might catch anybody. Yeah, as far as Lamont Roach, I don't see him any shape, any way, shape, or form, beating Tank. I noticed something too, Clay. Maybe I'm crazy, and maybe you can picture this in your mind. Maybe the people in the chat too. Tank doesn't get hit with a lot of hooks and uppercuts. He has in certain fights, but he doesn't get hit with a lot of them. Most of the time he gets hit is usually with jabs, a couple of straights. Not too many outside, not seeing what's coming from type shots, right? So it makes it very simple, easy for him to be the guy that's constantly on the move and being able to avoid a lot of tough shots and staying at the perfect range where he's not putting himself in harm's way. That's why I think he's able to get into these fights and measure up his opponents, get hit with certain things, and not get hurt, right? Because I've seen him get hit with some shots, and some of them you just be like, damn, he just doesn't seem like it hurts him. So I'm thinking, in my opinion, like this is just another fight that's going to go the same way. He filled out Hector Luis Garcia. Pause on the fill out. Hector Garcia was in a fight with him, right? And he decided when it was time for him to knock out Hector or hit Hector with something that's going to hurt in the 8th round, he did. What Hector do? He sat down and looked up and said, I can't see. From there on, this guy went back to his division and lost his title to a guy on another PBC card. Now, you were asking a question earlier, and I want to just make sure I answer this correctly. Lamont Roach seems to be, he did a lot of business with Oscar De La Hoya, by the way, a lot of his previous fights. He wasn't a PBC fighter. He fought. He's almost like a free agent, but it looks like De La Hoya was the guy that really helped him along the way, mostly. But it is what it is, man. Listen, this is going to be something that we can see because we seen the frustration in Tank and a lot of these and this build up to this fight. Is it much of a distraction where Lamont Roach can take advantage of it? Just putting your foot out the game, talking about your future, talking about things you don't want to do. You know what I mean? Sometimes that's something you look forward to. So you keep going at your job until it's over. Hold on, Hood Rich, because I know where you're going. You know what I mean? Relax, I got you. You know what I mean? Does that mean that Tank is going to be distracted and thinking about retiring and mental health and things of that nature? Could be. We don't know. We're not Gervonta, right? We're only going by the things he's saying to us. But it also means that Lamont Roach can take advantage of these situations if he can play the mental game correctly. But he doesn't seem to be doing that, Clay, in my opinion. I think the best weapon that he had was to play on those things that Gervonta said. But he seems to be very poised and understanding. You know what I mean? So that's why now he understand what I'm saying now. That's why I'm like, I don't understand the approach from Lamont Roach, man. The guy set you up with something. You know what I mean? Yo, get in my head. And he didn't. You know what I mean? So I think it's going to be a tough one, man. I think it's going to be a tough, long night for Lamont Roach, and it's going to come down to what we all expect. So shout out to him.
I want to add to what you said there, right? Because this is another intangible that has to be spoken about is Tank's disenchantment with the sport and the indifference he seems to have with the way the sport is treating him right now, right? And I want you guys to understand, when Tank is speaking about boxing is BS, that he wants to retire because boxing this, boxing that, everything he says, this is in direct reference, in my opinion, towards his experience with boxing right now. This is not about, he's not upset about how boxing is treating Shakur Stevenson, how boxing is treating Dimitri Bivol or Turbetter Biev, or how it's affecting, he doesn't care about these other fighters. He's focused on his experience and how realistic and tangible his experience is to making him successful as he wants to be. Keep in mind that on the back end of a Frank Martin fight, on the front end of a Frank Martin fight at that press conference, he seemed to be in his most excited state that I want to say I've ever seen him in boxing. Just excited. I'm happy to be here, right? The deal is almost inked out. I'm about to get the most money I was ever supposed to get. I'm about to, box. I'm finally going to be a real face of boxing. My face is going to be on the MGM. My face is going to be on T-Mobile. I'm going to be all over the place. Boxing had never been as good to Tank as it was in that moment. And in a matter of months between those situations, his whole entire demeanor changed about his whole perspective on the sport, to the point where he's considering retirement. I won't double down and dive too much deeper into it to where people think I'm over speculating. I have my personal spider senses as to what may be an issue. I won't go that deep. I'll just say that hopefully we can all agree that he's not happy with the way boxing is going for him right now outside of the ring. And the question is, can that and will that translate to anything that happens inside the ring? Right? And that being said, can Lamont Roach capitalize on any of that lack of focus, disenchantment, eager to retire energy that Tank is bringing to the table? Can Lamont Roach tap into any of that and take advantage of that? We'll see on March 1st, right? On March 1st, we'll see. It'll be up to Lamont Roach to answer those questions for us as we watch that fight. I don't want to stay on this topic longer than we need to stay on the topic. I do want to get into the other fights on this card. Did you have something you wanted to add to this particular topic, or we can move forward? So at the end of the day, that's the questions. How does Lamont win this fight? Lamont wins this fight, in my opinion, being more than meets the eye. He has to do more than we've ever seen him do. He has to be a better fighter than we've ever seen him be. He has to bring a new narrative to his story. He has to wake the boxing community up and make us acknowledge him for the superstar that we are unaware of him being, for being the competitor that we are unaware of him being, for having abilities that we are unaware of him having. He has to tap into that part of his arsenal to bring something out that makes everybody look at the way we looked at Buster Douglas when he beat Mike Tyson, right? The way we looked at Josh Padley. Well, some fans might have looked at Josh Padley when he beat Mark Chamberlain, right? We have to look at him in a way that, the way I think people are looking at Ajit Kabayel right now. Somebody who came out of nowhere, but in my opinion, is getting closer and closer to being crowned the real boogeyman of the heavyweight division, challenging every big guy's worst nightmare, which is his conditioning and his cardio being challenged at the highest level. Not being able to breathe inside of a ring with somebody who has hands that can hurt you has got to be one of the most uncomfortable places you can be in, right? So all these fighters I mentioned did something special, you know what I mean, to separate themselves from what we knew them to be. And after they did it, we looked at them as who they were now. Lamont has to do that Saturday against Tank Davis, because I don't think legitimately we've seen Lamont do anything inside of the ring that makes him special yet. And I say that respectfully, nothing special yet. He can do that March 1st. We'll see. I think most people are going into this fight seeing Tank Davis just run through this guy. Vegas is speaking on it. 25-1 favorite speaks volumes within itself. This is beyond hatred for a Lamont Roach Tank fight. This is beyond anything like that. It's just, if you're looking for a competitive fight to watch, this doesn't seem to check the boxes on what it's supposed to be, just for whatever it's worth, right? But let's go into the co-main event on this fight card. This is the fight that I think is catching my attention here. Jose Alayo Venezuela, the new improved version, right? Yo, Ray, months ago or years ago, we were watching El Rayo fight with Chris Colbert and getting robbed inside of a decision with Chris Colbert, right? Well, we feel like he won that fight and he got robbed, right? He went on to that fight to have a fight with Edwin De Los Santos, where he clipped Edwin De Los Santos earlier in that fight. You're not aware? You don't remember that fight?
It was prior. Chris Colbert was second. He lost.
You're talking about the rematch to Chris Colbert.
Yeah, that was
the rematch with Chris Colbert was second. The first fight. Well, let me just look.
No, it was De Los Santos because he had his first loss, and it was his comeback fight. They both had their loss. Like Luis Garcia had beat Chris Colbert. It was both their comeback fight.
You're probably right. Most of the time, you're right on these things. But let me just see, make sure.
Sorry, listen. I'm just here to help.
No, I'm saying you're probably right.
I'm a Boxopedia, bro. Oh, I'm not. That's what Roscott's here for. He's the Boxopedia.
I hate these weird names that are hard. And BoxRec won't pick it up unless you write it like the exact right way.
Right.
Just like, you know, right. How do you spell De Los Santos?
D-E-L. No, it's De Los Santos. D-E.
Oh, I found it. De Los Santos. L-O-S. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let me see here. When he fought, I don't need to see those. I need to see. Hold on a second. Shakur, Jose Valenzuela, Bang. Who I'm supposed to be looking at? De Los Santos. Oh, you're right. It was right before. You're right. Yep. It was right before the first Chris Colbert fight. So he lost to De Los Santos, right? Clipped him early in the fight, but ultimately ended up getting KO'd by De Los Santos. Then goes into a Chris Colbert fight, gets robbed in a decision there. Fights at this point in time, though, he's with the Jose Benavidez team, right? Jose Benavidez Senior is training him. At this point, though, after that Chris Colbert fight, the first one, he transfers over to the Robert Garcia camp, keeps Jose Benavidez as a manager, as an advisor, but is now training with Robert Garcia. Goes into that next Chris Colbert fights and knocks Chris Colbert clean out, right? Revenge, where people felt like he got robbed already, took it out of the judge's hands, did what a lot of boxing fans love to see their fighters do, took it out the judge's hands and knocked Chris Colbert out. Here is the reintroduction to Jose Valenzuela to the boxing scene, right? But still putting himself in position to be a legitimate challenger for Gervonta Tank Davis's WBA title, being that fight was an eliminator, right? Was a WBA title eliminator. So it put him in position, but most of us kind of understood Gervonta was coming back at this time, dealing with his probation and his court issues. When he came back, we were expecting him to fight. I think the word was in that it was going to be Frank Martin by this time, but regardless, we just kind of knew. I think I kind of knew that
it was between Rayo being the title eliminator and Frank Martin being the higher rank, in the weight division, and right. Everyone was upset that Rayo was lifted to that spot, not thinking that it would have been a good fight. I think it would have been a great fight.
Right. I think they just didn't want the flat. They wanted to see him at this point. They wanted to see him in the whole fighting the slick fighter type of thing. They didn't want to see the flat-footed come forward fighter anymore. Right?
Freaking slick fighter at all. I think Rayo was more slick than Frank Martin at this point, from what I've seen. But go ahead, moving forward.
Right. I think at this point, hindsight might say something different. But I think at that time, Rayo Venezuela was just legitimately a flat-footed Mexican fighter. You know what I'm saying? A puncher. You know what I'm saying? Who's, right up the alley of what Tank likes to fight. And people wanted to see something different. So Tank responded. I felt like Tank responded to the boxing space and said, okay, we're going to stop doing these fights. You guys are saying I'm always choosing these fights. I'm going to bring Frank Martin into it. Let's do it with Frank Martin. This is the black, athletic, slick guy, strong guy. This is the guy you want to see me fight against. You want to see if I'm really the real deal. So I'm going to bring Frank Martin into the conversation. We were okay with that. And what did Rayo was kind of like in limbo for a hot second about what he was going to do, and what was going to be made was going to be a rematch between him and De Los Santos, right, on Tank's card. That's what was going to happen. But in comes a man that we're all familiar with in Turkey Al-Sheikh, right? Who puts together this big card in Los Angeles. And De Los Santos, I hear rumor is he caught an injury. He wasn't going to be able to make that fight on that card. He gets an opportunity of a lifetime to go up in weight and fight against an Isaac Pitbull Cruz for Isaac's 140-pound WBA title that he earned from, stopping Romero, right? So this opportunity comes. We see Rayo Venezuela in this fight, and to all of our surprises, I think we saw a wrinkle in his game that a lot of us didn't know was there, which is ability to box, move, be light on his toes. Really just an IQ that I don't think a lot of people really acknowledged about Rayo Venezuela. And here we have a new version of him, a new and improved Rayo Venezuela, who we already know can punch, but now we know can box, can move around, can take instruction. He has a new trainer in Robert Garcia. He's bought into the process of what Robert Garcia has to offer him. Robert Garcia on a successful run. He is right now the trainer of the year from last year, and looks like he's well on his way to doing it again for another year, putting out great product as far as Bam Rodriguez, as far as Virgil Ortiz, as far as Rayo Venezuela. I mean, he's putting out great product out there right now, and we have this new and improved version of Rayo Venezuela. Well, on March 1st, he defends his title for the first time against somebody who also has a unique story, right? We've got Gary Auntuane Russell, whose last fight was against Alberto Puello. This was also going to be a title eliminator fight. It was going to put him in position, if he won this fight, to either challenge Devin Haney or, by right now, let's be honest, would be the WBC champion, being that Devin Haney has moved out of the weight class and the actual interim WBC title holder has been turned into the full regular title holder. This could have been Gary Auntuane Russell, right? But after a decent little layoff, he hadn't fought in about a little over a year. This man walked into this fight with a 100% knockout ratio, met somebody who would box, who wasn't going to stand there in front of him, who knew how to be fundamentally sound, defensively sound, win rounds, and he lost this fight against Alberto Puello. And Gary Auntuane takes his first loss, gets an opportunity of a lifetime that we see a lot of fighters doing right now, man, right? He coming off of a loss, somehow or another, the PBC has aligned him to get another shot at a title against none other than his truly, Jose Valenzuela going into this fight. Gary Auntuane Russell kind of showed, and Ray spoke to it, and I'm sure he'll speak to it today, as far as him being kind of one-dimensional, being a fighter who only fights one way, and it was just a matter of time before somebody dissected what he does. But coming from a decent amateur background, beating real superstars today, as far as Jerron Boots Ennis is concerned, as far as Richard Hitchinson is concerned, fighters that he fought that he's beaten multiple times who have never beat him. He's shown boxing, the point system fighting. He's shown that he can do that. But this version of him, the professional version of him, being somebody who's going for the knockout, he got exposed a little bit against Alberto Puello. But in an interview recently communicated that, that old Gary is still there. That old Gary is still there. Gary Auntuane Russell, who knows how to box, who knows how to score, who knows how to get hit and not get hit, who knows how to play that game, is still here. And he plans on bringing that Gary Auntuane Russell to the ring, in combination with the Gary Auntuane Russell we've come to learn and love in the professional space as a headhunter, as somebody who's looking to end you.
Looking for the perfect shot, as they say, right?
Right.
And that's holding him down a lot, in my opinion.
Right. So we got two fighters now in the ring who are new guys, right? Two guys who are new guys. So I'll let you, go ahead and build on that, what you think and what you're looking at.
Yeah. What I'm seeing right now is Venezuela has put boxing on his back. He's always been a slick fighter, but he chose to be a knockout. He tried to be an early knockout artist in certain tactics he tried to fight as. Him switching up to using his boxing ability has showed a lot of changes and charismatic differences in his career. I think these last couple of fights, I think he's moving in the right direction. I think he feels free. I think he's looking to change.
No, I mean,
yeah.
I was just saying hi to him.
Salute to ETB, but so Rayo seems to be a different fighter. He's fleet of foot. He's just this and that, and he's watching the fights. Now, I like Gary. I think Gary is a great boxer. I like his amateur career, as you pointed out. But I think we're creatures of habit. I know you started saying this, but I'm starting to live by it. I'm starting to see certain patterns with people. Yes, they can make adjustments to certain things, and when those adjustments don't work because they don't stick to it, they move back to what they're comfortable with, right? They go to the dance. Well, I mean, they lead the dance. Well, what brought them there? And sometimes these things can be failures. I think Gary not utilizing his jab a lot. Hopefully, he does more in this fight to close distance, to keep his measurements up, and things of that nature, and not just swing for the fences. I think he's a timing fighter. I think Gary has shown that he became a timing fighter, where he likes to time his opponents, and he likes to look for the openings and look for, he'll take a little bit lefts and rights just to get in, to get the right shot. Where Rayo is not swinging just to jab you or to punch you. Period. He's not trying to hit you just to keep you back. Rayo's trying to take your head off as well, but he's also looking to measure you up as he does so. So it's very interesting in this fight that how it's going to come about in this fight. So I like where it's going. I like the matchup. I think it's going to be interesting. I'm leaning towards Rayo because I think he's more of a rangier fighter, and I think he's going to keep his distance and win, almost like the Caleb Smith fight. I think when Gary gets in too close and it becomes a mid-range fight, I think Rayo has enough to stand the test of time. He also has to keep his chin down, Rayo, and I think same thing with Russell. Russell also lifts his chin up on when he throws those haymakers. So we'll have to see how this fight pairs out when they're in the mid-range, from there to when they're away in the away from the trenches to the outside. So it's going to be how this fight turns out, how that part turns out into this fight and makes this fight what it is.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that I think an intangible in this conversation is Robert Garcia, right? Unlike what a lot of people say that boxing is not a team sport, I always push back at the idea of that. I think if you really pay attention to how boxing has been coming together, when you look at the relationship between a Don Charles and a Daniel Dubois, or you look at Robert Garcia and Virgil Ortiz or Rayo Valenzuela in this situation, or you look at an Andy Lee and a Joseph Parker, there's many stories of these trainers. Who's Mike Tyson without a Customato, right? Like, the trainers are it's a team effort. And sometimes, the most important part of the team is that kicker, right? Is that intangible, the guy who can put those extra points that just gives you the win, that can separate you. You know what I mean? That your offense is there, the defense is there, but your special teams is just as important, right? They dictate the place where you start the game off on the field. They dictate your ability to score points where offensively you fell short, you're 4 and out. And you know what I'm saying? You're 4 and out, but here comes a kicker who can turn it into a 3-point situation rather than a 0-point situation. And those 3 points, if you win the game by 3 points, when the game is all said and done, you could legitimately say, what would we have been without our kicker, right? Like the intangibles are there and they make the biggest difference sometimes. I think Robert Garcia brings that to the table. I think he brings that intangible. I think his ability to strategize, study film, make strategy for the fighter who's in front of him, and also train a fighter and put him in position to be like a Rayo Valenzuela, who was just seemingly in a one-dimensional fighter at one point in time, bring a whole new wrinkle to his game and show us like, damn, there's more than meets the eye when it comes to this fighter. This guy's able to move around now in a way we didn't see him move around before. He seemed to be uncomfortable with the idea of it when he fought against Isaac Cruz, but Robert Garcia was able to keep his attention and get his confidence and say, buy into what I'm trying to tell you here, El Rayo. Jose, buy into it. I understand you're uneasy with it. You feel like you're running a little bit, right? You feel like you want to engage and throw shots with this dude, but don't. Work with me here, and I'm going to get you to the promised land. Now that Robert Garcia was able to bring him through the Isaac Pitbull Cruz situation, and at the end of it, make him a champion, you got to think that he's going to double down as far as buying into what Robert Garcia has to say. Whatever El Rayo has to do to win this fight, I'm comfortable with saying that I believe he'll do it as long as Robert Garcia tells him to do it. Now, on the Gary Russell side of the conversation, we have an issue with trainers. Rest in peace, their father, Gary Russell Sr., who passed away. Ever since he's passed away, now like the brothers are kind of training each other, right? It's kind of weird. So you got Gary Russell Jr., who's training Gary Auntuane Russell now. And the question is, has this stifled or stopped up the evolution or the development of Gary Auntuane Russell? Has he become one-dimensional and stayed one-dimensional because they lack that leadership over there a little bit as far as the development of Gary Russell is concerned? What's going on in that gym over there? I mean, we don't know, right? One way or the other, we don't know what's happening, but on the back end of a loss to Alberto Puello, everything starts to come into play. Everything starts to come into play. I think the intangible in this fight is going to be Robert Garcia. This is going to be the thing that makes the biggest difference and maybe the biggest reason as to why Gary Auntuane might fall short in this fight, and Jose Valenzuela might be able to capitalize off of not only what he's doing and how much better he's getting as a fighter because of the trainer he has in Robert Garcia, but also in the sense of what Gary Auntuane Russell may not be doing in his gym, which is getting better training and having that leadership that's going to make him the better fighter, right? What do you think about that?
No, I think that listen, man, it's been a hard road, especially when you got three of them, right? That fights Gary, and Gary. So you got Auntuane, Antonio, and Gary Russell the second or third, excuse me. It's hard when you lose a family member that's a key part of your project, man, and especially when you have your brother involved as your head trainer, and you know what I mean, you're working on craft, and you got a boxing family like that. That's great, but when you lose a really key piece, Clay, sometimes it takes a toll. And even though the success may be there and things may be going the right way, you still have a hill to climb, as they say, right? You always have a hill to climb because that piece is not there. So you're trying to plug in that piece, even though you have the brothers and things of that nature. It always plays a part in the back of your mind of what would happen if Dad was here. What would happen if, you know what I mean, I was able to work on this. You know what I mean? I get it. This is my brother. He knows the routine. He knows what we have to do. He's been a champion. I do listen to him as well, but that key component, I think, is a tie down. I think the father's a tie down. And they all respect that, man. They all do. And I respect that whole family for what they provide. But I just think that, like you said, Robert Garcia is just his training methods and his abilities to adapt and study film and create these mismatches for his fighters is just uncanny, bro. Look what happened with Virgil. You know what I mean? I think, bro, I didn't see that coming a mile away. I did not see that. The attack on the body, the patience, the waiting for the motions of our boy Madrimal. And I can see the same thing happening here. I can see the body getting being priced. What do you call it? The body snatchers. I can see this being a key proponent for Rayo to attack the body early on Russell because of Robert Garcia. But it comes down to, what does Gary want in this fight? What does he look to do? Does he want it? Because he talked about changing his style a little bit, right? Bringing more tools out the bag. Because he doesn't use all his tools, he's going to be different. Does that help him or hurt him? That's really where the question is, in my opinion. That's what I take on it.
Yeah. I agree, man. A lot of intangibles on this fight. This is probably going to be one of the more competitive fights on the card, or if not the most competitive fight on the card. I think in many ways this fight saves the card as far as the value of this card. And I mean, you know, that's another conversation as far as the $80 price point for this pay-per-view, coming off of a week, inconveniently enough, for this card, where Riyadh Season just put on an epic, super competitive, great stylistic, like matchmaking card just for the hardcore boxing fan, right? Because I don't think the casual fan really, you know, seen the value in the Riyadh Season card, especially with the time it was being shown. And, you know, the fighters, maybe they don't know the name of a Caleb Smith and a Joshua Boazzi, or they don't care so much about what a Madrimov is doing versus Virgil Ortiz, or, you know, Martin Bakole just, you know, got a little bit of recognition for himself as far as fighting Jared Anderson, Dmitry Bivol and Artur Beterbiev. You know what I mean? The hardcore boxing fan knows how competitive and how much of a high level cerebral chess playing boxing match that is. But the casual fan probably not recognizing a lot of names on that card, so didn't show as much popularity. But when you look at the price point being $25 for that card, and this price point being $80. Lamont Roach and Tank Davis fight just didn't bring the value enough, right, to make it that much. This is one of those fights that adds value to that card. Makes the card that much more interesting. If it was not interesting at all, this might grab your interest. Both these guys, Rayo coming off of his best performance ever, potentially being part of being the fight, part of a fight that maybe stole the show. Some might argue, in August in Los Angeles, might have stolen the show. And now capitalizing on that and bringing in Auntuane Russell, who people might not know as much as they should know, but will be an entertaining fight when looking back at. You know what I mean? Like, he's a great dance partner. This might be the fight to look at, right? It is what it is. So let's see here. Let's move on to the next fight.
I just wanted to say I was reading some of the comments, and I like what Pacino said, and I also like what Just Do rebuttal right after. I think those are very interesting points, and they touch on everything we talked about. I think, in my opinion, I think there is some close comparisons to this fight, man, and the way it goes, for real.
Yeah,
but go ahead. Move back. Just wanted to point that out.
No doubt. Shout out to Just Do Boxing in the building. Said Auntuane Russell's going to have to find a way to show those wrinkles in his game without putting himself at a disadvantage, in my opinion. Yeah, you're right, man. He's going to have to hit, not get hit, but he's still going to have to keep that dog that he has in him. Who he is who he is. And you guys know how I feel as far as the Mike Tyson quote that I always say on here. And it's so relevant in the boxing space, right? Make sure you leave the dance with who brought you to the dance. And what brought Auntuane Russell to this big show is his damn near 100% knockout ratio. The dog in him. You know what I mean? The dog in him. People gotta relax, bro. There's no calling me twice in a row and making me answer, bro. When I throw you to that voicemail, it's a wrap for you, bro. Do what the voicemail tell you to do, bro, or don't call back. Anyway, at the end of the day, he still has to be himself. It's important. It's important part of who he is, and an important part of what he brings to the table that people want to see. But at the same time, he can't allow the fight to get out of his control like he did with Alberto Puello, to where he's trying to force a piece of the puzzle into a spot that piece doesn't fit into. Constantly turning it and squeezing it and turning it and moving it and squeezing it and pushing it. Hey, bro, it don't go there. It's not gonna work. It was meant to go somewhere else. There's another piece. Do you have the other piece? Use that piece, right? And in this case scenario with Gary, he got caught up in doing that with Alberto Puello, just doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down on what he wanted to do, and never conceding to the fact that this guy's not there for you to treat the way you treated other fighters. We need you to go into the arsenal, bring in the other things that you do, and bring it together. So maybe you can set him up, force him into position, so you can take advantage of him the way that you normally do things. Gary's going to show that in this. The good thing about it is he's acknowledged it, right? He's acknowledged that it just wasn't, he just didn't approach the game right. He got carried away. He got lulled into a comfort zone to where he didn't need to go into the tool bag, and he got caught on his heels. You combine that with the long layoff that he had for about a year and change. It was just bad timing for him. I can go into that as well, as far as activity, lack of activity, hurting these fighters, not helping them develop. That was part of the conversation as well. But ultimately, when it's all said and done, if you're trying to be victorious, if you're trying to be a champion, then you have to do something that I also always say on this channel. You have to learn how to adjust. And Gary's going to have to show us that in this fight, right? Can you adjust? What are you going to do against this guy? Rayo Valenzuela has shown us he can adjust. He's shown us he can do it, right? We didn't know. But like I said about Lamont Roach and what he has to do, he has to show us something special. And Rayo, in so many ways, on his fight against Isaac Pitbull Cruz, showed us something special about him. He separated himself from his peers just a little bit to be in a conversation of a potentially special fighter, right? He hasn't earned special fighter for me yet. He has more to do, but he put me in the right direction, right? I was like, wow, this guy has different wrinkles to his game. This is a box being checked. He gets to show us as well on Saturday. He has to show us as well that what we saw wasn't a fluke. That's just really a new guy, a new sheriff in town, at 140 pounds, who's a great fighter for any of the 140-pound champions in the division. He has a hell of a task in front of him tomorrow, Saturday night, with Gary Russell in front of him. But Gary gets a chance to show us as well. Shout out to Just Do putting on that fight.
I know
Support. He said, got to give y'all brothers, y'all Just Do dope build, fellas. Very good dialogue and breakdown. Salute to the real boxing talk and building on boxing. Heavy emphasis on building, man. Salute to my brother, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
I told my son that stop doing that, and I'm doing it.
What?
Throwing signs up in the air about, even though it's peace, you know what I mean? Because that's how we recommend. But I told him stop doing that. So let me practice what I preach, man.
No doubt. Thank you, Just. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, brother. Like that's really meaningful. Yeah, Clay. Listen, that's a great fight. And I like it. And I think the winner gets another title shot. What I mean is they bridge the title, right? They unify. I think the winner gets an opportunity to unify. So it says a lot.
No doubt, man. So moving on to the next fight on the card, man. The guy who beat Gary Russell, right? The guy who took advantage of Gary Russell being kind of one-dimensional. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hold on. We got another super chat in the building, and it is about Gary Auntuane. Shout out to Dragonfly. Helping the channel, graphics you see, everything that I do, you know what I mean? All the different little intangibles and wrinkles you see me bring periodically. It gets financed with these type of donations. They build up and give us opportunities, even with the animated versions of us that you see here and things of that nature, all part of the it's what you guys are helping us do when you guys donate to the channel. So I appreciate it, man. Dragonfly Jones says, in my opinion, this is Gary's real test right here to show he's really who he says he is. 100% Dragonfly. And like I said about him, he got blessed. This is an opportunity that he got that he didn't. Some people might say he didn't deserve, right? Like, I'm just, respectfully, he comes off of a loss and he goes right into a championship fight. We're seeing this happen a lot more often in boxing, right? You've seen Errol Spence come off of a devastating loss from Terrence Crawford and be in a conversation of challenging for a unified title, to hold a unified title at 154 pounds, right? You see these guys getting these opportunities. You saw Sebastian Fundora jump into his title shot coming off a loss and getting clipped by Brian Mendoza. So these things are happening today, but you should, be ready for them. Be ready to capitalize on these opportunities.
Right. I was gonna say Zoo did the same thing.
Right.
The shot. So, but I got you. I don't want to drag on that.
Right. So
it's been happening.
Right. So at the end of the day, this is a big opportunity for Gary, and I agree with you, Dragonfly. This is his real test right here, man. This is that opportunity, man. This is what's meant to be, what's for me, what God has for me. No man can get in front of it happening. And if Gary is able to bring this full circle into becoming a WBA champion, then he kind of brings, some context to that whole saying right there, because, man, even through a loss, it couldn't stop him from getting to his championship. It just must have been meant to be for him, right? At least that's what the powers that be think.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? It is what it is.
Can we also say that, Pueblo was the champion, man. He was, if it wasn't for steroids, he was the
WBA champion. Exactly, right.
WBC, he was still been a WBC champion.
No, I'm saying he would have been a WBA champion because he was supposed to fight Rolly Romero, and he got caught up on the PD thing. Right?
Was he WBA?
That's how Rolly Romero became a WBA champion.
Yes, you're correct.
Barroso,
yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. You're right. And that would have been, so the guy's still undefeated. He hasn't lost a fight. He seems to have a certain way about his style. Weirdly enough, it's like an awkward Tito Trinidad style,
right?
If you want to say, and I do mean awkward, but I think but I think Pueblo is definitely somebody to talk about. His opponent, Sandor Martin, right? Rightfully so, hasn't fought since Tio, has he?
No, he's had a fight in between there. Sandor Martin fought. I'll tell you right now. He knocked the guy out, as a matter of fact.
Oh yes, he did. You're right. You're right. He actually had 2 fights, which is crazy because I didn't even hear about the second one. But he still hasn't fought since 2023. That was my whole point. He hasn't fought since 2023, so he had a long layoff, looking for this title shot, right? Trying to get into this title contention shot. He was another one that came off. Yeah, there's another one that came off a loss and was supposed to get. Remember, he got pushed back twice and supposed to get a title shot. He's supposed to get Regis after he lost to Teo. And that never came into fruition. So he got pushed back there. Then he got pushed back against Devin Haney for that fight with Regis. And then he moved forward to Puello because he was supposed to fight Devin on this card. Obviously, that never happened. So this is going to be interesting because I think the skill set of Sandor Martin is very interesting. The crazy thing is they're both southpaws, Clay. They're both southpaws. It's going to be some weird fireworks and things. And give me 1 second. My son's coming in. Hold on.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, man. Interesting fight. Both these guys are boxers, southpaws, like he said, which takes away that leverage of being a southpaw. It makes it back to an even fight. And of course, Sandor Martin, coming off of that loss against Teofimo Lopez that most people didn't think he lost, right? And then following up after those losses, his next 2 fights, knockouts, right? So he stepped up his game. And just like Ray said, in line to fight a Devin Haney, but never brought. What does Sandor Martin do? He does not bring. He's a high risk, low reward fighter, right? He doesn't bring the value, the money, the prize fighting part of the conversation kind of gets hurt with Sandor Martin, but the skill set is there. And he competed at the highest level with a Teofimo Lopez and was able to sit him on his pockets and have people believing that he won that fight. And here, an Alberto Puello, who's a great boxer in his own right, fundamentally super sound. We saw what he did against a Auntuane Russell, who in his own right is one of the most dangerous fighters at 140 pounds that most people, once again, high risk, low reward fighters that people don't want to fight. So both these guys have come off some pretty good performances, and they both kind of like got the momentum moving in the right direction. This fight right here, an opportunity for Sandor Martin that he probably should have had a long time ago, maybe even should have been a champion already on the back end of defeating a Teofimo Lopez. And of course, Alberto Puello, who gets to kind of like prove that what happened between him and Auntuane Russell wasn't a fluke, right? Like it wasn't a lucky night it wasn't about Auntuane being off on this night. It was about, no, I'm actually that guy. I'm actually nice like that. And I'm actually a way difficult fighter to beat. And I'm the current WBC champion, and he gets to earn it by doing his first title defense on this weekend.
Yep. Absolutely. Agreed. 1,000%. It's going to be an interesting fight, bro.
Now, what do you think is going to be the biggest intangible between these guys in this fight? Like, what do you think the biggest intangible is going to be?
What I noticed is with the Russell fight, I watched this is a guy's name, Puello, right? Calderon, that's his full last name. Take a shot, take steps backwards, keeping his distance, using his range, you know what I mean, to punch on Russell and connect and get and build the points. I think he has a different fighter in front of him. I think Sandor Martin is definitely a person that's going to sit there. He's going to do the opposite. He's not going to come forward. He's going to sit and counter. He's a counter puncher. I mean, they're both counter punchers, but somebody has to take the lead here. And I don't think Sandor is afraid to take the lead. I think he'll pick his moments to take the lead, as opposed to Puello being more aggressive, show a more aggressive side and taking the lead. I think Sandor Martin actually walks away the new WBC champion.
Yeah, it's possible, and I agree with you. I think that is a big intangible. I think they're both counter punchers, and they don't like to take the lead. I think the guy who takes the lead is going to set the pace of this fight. But I think it can work the opposite way, right? Like you're saying, like if Alberto Puello decides to take the lead, then he kind of sets himself up to put Sandor Martin where he's most comfortable at being the counter puncher. And in reverse, the same thing with Sandor Martin. So in a way, it's like one of them. I think what we're going to see is both of them trying to force each other into somewhat taking the lead, and whoever bites on that apple first, or whoever takes that bait and becomes the leader, becomes the offensive guy, and becomes the guy who kind of gets moved out of his element, moved out of his comfort zone, and that within itself could be a sign of victory in a fight like this. I think with Alberto Puello, it might be him. And I think you're right. Sandor Martin could walk away with this win, because I think Alberto Puello, if I was if I was to put my money on it, I think Alberto Puello has an offensive fighter inside of him that is begging to come out. Right?
Yep.
He has this side of him
you can see it.
that
You can see it.
he just needs the right motivation in the right kind of dance partner to do it. And I think Sandor Martin kind of checks those boxes because Sandor Martin isn't out here knocking everybody out. But listen, at the same, and I'm just speaking on off the strength of threat, right? Like, who would you be more comfortable being offensive with? Well, with somebody who you're not expecting to clip you. But at the same time, Sandor Martin coming off of his last 2 victories by knockout, 4th and 6th round stoppages, 8-round fights. This will be Sandor Martin's 2nd or 3rd 12-round fight. Most of his fights have been 10-round fights. This is a different area for Sandor Martin. Alberto Puello, for whatever it's worth on his side, has been in plenty of 12-round fights. So this is more his realm as well. So there's, give and take. Alberto Puello brings in some experience on a professional type of space, even though Sandor Martin comes in this fight with 42 professional fights, right? 42 professional fights, 15 knockouts. Alberto Puello comes in with 23 or 22, 23 professional fights and 10 knockouts. Give and take, right? There's like the fights of Alberto Puello experience-wise, kind of, he's been here. He was getting ready to fight for a championship against Rolly Romero, and I think for all intents and purposes was probably going to win that fight, right? And then he fights, Gary Auntuane Russell, one of the boogeymans in the 140-pound division, right next to a name like, let's say, a Sabril Matias, right? Gary was just a dangerous fighter, 100% knockout ratio. Like, you don't want to get in the ring with this guy unless there's something to really gain as far as reward, whether it be money or whether it be a belt. You don't want to just be fighting this dude, right? So they both bring these intangibles. I agree with you. I think the biggest intangible in this fight is going to be who can force the other fighter to get out of his comfort zone. Both of these guys are counter punchers. It's going to be interesting to see the chess game that's going to be probably getting played within the first 3 to 5 rounds is probably what we're going to see. I think it's very possible that this fight can end up being boring. I'm going to let you guys know right now. But if you're looking for a cerebral fight, a chess player type of fight where you're watching the sweet science unfold, this fight might check those boxes, right? Won't check the boxes as far as action-packed, knocking dudes out and, wild out. But then again, maybe it can go there too. Both these guys got something to prove. They might throw all, they might throw everything to the side and be like, you know what, let's just fight the dog ish out of each other in this fight, bro, and make a statement. Maybe they want to be superstars. Maybe Sandor Martin feels some kind of way about, being called a fighter who's not exciting to watch. He's knocked out his last 2 opponents. Maybe he feels a need to press the pace on here and show that he can be an exciting fighter. Maybe Alberto Puello feels the same way. We never know, right? But I would say on paper, watching these guys on how they fought in the past, I would look this to be a cerebral chess match. Who wins? I'm going to tell you, the guy who fights his fight wins. That makes a big difference. Who fights his fight? The counterpuncher versus the counterpuncher. When we watched Terrence Crawford fight against Israel Madrimov, we watched kind of an idea of what a counterpuncher versus a counterpuncher looks like, right? And at points, and what did they say? It was lackluster. They felt like Terrence, But Terrence was smart. He didn't care about what the crowd thought. He cared more about the victory and understood, like, nah, bro, I'm not just going to feed into this. He became offensive. Terrence is never not going to be offensive, but he didn't allow himself to be baited into a fight he didn't want to do. These guys are going to have to show discipline. They're going to have to show the ability to commit to their game plan. That can translate into a boring fight, unfortunately. But the guy who answers the boos, who answers the awkward quietness in the building, who answer the pushback of being a boring fighter by becoming an exciting fighter and becoming offensive and being crowd pleasing, will probably be the guy who loses in this fight.
It's so funny that this is not as big as a fight, but this fight has a lot of De La Hoya, Tito Trinidad vibes written all over it, bro.
Okay. All right.
I'm just looking at the contrast of fighters. It's the counter punching, the ability who's going to read a ring general. Who's going to take the lead? Like, all that stuff playing a part. It just seems like there's some weird connection. I don't know what it is, Clay. I just got that vibe out of nowhere. I was like, yo, this actually, this, we're going to see.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Yeah, definitely, man. Listen, if you're like I said, if you're a boxing fan and you like to watch that sweet science, you understand the setup. You like if you're into like I'm that kind of boxer. I ain't gonna lie to you. Fights like this, I'll watch and be interested in. I don't want to be put to sleep by both these guys not doing anything, but I do understand the challenge that's in front of these guys and what they bring to the table. I know how to watch a fight like this and be entertained. You know what I mean? You got to watch a fight like this the right way. You got to go into it. You know what I'm saying? Watching it the right way. If you go into it thinking about you're looking for somebody to get knocked out, you might be disappointed. I ain't gonna lie to you. But if you go into it knowing what these guys bring to the table, it could be an interesting fight, not exciting. You know what I mean? Yeah, Roscoe said the fight will be boring. It could. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think the fight has a good chance of being boring, man. I'm gonna be real with you. But look, it's my job to sell it to you, give it to you. I'm trying to give it to you guys in the most interesting way I can give it to you, so you can, if you're going to try to find interest in it, you know where the interest is at. Does that make sense? If you're trying to find interest in the fight, I'm trying to show you where the fight will be interesting. You know what I mean? Everything boxing sells. Alberto's not a boring fighter at all, though. I agree with you. I don't think he's a boring fighter.
No, it's not.
I think style fights, and I think bringing these two guys in the ring together can turn into a boring fight. Because Puello's not a stupid fighter. He's not into taking risk like that. And he will have to be, he can't, if he plays a counter puncher in this fight, it's going to be a boring fight because Sandor Martin is
going to be the counter puncher. I think he has more resistance to, he has more resistance to taking the lead. I think he's I'm going to call him the matador in this case, right? I think Sandor Martin is going to pose a threat where he puts him on the back foot for a second and then slips back with you know what I mean? It's a mind game, right? I'm gonna move forward. It's like gravity, right? I jump, I come back down. So he's gonna move forward to force Puello to come to come forward. As he starts jabbing and trying to come forward, he's going to take those steps back, Clay. And I think when he takes those steps backwards, it's going to make Puello engage in forward motion and not even realizing he's doing it. Where Sandor Martin's going to sit there and counter Puello at that point. Now, again, this is just my thoughts. This is not, you know what I mean? This is not something that's realistic that we know that's going to happen for sure. But this is how I see the fight playing out. I see him setting traps for Puello. I think Sandor Martin's the more experienced, the more what do you call it? The more experienced and the more technical fighter in this point. And I'm using the word technical as a counterpuncher as opposed to a boxer with a counterpuncher, right? I think Sandor Martin is going to set traps, and that's just my opinion. I just got Sandor Martin winning this fight. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think this is a 50-50 fight, first of all. Yes. So either one of these guys can win this fight, right? Alberto Puello has an opportunity in front of him with Sandor Martin to be a more exciting fighter. He can be more offensive. He's not as much of, he's not in the threat of being stopped as much as what, like him fighting a Gary Auntuane, right? He could take chances in this fight and he can make this fight an exciting fight. But in the midst of doing that, he does give Sandor Martin's best opportunity to win this fight, which is being able to counter off of an offensive fighter. This is a risk he's going to have to balance and kind of deal with it on a situation by situation scenario, because Alberto Puello can offensively win against Sandor Martin. He can do it. But as far as pressing this fight and making this fight a fight, I think that's going to be on Alberto Puello's shoulders. Even though he's the champion, he's also trying to make a statement in the division that he's a champion and to be great boxing to watch. Coming from the Dominican Republic, this is an opportunity for him to be an exciting fighter and showcase that and show, like, okay, when I'm in the ring with a Subriel Matias or a Gary Auntuane Russell or any of the punchers in my division, I'm going to be safe. I'm going to make winning the fight the most important thing. But when I get in front of these kind of fighters like Sandor Martin, who don't pose as much as a knockout threat, will I step up and become offensive and make the fight somewhat exciting? Doing that with a Sandor Martin is, you can do it, but if you don't do it efficiently, Sandor Martin's going to score a lot and ultimately can walk you into something and clip you because you've seen what he did. Why'd you put that up there? And you seen
just for ETB, man. I ain't betting $100, man.
You know what I'm saying? He gets an opportunity to do that, but if he doesn't do it efficiently, Sandor Martin can win this fight off of just counter punching and successfully scoring, and he can knock him out. He showed you in his last 2 fights that he can knock out an overzealous opponent, right? Stylistically, he can do it. So, you know, it's up in the air. It's up in the air. It can be one way or the other. I can see Alberto Puello winning this fight. I can see Sandor Martin winning this fight. I don't know if I have Sandor Martin winning it. This is a fight where I'm not going to make a decision yet as to who I think wins it. I'll probably go with Puello, to be honest with you. If you're going to force me to make a decision on who I think wins the fight, I think it's going to be Puello. But I think it's going to be cerebral, to say the least, especially coming from Puello's side, because he's going to have to balance out the offense with the actual hit and not be hit still being there, if that makes any sense. It is what it is.
Yeah. 100%.
You know what I mean? But going into the next fight here, Alberto Puello against Alberto Puello there against Sandor Martin. Let's see what ends up happening for these guys.
Right.
Going to the next fight right here, man. This is a fight that I'm actually interested in. I'm interested in this fighter. Yoenis Telles. He heads into his first 12-rounder here. He's 9-0. Decent amount of knockouts. I think he has a pretty high knockout ratio.
Yeah, it's pretty decent.
Let me see here. Yoenis Telles.
He's 7. He's like, it's like 80%, 82%.
Yeah, you're all right. So he's 9 wins, 7 knockouts. This kid has been kind of doing well. If you guys saw him fight on that the last big fight he was on, I think was on that Tim Tszyu card. I think the one that where Tim Tszyu got pieced up by Bakram. He was actually one of the best fights on the card. Comes from that Cuban background. You know that pedigree that he brings to the ring, but he's a puncher, right? An orthodox puncher. Pretty good reach. 74-inch arm reach for a guy who's 5'10". I think that's decent. You know what I'm saying? I think Alberto Puello is like 72 arm reach or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So you know, this guy has a decent arm reach, a good puncher, fighting against an ex-veteran in the game, kind of on 1 foot out the door in Julian Williams. You guys remember Julian Williams becoming a champion, beating Jarrett Hurd in that big fight that they had back in the day, became like a unified champion, and then, you know, went ahead and lost, unfortunately, to a Jason Rosario who clipped him, right? Caught him, got him out the way.
Right?
Downhill, never been quite the same since then. When was the last time Julian Williams fought? Let me see here. His last fight was January of 2024.
Oh, okay. I thought he fought, what's the name in between it? It's the guy that got that just fought Adames.
No, he fought Carlos Adames back in June of 2023, and he got knocked out by Adames. Yeah, he got knocked out by Carlos Adames. You know, 9th round knockout. But against Gustavo David Vittori, he knocked him out in the 2nd round of an 8-round fight. I mean, Gustavo David Vittori, 29 wins, 15 losses. I don't know how many knockouts this guy had. I'm just saying, not that big of a 11. He got knocked out 11 times, man. You know, one knockout less than just not that impressive of a fighter, kind of there to be knocked out. But regardless, coming off of a victory, coming off of a good performance against Gustavo David Vittori, but hasn't fought in a little bit over a year. This fight, without a doubt, is a name on my resume fight, I think, for Yoenis, to be like, okay, I went ahead and beat Julian Williams. I want to get in the conversations of becoming a contender, challenging. What weight class does he fight? I think he fights 154, right? I think he's a 154 fighter.
Yeah, junior middleweight.
Right. So he's trying to get his name in that conversation. This is a great fight for him to kind of do that. I think it's a great step up, being that this is his first 12-rounder in his whole career. This is his first 12-rounder. He's stepping up in status, I think, with this fight. With the right victory, he upgrades his status as a contender, right, with 9 wins. We see a lot of fighters being fast-tracked as of late. You look at the new WBO champion in the lightweight division, and Keyshawn Davis being fast-tracked into a championship. You look at Vasily Lomachenko. David Morrell could have been in the same conversation if he would have defeated a David Benavidez. You know, when the talent is there, they fast-track these guys. And the Cuban fighters are kind of notorious for it, right? The Cuban background fighters get fast-tracked a lot. You look at Andy Cruz right now. He's like 4 or 5 fights into his career, and they want to see him in there with Keyshawn. They want to see him in there with Shakur. They want to see him in there with all the biggest names in the sport. Any background or intangibles that you understand about Yoenis that he brings to the table that makes this an interesting fight?
Not really. Just that. I mean, I watched his last fight. Just was a good. He's just a solid puncher. You know what I mean? Like everything is like he got bricks. You know what I mean? He likes to throw the brick in. He doesn't seem to be. He's patient, but you know what I mean. He can get a little lost in the sauce a little bit if he fights the wrong person. It's very easy for him to do, but he seems to be okay. You know what I mean? He's young in the game. I don't see nothing crazy.
I know I saw that last performance he did against Johan Gonzalez. That was a great fight. I think Johan was a real game opponent. High knockout ratio. He was like 35 wins, 34 knockouts. Like this dude was like a real puncher. You know what I mean? He had 3 losses on his record. Yoenis was able to really like dissect and break this guy apart, right? And end up knocking this guy out, you know what I'm saying, in the 7th round. Really just took advantage of a very offensive fighter, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Really took advantage of a very offensive fighter, fought on his back foot, but at the same time was catching punches, sitting on his punches, wasn't like, you know, he wasn't allowing himself to be tricked out of range, right? A good body campaign, took advantage of a fighter who's trying to be offensive and responded with good offense on a counter punch level, right? He used his ability to counter punch, not move. Kind of like, I'll tell you what, he kind of did what I think you'd want to see Lamont Roach do against a Tank Davis, but I don't think Lamont has the power that translate to make that approach effective, right? Like you'll see Lamont Roach do this. You'll see Lamont Roach sit inside the paint with Tank at times, catch punches off his shoulder and off his glove, hit him on some good counter punching, but won't translate into anything that hurts Tank, which is going to do the complete opposite, which is going to give Tank more confidence of staying in there. And now Tank is going to start counter punching and risking more getting punched. It's probably going to knock him out off the back end of it. Whereas Yoenis was able to do that in that fight. He was able to do that, but his shots was hurting Johan Gonzalez, right? Like when he counter punched, it actually hurt him. And it actually ended up clipping him. And, you know, Johan legitimately just ended up, you know what I'm saying, falling to his own arrogance and who he was, saying like, listen, bro, I'm going to be the harder puncher in this fight. I got the bigger knockout ratio. I got the most experience. I'm 35 wins and 34 of my wins came by knockout. You're not going to trick me into becoming somebody who's going backwards. And, you know, round by round by round, Yoenis was able to convince him more and more that, no, when it comes to these trading wars, I'm the young guy. I'm the up and comer. I'm really a whole issue out here. And fine, stand there. Fine, trade with me. Fine, do what you do, and let's see what happens. And you know, Johan Gonzalez fell short that night and just really got clipped, knocked down multiple times in the fight. Multiple times got knocked down in this fight. And I think Telles kind of showed like I'm one of the most exciting fighters that you guys are unaware of in the division. I'll be honest with you. I would love to see him in a lot of great fights at 154. I think he's a high risk, low reward fighter right now. So it's going to be hard for him to get those big fights. But at the same time, with a machine behind him, the right promotion behind him, if they put a decent little budget behind him, you know, this is a potential future champion at 154, in my opinion.
Right. And this, it says a lot, man. Mm-hmm. It says a lot. And I like what Z Pacino said, man. Look at the 2 coaches involved.
Who are the 2 coaches? That's interesting. Who's the 2 coaches?
You said it was Breadman and
who's Breadman training? He's training
this was training Ronnie Shields. This was training Earl Spence apparently, right? Breadman.
Wait. Just slow down for a second. Who's coaching who?
Breadman, he's training
Julian?
Julian Williams.
Yeah, that's a Philadelphia fighter. And then who's training Yoenis?
Ronnie Shields.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, honestly, when you look at the way that Yoenis fights, that's very Ronnie Shields energy. Like that makes complete sense, to be honest with you. And yeah, you said Ronnie Shields is training Earl?
No, Breadman's training Earl. Apparently, that's what they say. Breadman and Earl.
You know what's hilarious? Yoenis looks like a little bit of an Errol Spence in the ring when he fights. He has Errol Spence energy, you know what I'm saying? That's why I thought that Ronnie Shields would have been a great trainer for Errol, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
If you watch his fight, this fight that he was in, his last fight against Johan, which was probably a fight that kind of probably was the fight on the card outside of Bakram doing what he did to Tim Tszyu. I would have to say that Yoenis Telles versus Johan Gonzalez was probably the fight of the night. But if you watch the way Yoenis fights, it's very, very Errol Spence energy. You know what I'm saying? You put it on, I think you'll see it like immediately, like, oh, this dude got a lot of Errol Spence energy. Like he really does, you know what I mean? That high guard, that counter puncher, coming back with so much power, the body attack. You know what I'm saying? Hold on a second. Everything Bob said, nah, Bradman not training Errol. He said he just worked with EJ while he was out in Philly. Exactly.
Okay. No, that's fine.
I don't think that Bradman would have been a good trainer for Errol.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. I just said it was rumored. You know what I mean? Just to put it out there.
Yeah, I think Bradman is the right fit for Errol. I think Bradman's a great trainer, great trainer. But I think you got to have some kind of boxing, a certain boxing IQ and a certain ability that he likes to take advantage of. You know, like I think Caleb Plant and Bradman is a great combination, right? I think those guys are like a really good combination and probably do a lot of great things together going to their career. But I don't know if Errol would benefit off of Bradman. If Bradman would have had Errol ever since he was younger, yeah, but just, you know, I don't know how Bradman translates with Derrick James' product. You know what I'm trying to say? Like he'd really have to change a lot that might make Errol uncomfortable, and Errol doesn't look like he wants to be uncomfortable today. He looks like he wants to be kind of who he is. He doesn't want to cut weight a lot. He doesn't want to deal with taking short money. It seems like a different fighter than the guy who was there before Terrence. Honestly, you kind of saw him on his way out after that accident. Just, you know, he looked good in those fights he had with Danny and Yordenis Ugas, but ultimately, you know what I'm saying, you know, it looked like it just became more difficult for him to be him, and he looked like he just was, you know, kind of.
That's what I said. Everything boxing. I said Robert Garcia. I remember me. Actually, I think Clay said it too.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Robert Garcia.
That was the first guy I said was Robert Garcia. Yeah.
I think that'd be the best combination, especially, man, they right there. I mean, we have to travel, right, to get to Robert Garcia, but shit, they're still in Texas. Right there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I think that'd be a great combination.
No doubt. He'd be a great choice. He'd be a great choice, man. So what about Julian Williams, man? What intangibles does he need to bring back to the surface and make this an issue with Yoenis Telles? Yoenis likes the aggressive boxers. He likes the guys who are going to stay there. So,
patience.
Yeah.
Literally one word. I was going to say patience. Patience and capitalize when you can.
Right.
Bro, you asked me and I was about to say it, and you started. I said, you know what? Well, might as well spit it out now. Pause. But yeah,
spit it out, man.
I said patience, man. Just one word, patience. He needs to have patience, and he needs to capitalize on his opportunity. That's it.
Let me ask you a question. Who was Julian Williams in Julian Williams' best day? Like when he was himself, when he was a champion, when he was the best version of himself, fighter wise, stylistically wise, who was this guy? Was he the puncher? Was he a boxer? Was he a boxer puncher? Was he a defensive guy? What was he? Well, how would you describe him? You know what I'm trying to say? You know what I'm trying to say? Like,
I got you. He was
best years.
I'm gonna say Earl Spence, man. Not even no. More rugged, like more in your face, more toe to toe. Good boxer, good defense. Wow.
I'm going to be real with you.
I can't even say Hagler. I'm trying to figure somebody that really had the skill set that would do that. And I can't say Hearns because he's not light. He wasn't like he's not fleet of foot. So, wow, Clay. I don't know, man. It's hard. There's so many boxes I can fit into that, but there's certain things that he's missing to be that, basically. So it's hard. That's a hard one.
Julian Williams, to me, was a Philadelphia fighter.
That's what I was going to say, but I thought you said who.
Well, I mean, I'm saying stylistically who he was. If you would describe him stylistically, the best version of him was that Philadelphia style of boxing, the Jerron Boots Ennis's, Stephen
Yeah.
Fulton's, the Tevin Farmers. Like when you think about these fighters in Philadelphia, they all have like a style about them that they bring to the table. Julian Williams over the years has kind of been exposed as somebody whose punch resistance has gone down, in my opinion.
Mhm.
His ability to get hit, he gets clipped a lot, he gets stopped, he gets hurt. You know what I'm saying? Things happen to him. You know what I'm saying? So it seems like the punch resistance kind of went away, but he took this a little over a year off hiatus from the sport where he was working in the gym probably and getting himself together, and probably was weighing out retirement or staying in the sport, right? Like, what am I really going to do if I'm really going to chase down some legacy and you know, become a champion again one day? Am I going to make money? Am I going to be a prize fighter? Do I want to make the biggest fights, or do I want to just retire? Have I lost my whole entire, you know, hunger for the game? And I think that's going to come into question in this fight against Yoenis. Yoenis is going to probably retire this guy that night. Like, this fight's going to be a defining night for him. It's either he's going to have a great performance and move on, or he's going to be retired. And you know, listen, I was wrong about Caleb. You know what I mean? But you know how I feel about the guys with the 1 foot out the door, right? I don't like that look. I think that's a dangerous place for a boxer to be in, to have a foot out the door. And Julian Williams, for all argumentative purposes, may have a foot out the door, right? And if he does have a foot out the door, how do you when he beat her? Exactly, Ross Scott. Exactly. If you have a foot out the door and you're ready to go, but you know, like I said, when the elephants die, when they getting
go ahead.
Do your thing, man. When the elephants are ready to die, they know it, and they go to the graveyard, right? They make their way to the dying spot, right, where they're gonna relax, kind of like a hospice, and they kind of give in, and they allow themselves to kind of get put to sleep, right? Or, you know, to go to sleep and be gone to the next, wherever the next shadow realm, wherever the next spot is, they go there. He may be looking for that. How does he perform? Does he go out on his shield and just say F it and go for it and become offensive and be that Philly fighter and go out, you know what I mean, on the tip of his sword, pause? You know what I'm saying? Does he go out that way, or does he go out in a boring fight where he's being very reserved and he's making it difficult for the young up-and-coming Yoenis Telles to make Yoenis Telles have to dissect, take chances, be offensive, not just be a counterpuncher, and see if he can get this young guy out of there based off of this young guy's lack of experience. We got to see March 1st, right? I think this is going to be a great fight on this card, man. I think Yoenis Telles gets an opportunity to really show and prove that there's the wrinkles part to his game, that he has these different wrinkles to his game. Julian Williams has the power to make this fight must-see boxing, or to make it a very boring fight. I think if he wants to be really victorious and he really wants to win this fight, as boring as he can make this fight, he's going to have to try to make it boring. He's going to have to make it a boring fight on the back end of a victory. But what does he have to gain on the back end of a victory on this fight? Does he, I mean, it's, you know, what does he have to gain? Does he make his resurgence back at 154 by, you know, just getting a victory over this prospect turning into a contender? I don't know. What does he get out of it, right? The 154-pound weight class division is a hornet's nest, guys. He doesn't need to be walking down no dark alleys in this division, right? This is a dangerous division. If he's really going to try to prove something to himself and show that he's must-see boxing for the division, he's going to have to make this an exciting fight. He's going to have to join the party and beat Yoenis Telles, beat him at his best. He has to beat himself. But I'm be honest with you guys, who Julian Williams was in his best years is not a good look in front of this young Yoenis Telles, because at the end of the day, Yoenis is the stronger puncher. He's a more explosive fighter. He's the youngest guy. He has the strongest beard. Julian's beard seems to be cracked a little bit. You know, he's been clipped and hurt many a times. He's past his prime, like somebody said in this fight. I don't know, man. I mean, I think I do know, right? Clearly, Yoenis Telles has to be going into this fight as a favorite. I haven't looked on the Vegas on the odds, but he has to be the favorite in this fight for good reason. But this could be a great fight, a great fight for Yoenis Telles to be part of, to put on his resume. And these guys could legitimately steal the show. It's very possible that these guys can steal the show. So I'm definitely leaning towards Yoenis Telles's for the victory in this fight. Probably by stoppage. We'll say what it is. Salute to Fight Sports Talk. I'm gonna drop the link shortly. Fight Sports Talk. Let me just go through some of the topics here, just a little bit more of these topics. We went through this, that, and the other. All right. So also I wanted to talk about another, one of the biggest aspects of this fight card this weekend, as far as Gervonta Tank Davis and Lamont Roach is concerned. I don't think a lot of people are really excited about this fight. I think for good reason. But I think that the bigger conversation is the call out, right? The decision that Gervonta Tank Davis has told us and communicated to the space that he wants to communicate is who he's fighting next. The options that are on the table are clear as day for me as a boxing fan. Who do I want to see him fight next? I want to see him either fight Keyshawn. Excuse me. I want to see him fight either Keyshawn or fight Shakur Stevenson. That's me. Right? Not hard with me. I'm not a complicated puzzle. It's not a Rubik's Cube situation for me. It's Keyshawn or Shakur. But is it as simple for Gervonta Tank Davis? You would like to believe yes, but the reality is nothing's ever been simple with Gervonta Tank Davis, except for the fact that he's guaranteed to make it difficult. You know what I'm saying? That's a simple thing about Tank, is he'll make it difficult if it doesn't go his way. If he clearly doesn't view the landscape of boxing and the competitive, the competitive nature of the sport, like what the fans want. He doesn't see it the same as the boxing fans in the space. Or if he sees it, I don't know. He doesn't feel like it's as important to him as it is to us, right? It is what it is. Salute to Rick Timms in the building. Dub CS in the building, man. Shout out to you guys in the building, man. So the choice is gonna have to be what Tank wants the choice to be. And that's just the reality of it. What Tank wants is what it's gonna be. Who's the call out gonna be against? Does he feel the pressure from the boxing space to shut everybody up, to shut me up, to shut people up who have been pushing him to make the biggest fights? Or does he not care and doesn't care what we think? And does he call out, Raymond Ford? You know what I'm saying? Does he pull up Ray Ford, for 135, or pull up a Shaqy Foster? You know what I mean? Does he go down to 130, make an announcement that he's going to cut the weight, go down to 130, and invite Inoue up to a super fight at 130? Which I hear some of his fans saying. What does he do, right? What does he do? Maybe a Kid Austin, like you said, Flyer. Maybe he's ranked number 2 in the WBA rankings. He was at number 1 at one point or another. Does he fight Schofield Jr.? I don't know. You don't know with Tank, right? Whatever it is, though, one thing I've learned about Tank Davis is that he's going to do what he wants, and I no longer hang my hat on, perplexing my mind with trying to get into the mind or of the Gervonta Tank Davis experience, right? It's his call. He's going to do it based on the fight being exciting. I believe that. He wants to be in there with a puncher, somebody who's going to fight him back, somebody who's not going to run around the ring, as he stated and his coaches stated. I think Keyshawn Davis checks those boxes. He is a real threat, I think. I think Keyshawn Davis is a legitimate threat to Tank Davis. I think he would go down as Tank Davis's biggest threat he's ever fought against. You don't have to agree with me. I'm sure a lot of people in here would push back at that, but I think Keyshawn would be the biggest threat for Tank. It's going to be interesting. I think that also brings value to the card. I think, like I told you guys earlier, Auntuane Russell, Jose Valenzuela bring value to the card because of, the kind of fighters that they are and the competitive nature of that fight being close to a 50-50. I think Tank's call out brings another value to the card. Do all these things add up to $80? Probably not. You know what I'm saying? But if you're trying to find value in the card, one of the things that you're going to bring to it is going to be this call out, right? I'm going to open the panel up in a minute. We'll talk about all these topics. I'm interested in what you guys think about it. I also wanted to talk a little bit about Terrence Crawford confronting Teofimo over the past weekend in Riyadh season. Didn't get a chance to talk about it yesterday because we kind of jumped into another conversation, opened the panel up, and the panel became interesting. But did you see that confrontation between Teofimo? That well, not confrontation, but basically Terrence Crawford getting Teofimo to kind of like break bread.
G checking. And let me G checking. This is not the first time Teo's been G checked in front of the camera, bro.
Right.
And it's funny because I think when Keyshawn went to G check him, he was more like playing games with Keyshawn. You know what I mean? And you can see it. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. And did I do that? I ain't mean to do that. That's not what I said. They twisted my words. You know what I mean? Like playing those semantics. Then with Crawford, he knew something was different, right? He knew it was about that time. Yo, what's up with all that talk, bro?
Right.
You know what I mean? Same thing when and it's funny, right? Same thing when the first time I seen him get G checked was on the zone when Devin asked him for the fight, straight up to his face, like, yo, let's make it happen. Oh yeah, we can make it happen, brother. Like, yeah. Because he was talking that trash right in front of the camera. Devin walked right up on him. And so he's been G checked multiple times by multiple fighters. And it just shows you that, you know what I mean, the dude doesn't have the fighting spirit that he thought he has. He likes to play games. He likes to bring attention to himself, and it's for the wrong reasons. To say you're doing it for promotion, like that's what it is.
Right.
So I'm going to be this way because of promotion. Then later release, well, you know the really reason why I like this is because my ex-wife left me for it. Like, bro, which one is it? Why are you making all these different excuses for why you act the way you act? Now, you act the way you act because that's the way you were raised. You know, forget about where you came from. It's the way you were raised. Because when you were outside playing with the homies, it was all good. It was my boys. It was my ninjas. You know what I mean? It was my homies. But as soon as I went inside, you had somebody telling you, stay away from the little negrito. No moreno aquí. Pero, you know what I mean? Whatever the case may be, I'm not going to go into that. But there was a lot of that going on in the household when the doors was closed. So that's where that came from, Clay. That's where it stemmed from. It starts from there. And it just so happens that as it moved forward, he started seeing things in his life that just kind of pushed the narrative of what he was taught as a kid. So regardless of all the fun times he had, the negative ones are the ones that pushed him away. And that's exactly what it is with this guy. And I'm glad Bud checked him.
Right. Yeah, man, listen, man. I'm the type of guy who's able to see things on multiple levels, right? I can be the devil advocate. I can be the advocate of what's right. You know, I mean, righteousness. I can, you know, try on the shoes of somebody who's out of pocket and kind of try to relate and understand with, you know, a little bit of what psychologically wise, what drives somebody to move the way they do, right? I credit myself a little bit on that. And I would say that Teofimo Lopez, you know, in the midst of this whole entire thing turning as cringe as it's turned into, I'm not sure if I'm ready to call him a racist per se yet, right? He's definitely teetering there. He's definitely on his way there, and he's in that, you know what I mean? He's close. He's close. He's very close. But I think more so past the racism, what I see at Teofimo Lopez is somebody who hasn't been able to showcase anything monetizable about himself, right? Mm-hmm. He hasn't been able to showcase anything that's really, you know, moving the needle of value for himself. And unfortunately, inside of a boxing space where, you know, boxing isn't everything. When we're talking about marketability, when we're talking about bringing something that brings out and translates into a lot of money, right? And there's a certain desperation in Teofimo ever since he fought Lomachenko that's shown its ugly face many a times in the sport. You know, his complaints about Bob Arum and his affinity for what he believes to be promoting black fighters, and, you know, which one can argue not necessarily true, right? Because we can see examples of, you know, black fighters leaving Bob Arum off the complaint, right? Terrence Crawford leaving, you know, Shakur Stevenson leaving. You know, fighter Floyd Mayweather, I think at one point in time or another, might have played with Bob for a little bit and left. Pause. So Teofimo has always been looking for a reason and always been looking for a way to project why he hasn't been the kind of star fighter that he feels like he deserves to be. He doubles and triples down on his Ring Magazine status, his lineal championships, his unifications, and, you know, his perceived undisputed statuses at 135 and at 140 in his moral victories that he thinks he's had that on paper factually, go against those arguments, right? Like, nah, bro, you weren't undisputed at 135, nor were you undisputed at 140. You are a lineal champion, but you've done great things, right? You beat Lomachenko. You dominated a Josh Taylor, but he believes those things are enough. And I think what Teo's always suffered from is not doing enough, not capitalizing the momentum he built for himself, right? Not seeing the opportunity in doing what he does, which is after Lomachenko, doubling and triple down, becoming more active, fight, build off the back end of that. You felt like you made it. You felt like when you beat Lomachenko, the next day it should have been a whole different conversation for you. When it really came down to after you beat Lomachenko, it was your time and your opportunity that was there for you to shine by doubling down with more activity. But what did he do? He went down in the activity. He fought less. He became lackluster. And then he became cringe when he decided to grab the microphone and decided to be this personality that was going to be captivating the audience and make people want to watch him. It never manifested into anything positive for him. He doubled down and tripled down by getting into the racial conversation. He saw Ryan Garcia trigger and gaslight the boxing space with his racist approach to the game. And he thought he'd tag in on the back end of that and do the same thing like Ryan did, not acknowledging that Ryan had certain intangibles that Teo just didn't have, right? Ryan had the YouTube following. He had the social media following. He in his own right, he was on Jake Paul's level of popularity outside of boxing, but because of boxing, right? He was the heartthrob, you know what I mean? He had all these different things going for him. And he saw how Ryan Garcia benefited off of the back end of that, right? Ryan Garcia benefited off of using that and exploiting that, gaslighting the boxing space. And look, you could say what you want to say about Ryan Garcia, but he was able to translate all that confusion into a lot of money for himself. Teo thought he could do the same thing, but he's failed miserably. He's doubled down with racial sayings with the monkey come get the banana, which monkey's gonna come get the banana, which I'm gonna tell you guys, I legitimately believe he didn't do that on purpose to be racial. He just doubled down on it. I think I don't want to say his dumb ass, but I legitimately think he was just thinking monkeys like bananas. I'll be a banana, come get it. He didn't think about the racial tonations behind it. Instead of just admitting like I didn't mean it that way, I was just saying it off the strength of my bad. He doubled down. Or if they feel that way, he tried to act like he was like a marketing genius for saying it. And then he went into an area, an unknown area for him. And he said, I'm going to double down. And I seen Ryan Garcia do it, so I'm going to double down on it. And he started becoming even more defensive about his position on it and saying that, referencing that there was an era in boxing where this was normal and this is how it's always been. And even like saying stupid stuff like kind of wanting to go back in time to a area of segregation and Jim Crow laws, that this was a great time in boxing and wanting to go back there and saying that this was something that, we're being soft about, that boxing fans are being soft, that back in the day you can call somebody a nigga or say, call him a monkey who wants a banana and say all these different things. And it was accepted, and that this version of boxing fan has become soft. He lied to himself. He word saladed himself into a position to where he was either going to be humble and apologize and speak to it the way he's supposed to speak to it, or whether he was going to double down on it and go with the old mantra that all publicity is good publicity. He didn't recognize that these things were never going to land him into a big fight. They never were going to get him into the position he wanted to be in as far as popularity, as far as value, as far as money is concerned. And that it was just going to be more and more cringe to the point to where even his supporters have had to take a step back and be like, damn, bro, it seems kind of pointless at this point. Why are you continuing to do it? Even with the Keyshawn Davis situation, you have to say to yourself, if that doesn't manifest into a fight, if that's not what he's trying to put together, which I think it's reasonable to say that's not what he's trying to put together, because he's on his way to 147 to go fight the winner of Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. He's on his way to 140 to fight Jerron Boots Ennis. Keyshawn is at 135. Keyshawn was already trying to have a fight with him, and he didn't take the fight. So now you're just kind of like a young guy who's showing a lack of maturity and discipline, right? You don't know how to stay in your lane. You've secured a 3-fight deal with the biggest bag in boxing. You secured this deal. You're winning. You're ahead. You made it out on the other side of this nonsense where Bob Arum was literally putting you on the shelf, putting you in front of fighters you didn't want to fight like Subriel Matias, not giving you the promotion you want. Now you're with Turki Al-Sheikh, the biggest bag in the game. You're ahead of the game. And what have you done? You've doubled down on something stupid and ignorant that's once again not getting you a fight, but just painting you as a simple-minded racist. And then you bump heads with Terrence Crawford. And ultimately what happens now, to make it worse and double down and make it really embarrassing, you're forced to apologize and admit that you didn't mean it on camera while he has his arms around you like the big homie, and then close it out with saying that now I don't got to whoop his ass. And then shutting it down, and then you sounding even more cringe. Well, I want to spar you though. And Terrence like, yeah, we're gonna spar. We ain't sparring, bro. You a herb. I'm gonna take it back to the day. Y'all don't know where that comes from. That was back in the day when I was in high school. Y'all remember Herb? He's a herb, bro. You know what I'm saying? He got played like a herb. You know what I'm saying? That was a term we used to use back in the day. And that's what he looked like at the end of the day. And you can say whatever you want to say. Now, I hear some people who still want to defend him and say, that was a Turki Al-Sheikh's in Riyadh season. What was he supposed to do? Out there, you're gonna do time in jail forever. Those guys don't play about violence. I hear you. Maybe so, right? But it's still how inconvenient it is for him that he has to look that way, because it wasn't enough of a situation or a dangerous situation for Terrence Crawford to cross that line and put his hands on him and put his arms around him and punk him, because Terrence took a chance, because maybe Tia would have popped off right there. Terrence was ready to deal with that, right? I don't know. But you look bad for Teofimo, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That is an East Coast term.
It is, bro. It is. Yo, that's funny, bro.
But that describes who he is, man. He really is that. I had to take it to back in the day. He's a herb. He's a cornball. He's a square bob, sponge pants. You know what I mean? He's just like a corny person, bro. And he got into a conversation. He's still in it. He'll double down more and more. He'll look more and more dumb. He's wearing do-rags with his hat to the side with the hat on. It's just cringe-worthy, antics coming from him. And it's ultimately going to end up with, when he loses, it's not going to happen right now, right? It's happening right now. But once he gets clipped and he loses, I believe the boxing space is going to throw that boy in the nearest and closest trash can that they can find to throw him in. That's what I believe. You know what I mean?
Yo, you put it back to Onyx, bro.
It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yo.
Joseph Johnson in the building. For the great boxing content. Appreciate y'all facts over feelings. Salute, man. I appreciate the support, man. Thank you guys, man. Thank you for the color in the chat, man. Yeah, I'll land my plane there and let you have at it, Ray. What do you feel?
Listen, man, I already tapped in on this guy, bro. I know it's homegrown. I don't care where you know what I mean, where it stems from. None of that. I know it is, man. It's something that he grew up with behind doors, and when things got nasty for him, he decided to show who he was. He decided to be what he was growing up, that he didn't know he was, and that's 100% what it is. All these things you said happened. The guy questioned his career. He blames everything. And the funny thing is that you said, you know what I mean, he won these things and he did these things, right? But he blamed everything on Bob, believe it or not.
Right.
You know what I mean? But yet he chose not to unify. He chose not to, you know what I mean? He called out Tank and then went and fought Cambosis and refused to fight Devin, and then moves up and gets and barely beats Zepeda, then gets into the next fight where he gets his knocked down twice and said I wasn't knocked down. You know what I mean? He tries to petition it after the fact that you ask yourself if you still got it. You know what I mean? With lingering threads of Cambosis living in your head. That's why I give a guy so much credit. Y'all may hate Cambosis, but that dude lives in Teal's head so bad, it's crazy. It's like you can't talk about Cambosis in front of him without him flipping out. You'll see the demeanor in his face change, bro. He is crazy. He's Spud Square.
That's what he is. I mean, when you think about Teofimo, that's why I legitimately feel that way about him. You know what I'm saying? Like And you know me, Ray, you talk to me all the time. You know, like I'll be funny, but I'll be being serious. Like I'm describing this man the best way I can of what he represents to me. I really think that Square Bob, Sponge Pants, or Square Bob, whatever his name is, describe. Oh, SpongeBob. My bad. SpongeBob SquareBob. I don't watch cartoons like that, and you know my kids are old enough to where they're not watching anymore, so I'm out of tune. My bad. You know what I'm saying? But SpongeBob SquarePants is the energy I get from him. You know what I'm saying? He's just oblivious to. He's oblivious to like
He's numb. The word is numb.
Like the common sense. You know what I'm saying? Like he's oblivious.
Yeah,
he's like numb. He's doing something like the whole banana thing. Him eating the banana in front of the camera, laughing at it was stupid,
bro.
It didn't hit on nothing. Like it was just like it was a waste of his time, and it hurt him. It did not look good. You thought, I don't know what room you were in with the people that you were in, and when you told them you was gonna do this. But I'm just being honest. Like I'm a black man. I don't care if you think I'm a monkey, whatever. Bro, I don't care, right? I'm not sitting here in my feelings about you saying that. I'm being genuine with you to say that aesthetically, it looked dumb. It looked corny. It looked like you don't have nobody around you who, even if they were racist, would be like, man, don't do that. That's gonna look stupid. Why would you do it? Why you looked thirsty for attention in a situation that had nothing to do with you. You did that, and it didn't hit right. It didn't hit right. It looked bad, not bad like racist, bad like stupid, like cringe, in a room. You know what it looked like? It looks like when a comedian,
bro.
It looks like when a comedian is on the stage and he makes a joke and it doesn't hit, and the whole room gets quiet, and you just feel bad for the comedian, like damn, bro, nobody got that, bro. Like it was just like go on to the next joke, I guess, because how much time you got left? This is a bad look for you. Like nobody gets it. Nobody gets it. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Right. But he doesn't care. You know what he'll say? I don't care if nobody gets it. I get it. It made me laugh. Yeah, that's exactly what a square ass dude would say, right? A square ass dude would sit there and make a dumb joke that he made to be funny. You did it to be funny. So if it isn't funny, it's a failure. Don't tell me you made the joke not caring if it was funny, you moron. Comedians don't get on the stage to make jokes for nobody to laugh at. If nobody laughs at the joke you made in the spirit of being funny, you look corny. But at least a comedian gets the credibility of trying because that's his profession. And we'll say, man, it takes balls to be up there and do that. But why did you do it? Why in the world did you do it? You're a boxer whose last fight had 2 knots put on his head, looked like he had an allergic reaction to peanuts after Steve Clyde get punched on you relentlessly, and haven't fought since then. Somebody like that who should be looking forward to his Alcatraz showcase, should be looking forward to his contract going out and offer going out to wherever he's going to fight to announce that. Why did you get involved with a Keyshawn Davis, Dennis Berinchek fight in the space of being a racist? It's because you're a child. It wasn't thought out. You're just all over the place, fragmented in your thinking, ADHD, got your eyes in front of the television too long, and you don't look like you do well with focusing. My wife right now is at work dealing with kids, you know what I'm saying, who have a problem with focusing. That's what she does, right? She's a therapist for these kids. I hear these stories all the time. That fills up special ed classes with these kids who can't focus in class and can't focus in their situations. That's who T.O. is. T.O. is a kid who can't focus on anything. When he was reading that book next to Keyshawn Davis, I'd have been shocked if he got through a page in that book. Look at him when he's reading that book. I watch these things. He was flipping through those pages. He wasn't reading. He does not have the patience and the focus to read a page in a book. His brain goes all over the place. He's just scattering through the page, trying to play the role of somebody who he isn't. I'm just giving y'all the real on how I see it. It is what it is. Not to mention the fact that I'm just not a fan of this dude at this point. He does, you know what I mean? I'm not. But the reality is, brother, you're cringeworthy at all times. And when Terrence Crawford approached him and confronted him. I think Terrence Crawford realized, you're not even worth beating up, bro. You're really just a kid who never got attention. Got left in the house by yourself a lot. Your dad was out partying. Your mom was upset because your dad was somebody difficult to deal with. And you finally found something that you and your father can come along with and you can hang out with him in boxing. But what did he do? He drank through the whole process, got in the way. Coaches didn't want to work with you guys. This has always been in your way. And then you found out when you got married to a woman who's like, yeah, as much money as you have, you're just not worth being around. You're really a cringeworthy person. I'm going to take my child because I don't want my child to end up like you. And I'm going to go cheat. Yeah, we know how that story went, right? So now you're justifying and trying to find yourself and you're putting yourself in another complicated situation. It's not going to end well for you, T.O., until you start boxing again and you stop all the weak antics on the microphone. But what do I know? Triple down. You got this. We'll be here watching and reporting on it as it comes together for you, brother. No problem.
You're stupid.
Great content. See you on the other side, brother. See you on the other side of this, on this roller coaster you got us on, bro. Can't wait to see. We'll see what happens. In other news, moving forward. In other news, Floyd Schofield has done an interview with my guy, Mill City. Shout out to my brother, Mill City. Doing a lot of interview, having a lot of access to the boxing space in a way that a lot of content creators don't have. He's just doing great things, man. And here he is with another exclusive, Floyd Schofield and Mill City in an interview. And of course, my guy Mill, not scared of the questions. He's going to jump in there. He lets the chat get involved. And Mill City asked him the right questions. And we finally got Floyd Schofield commenting on what happened in Saudi Arabia. He spoke on it. Did you get a chance to catch this, Ray?
Nope.
Okay, so let me bring it full circle. He did speak on it, saying what happened, where the apologies came from, the legality issues that he brought onto himself and his son with the accusations and where it was coming from. Basically just said, listen, man, I was a father. I didn't know what happened. There was a masseuse lady, he said, who put cream on his son at one point in time. Of course, he doesn't know who the lady is. He can't identify her. He doesn't know where she is. She disappeared into the night. He has no actual documentation to back up what he said. He also spoke to Oscar De La Hoya, kind of being like, I don't get what was going on. Rumors are going around that he was actually projecting the failures of Floyd Schofield Jr. to Oscar De La Hoya not believing in his son, not helping him, not supporting him, which Oscar most definitely did, because clearly Oscar communicated that he did not want the fight to happen, but he still got out the way and allowed Floyd Schofield Sr. and Jr. to put a fight together to which he did not think he had a good chance in winning. But, him and Oscar De La Hoya have ironed out their differences, supposedly. He's apologized to Shakur Stevenson repeatedly. There was a confrontation with Shakur Stevenson's team and Floyd Schofield in Riyadh where, in my opinion, it was kind of like T.O. worthy a little bit. As far as T.O. and Terrence Worthy a little bit, where you'll see Schofield, doubling down. I erased it. I took it down. No, this, that, and the other. Look, man, when the odds is against you that way and what the video looked like, I guess you do what you got to do to make sure you get home to your family. He just looks like somebody who, and I think more importantly as well, another important thing about that interview was that he doubled down that Floyd Schofield Jr.'s next fight would be for a championship. That's what he said. It will be for a championship, his next fight. I know it's not going to be Shakur. You know what I'm saying? Because Shakur's communicated it. I know it's not going to be Keyshawn, because Keyshawn ain't going to, feed into that. And plus he's brothers with Shakur Stevenson. I know it's not going to be Vasily Lomachenko, because why in the world Vasily Lomachenko entertain that dumb fight? Not to mention the fact that he's over there at Golden Boy. Bob Arum is in control of Vasily Lomachenko's career. I don't see Bob Arum. If anything, Bob Arum would let him fight against Tank, not Floyd Schofield Jr., a prospect. One would have to say that at one point or another in the ranking structure, he is in Tank's weight class division, and he's high. Well, not weight class, in the sanctioning body that Tank Davis is a champion in, which is the WBA. He's number 2 or number 1. I hope Tank is not calling out Floyd Schofield on March 1st. He didn't hint towards that being the case. What he actually hinted at, towards, to be honest with you, is that Tank would be going up to 140 and possibly vacating the WBA title, and that maybe Floyd Schofield might be involved in a title eliminator type of situation, where that title, an interim or regular version of that title, will be available, which would upgrade him to being a full champion when Tank were to vacate the title. What do you think about all of that, Ray? Like, do you think that any of that is realistic? I mean, bottom line is he's saying the next fight is going to be a championship fight, and of course, in Floyd Schofield senior fashion, and nobody else could do it. He said, "You'll see, wait and see." Right?
Well, that takes a.
Oh, did he, Hunter? He said 2 fights. Okay.
Loss of words.
What? You're not there. You're not there.
I can't even look at his picture in the frame and talk, bro. This dude is just so embarrassing, not to himself, but to our people alone.
I'm not going to say to our people, but I would say to boxing.
No, to our people. Bro, he represented the United States of America in another country and pulled all this nonsense. He's an embarrassment. 100% embarrassment. Right. I don't even care about the duck. I don't care. Whatever. But then to still stick with the story about the masseuse lady?
Well, he basically saying that it wasn't her now. That he's gotten confirmation that it wasn't poisoning. But he's saying that didn't happen.
Right, but you're still sticking to the story that it did. He did have a massage. That's just, bro.
Maybe he did.
Why does that matter? My point is,
no, it doesn't matter now. But he's trying to put context to why he said what he said.
Right, no need to, because here's the point. I'm gonna make a great point on this. Right. We already acknowledged that Shakur didn't have a masseuse lady. That already went out the window. You moved into some other territory of conspiracies, whatever the case may be. Stick to the last point. You don't need to go track records on all these things. That's crazy to even go back to that lady, even if it wasn't a point. And that wasn't so. Just this dude just can't. He's unstable. You talk about him and Tio need to be locked up together, bro. Right. For real. Like, they're unstable. They are crazy right now. Like, just I don't even want to hear anything he has to say, because it's going to be I don't want to hear that, bro. I'm just done with this dude. He ruined dads in boxing, bro.
Flick the hair, bro. First of all, you bald headed, and then you flick the hair. Why'd you flick the hair, bro?
So is he, Clay. So is he. So is he. Let's keep it real. Anyway,
he has a full head of hair in this picture. Nice head of hair on his head in this picture.
I was looking at his hair like, he got a hairline here, bro. What are you, like 20? Like, anyway, let's keep it.
Salute Freedom March.
Listen, man. Don't listen, man. Reinvent yourself. These are second chances are given for a reason, Clay.
Right.
Reinvent yourself. Don't relive yourself. Right. You shouldn't have to explain shit. We already seen it.
Right.
You look stupid. Okay, let's move away from that. Let's not double down. Right. Let's not double dip on why we look stupid. Let's just keep it moving. Like, look, I made some mistakes. I'm off of that. Here we're going. We're moving towards this direction. We're trying to get this WBA title. You know what I mean? We're getting in line for this and that. Keep it that route. All that extra stuff and expect, man. Yo, he ain't from Jersey, bro. I'm done.
Well, he said that he spoke to that too, man. Somebody had confronted him on a super chat about him, not representing New Jersey in the right way. And he said, "I'm not from New Jersey. I'm from San Antonio anyway, so I don't care. I live in San Antonio." So
stay there. Stay there. Stay there. Thank you. I'm sorry. Listen, no disrespect to Texas, but y'all need to.
It is what it is, man. Look, man, it is what it is, man. I try not to.
Man, y'all got a cookie over there, bro.
Yeah, I try not to jump on him like that, man. But listen, he's earned. Listen, man, he's earned it, man. This whole entire experience, this Floyd Schofield Sr. experience for the past year and a half has been interesting. I mean, Saudi Arabia was just a perfect ending, right? Like the cherry on top of the sundae. Like, it just culminated to this. And I think a lot of people don't understand the animosity that the boxing space has to this family at this point. And God bless respectfully to Junior, man, who I think just wants to be a boxer. He just wants to really do some great things. But I see somebody brought up Bill Haney in this situation. And yeah, Bill Haney's had his moments for sure. And he's definitely can be in this conversation. But I'll say one thing in defense of Bill Haney, and I'm sure this will give whoever thinks I'm a super Bill Haney fan will probably like, of course you would, right? But it is what it is.
We get paid by Bill.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, the checks is right, bro. So I'm, until you start paying me, I don't want to hear nothing, right? Yeah, I'm sure that'll double down and be a great snippet going across the boxing space. But look, bringing it full circle back to Bill Haney and saying that he's had his moments, right? But one thing that Bill Haney can say is that his conversations and his things have manifested into a lot of opportunity for Devin, right? It's worked for Devin. Granted, against Ryan Garcia, it may have been the one moment that the boxing space was looking at to hold Bill Haney, like, see, with all that talking, yeah, okay, fine. But it also brought him to Undisputed. It brought him, to defend his title against Lomachenko. It brought him to the table of Turkey Al-Sheikh, who wants to put a lot of money behind him. It brought him to the ultimate fight with Ryan Garcia, which was supposed to be a big payday. It brought him to these situations, right? And shout out to Bill Haney, who looks like he's calmed down a little bit on it a little bit. And I would say because he has Turkey now, right? He did it for a reason is what I'm saying, I guess. I want to say that there's a reason that it happened, right? And it worked out. Schofield's antics and the things he said and the accusations did go way too far. And like I said, in hindsight, I don't think these things age well. I think Bill Haney's antics age a little bit better. When you look at it in hindsight for what happened with Devin Haney, they age better. With Floyd Schofield, they have not aged well, bro. They've aged like whole milk that's been sitting outside on your counter for 2 days. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta look at this short out, bro. Listen, let me kick this real quick because I wasn't finished with this dude, bro. I wasn't finished. Mm-hmm. He started off talking great as a father and being a caring dad, building him up in boxing, helping his son with all these things. Got to a point,
Salute
Clay.
the Bucks in the building.
Got to a point where it was just like it went weird. It just like I don't even know. It wasn't about his son. That's the whole problem I have. Though this he built it on his son. That wasn't about his son. This is him living his dream through his son and forcing his son to do things that he don't want to do, making his son look crazy. Like this is what they tell us. You know what I mean? As fathers, don't live through your children. This ninja right here, bro, I don't understand, Clay. Bro, somebody really, really needs to connect to this dude and be like, yo, let that kid go do his career. If he's gonna box, let him box and go. Let him go somewhere else. Move your ass somewhere to where Roscott is in Washington.
Can I give an example of a great father-son relationship and how fathers
do
how it can look? Look at the way Chris Eubanks fell back from Chris Eubanks Jr. Right. Look at how he made the right decision. Like, I'm going to get out your way. Look at the way Nigel Benn stepped away and said, I could sit there and be like this coach daddy who got the legendary this and that, but no, bro, that's not what's going to work for you. You get a real trainer. I want to see you do great things. I'm not going to get in the spotlight with you. I would say a little bit like when you watch a little bit of David Benavidez, you see that with Jose, right? Like Jose Benavidez has a real good relationship with his son, when David, like he's there. He was a trainer for him, but there was a point in time when David wanted to get some different looks. He stepped out the way. He's not that vocal. He's just a trainer, manager. He plays his position, and it's manifested into great opportunity for David. There's a healthy way to do this. But then you look at the T.O. seniors. You look at the Floyd Schofields. At times, Bill Haney, I'm not going to lie. At times, Bill Haney has done some great stuff. You know what I mean? I think Brian Norman is doing a great job. I think he's trying. He kind of got dragged into the situation, but I mean, I don't look at Brian Norman the same.
What I'm saying is, Clay, and I put these guys in the same category. They like
Abdullah Mason's father, 100%, great job, 100%.
Yes, but I'm saying these guys like to put the spotlight on themselves more so than their kids, and it doesn't matter how we push this or narrate it. Brian Norman does the same thing.
Yeah, but Mike, he backed away. When it was all said and done, he backed away. He did the right thing. Like, you're right. I agree with you. There was a point in time where Chris Eubanks Sr. was being a little over. He was putting himself into conversations. He was being a little overbearing for the situation. But when Junior decided to go with Roy Jones and go to Vegas, he supported it and he backed away completely. But you're right, though. He's had moments where you're like, damn, bro. Go ahead. My bad, Ray.
No, you good. No, you good. Listen, it is what it is. I mean, look, Chris Eubank went to Bomac. He done went to multiple people to train and get his fighting right.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, like at the end of the day, I'm just saying this is not a good look for us as American Black fathers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it's not, and I don't care about their careers. I'm just talking about the self-centeredness.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I train my son as an athlete. You know, I take him to practices. I do all the training, but I will not get in the way of someone training him because I know he's not going to listen to everything. He's going to get tired of hearing me. I know this. So I know to get out the way at times. My son decided that he wanted to take on the career that I was doing recreationally because he loved his dad, which is cool. You know what I mean? Heartfelt moment, whatever. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I was like, okay, if that's what you want to do, I'm all in with you. I'm going to do whatever it takes. My son couldn't even run. Clay, when I tell you this dude ran like Bigfoot, it's crazy. Now this dude is sprinting. This dude is hitting. This dude is throwing. This dude wants to pitch. Like, he's changed his whole dynamic of baseball and his thoughts of baseball because he believed. And it took him a while. I had to break through. And once I did, he understood. And I also put him in positions to gather information from other people. And I got out the way. And it's still to this point where it's going to be a point where I'm going to stop and he's going to be on his own. And I'm just training him for that moment. When I'm not there, that's on you. But these other guys, listen, man, you gotta understand that the money's going to be there. The kid's not going to forget where he came from. You know what I mean? You'll always be a part of his life. This is the thing. And I think these guys are afraid of losing their kid to someone else. And that's the case. But they're grown men and they're going to have to move on and have their own lives. But they're not going to forget you. I promise you. You know what I mean? Don't make a situation where you have Roy Jones and Roy Jones Sr. Right. Please don't make that situation. Because Roy Jones can't stand his father to this day. You know what I mean? And it's sad to say that, but it's a fact. And that's what I'm trying to get. Yeah, exactly. Floyd and his dad, they have on and off moments, man. Like, that's what we got to look at, Clay. And that's where I don't want to see this relationship go. I think it's time for him to get that. And this is me talking to you right there in the picture. The bald head, half a Terminator, Predator. Yeah, you. You know what I mean? Listen, bro.
And that's that man's what he say. Those are his antennas, man, to life, man. You're just not reading it right, bro. You're just not, you know what I mean? You're not worldly like that, man. You got to get worldly, bro.
This is the time for him to realize what he got, bro. This is the time for them to realize what he got. This is his second chance, Clay. And what I'm saying is, don't live back there. That already happened. Let's step forward and let's make this kid a champion, man. If you believe you can do it, let's push for that. And I'm with you on that. But if you keep going back there, we done.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Boxing Hacker putting $5. Yeah, he says
he travels, he wrecks. Yeah, he do a lot. My son, he getting his crew going out there, man. He doing his thing.
No doubt. Boxing Hacker says, I think Bill Haney has done a great job for his son, from keeping his son's name in the media, coaching him to Undisputed, to absorbing the criticism. Yeah, that's what I'm saying with Bill Haney. Bill Haney's success, or whether or not what he did was worth it or not, it's got to be in the hindsight for me. When you look back, Devin is wealthy. Devin is in the big conversations. And Devin doesn't have to take the criticism. He absorbs the criticism for Devin. He's made opportunities for Devin, built him from the ground up, especially with his background. It cringeworthy at times. I'm not going to act like it's not. I mean, Ray have talked about it before. There's been times in period where Ray's been like, yo, come on, Bill. You didn't have to, but hindsight says, look at the product. Look what he's done with his son. You know what I'm saying? And forget about the Ryan Garcia situation. Nobody's batting, 100, right? Or whatever have you, however the batting works. Ray would know it better than me. But at the end of the day, it's turned into something that you can be like, all right, man, I see it. And like I said, with Floyd Schofield Sr., I'll be honest with you. When the fight happened with Shakur, I'm like, oh, man, maybe this will culminate. This culminated to this. Like, all of this stuff that he was doing. Oh, wow. Look, he's going to Riyadh to fight for the WBC champion against a pound-for-pound best fight in the world. I guess all of it wasn't in vain. But just to see it turn into the ultimate failure it turned into when it was all said and done, it's just like, damn, bro, how ironic, how messed up is that, right? And then, like I said, there was absolutely no reason for the doubling and tripling down on the accusations. It went way too far. It showed you that it wasn't just marketing with him, that it was really him being unhinged, right? Like, that's what it came down to with him, that Floyd Schofield Sr. was being unhinged. He wasn't marketing. He wasn't pushing. Maybe in the beginning it did start as I'm pushing for a fight now, but it somewhere in the process, it turned into an unhinged man who became ultra paranoid, ultra out of control, no control of his emotions, no type of, you know what I'm saying? Like, he just became unhinged, and then he became somebody who just started saying things with no foundational proof of no proof of burden, just saying things to the point to where threat of defamation suits and threat of legal responses had to be what drove this man into a humble space to where he just kind of like had to apologize and taking, he's just being so humble about it, but it got real uncomfortable to watch. Floyd Schofield Jr. is still young, a lot of potential in that kid, but you can't help but believe that, a separation somehow, there has to be some sort of adjustment at a minimum made with Senior's influence on where Junior's going in his career. And we'll see if that happens in the future. There are other voices in this who can affect this a little bit more, like Oscar De La Hoya, Bernard Hopkins, the powers that be at Golden Boy, who are hopefully in this man's ear, asking him respectfully to allow them to like take it from here, right? Allow me to do this for your son, line him up with a trainer, handle this, and why don't you take a vacation? Maybe go get some help. You know what I mean? Commit about a good year. I'm being honest. I'm not trying to honestly, commit a year or a year and a half to speaking to somebody, to addressing some issues that you may have not addressed over the years. And, let us have Junior. And, not only let us have Junior, because Junior is a grown ass man, you know what I'm saying, with a child of his own. So Junior as well, maybe Oscar and Bernard need to like speak to him directly and not even a Senior, right? Like, yo, bro, you are an adult. You know that, right? You can like fire your father, right? Or you can put him in a position. You can check this situation. You can help this not happen, because the blow that your legacy has taken right now, presently, is we can't put a price on it, on how expensive this has been to your career and how many steps you have legitimately taken back as far as credibility, as far as difficulties in us putting together fights for you, as far as making our job easier for you. Let me tell you what you didn't do. You know what I'm saying? So, Junior has to jump and take his career into his own hand and make some decisions. Oscar and Bernard have to, weigh out how much. Listen, it also comes down to Junior. If you're not going to make these decisions, then, I don't know how much longer we are going to be interested in really like representing you in the near future. Like, it might get to the point to where it's like, all right, bro, you know what? We might have to walk away from this, because don't get it twisted. We're here to make money. And if your father's going to put us as a company in a situation like this, where I got to sit down in front of reporters and answer weird questions and be accountable for things you're doing and being embarrassed, who you think is having these conversations with Turkey Al-Sheikh about why the hell this moron said what he did and looks the way he does in his building? Why is this guy walking around my facility screaming out he got poisoned? Why is this guy in the damn hospital saying this? Does he not know that this reflects on everybody in a certain way? Who is your man? Whose man is this, right? Bro. You know what I mean? Whose man is this? You brought him here. What do you got to say for yourself? And why do you look like you just sniffed up? Anyway, so that being said, you know what I'm saying, not to Oscar, right? Why are you looking at me like that? Why are your eyes staring at me that way? What happened to him? Did I catch you off guard? Did I catch you at a bad time? Put your sunglasses on, please, while you're talking to me. You're making it awkward. You look like you know what I mean? What did you do before you came into this office? What did you do before you came into this office, Oscar?
No, in all seriousness, like, to me, the difference between Bill and most of these other guys that came into trying to spotlight like Bill, I even give Teofimo some credit too. They pioneered the habitual line stepping of managers. I mean, even Danny Garcia's father, right? They're habitual line steppers. They know when to draw the line. They don't stop. and cross the line. That's what these other guys that have gotten the nuances of the fatherhoods have done. They go over the line and they keep pushing, and I think that's what separates them, Bill, Angel, somewhat Teofimo Senior. You know what I mean? A little of the drinking kind of messes him up at times. We know that happens. Jose Benavidez. That's what separates him. And Jose doesn't really talk much, but he does get on the mic. But that's what separates him.
Yo, but he does it in a professional space.
Right.
Like because he's a manager as well. Like he manages, and so he does that in a space. Like he answers the questions. He's doing his job. He's not trying to sell. He's just communicating what we're doing. Like he does it in a perfect way. Like I think Jose has like the best. Like he approaches it the most professional way out of all the dads. Senior seems to be the most like. That's how you do it,
bro. This dude is on.
But then again, he has a Mexican monster. You know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't have to work that hard. We know with Devin being somebody who doesn't necessarily speak up for himself like that, isn't the best person in front of the microphone, isn't, doesn't bring those intangibles to the ring. You see Bill trying to compensate for that by because I can imagine that being an issue for Devin, right? Like him hurting himself, having to speak for himself, and him being paranoid, that can affect his confidence about himself. So being able to have his son rest at ease and be like, don't worry about that, son. I'll talk for you. You suck at it, but you shouldn't be forced to do something you suck at. You know what I mean? I'll do it for you. I'll take the blows. Just be what you're great at, which is being a boxer. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, I'm not going to let the pressure break you. Because you know how it is. You got kids. Sometimes your kids fail so many times at something that they don't even necessarily need to be doing. You're like, bro, that's not important. Just do this. I'll take care of that. I'm not going to let this turn you into somebody who I'm talking off the ledge in 3 to 4 years because you feel like people think you're stupid.
Right. And that's it. I think the difference between Bill and Teo. I think they're both similar, right?
Right.
I think but just like I said, it's just they're the habitual line steppers. They know how to tiptoe on that line. Where
2 cents he thinks you think the Schofields got into Oscar's stash? Wrong bag. They got into his dog food, bro. They got into the bag. Hey, where the shit I had in that bag? I had a bag full of stuff. What happened to this bag? That wasn't sugar? Oh, hell. Wrong bag.
That's why the BBOC got involved. That's why they got
that.
BBOC was like, hold on, what's that on your nose, man? You can't box, bro.
You put it in your coffee. That's not what that is. Oh my, get his stomach pumped. Get him to the hospital right now. Get him over there right now. For the love of God. I keep telling you to stay out my stuff. That is not your stuff. That's what you get for not asking before you touch. Let me stop. You always in my damn stuff, bro. You always in my shit. I'm tired.
Yo, she said you foul for that, bro. I was gonna get on him.
What are you doing?
I was gonna get on him about me not having a dad, but he made up for it with this.
He said what he said. That is not snack. That is not snack. That's your problem, bro. How you raising this kid? How does he go in my bag and touch my stuff without asking me? Get him to the hospital and get his stomach pumped, for the love of God.
Yo,
body out here, bro.
And he had the time on.
Let me stop, bro. Look, I'm gonna throw the link up there, man.
Yeah, man.
Want to build. That was a good little laugh I had. I ain't gonna lie. That got my eyes watering.
Yeah, funny, man. Clay, I didn't know you was this funny. I knew you was funny, but that was another level.
Get out my stuff. You know how them kids is, Donald Bell. You know how them kids is, bro. You gotta pay attention, man. You know what I mean? You gotta pay attention when you put your stuff, man.
Kids, it was always one of us. Always one of us in somebody's kitchen grabbing something out the drawer you ain't supposed to touch. in that cabinet you ain't supposed to be in. That's why I'm laughing, Clay.
You know it.
I remember
why are you touching my stuff for the love of everything holy and good? Why are you in my stuff?
The areas of us, that's what happened.
Salute the Fight Sports Talk, man, in the building. How's the weather in New Zealand, brother?
What's up, guys? Good to be on again as always. And the weather's actually looking pretty gloomy for today.
The what?
It's gloomy. The weather's bad.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Well, look, you can't be nice every day, right? It is what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we got that weather here today.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
Whereabouts are you, Ray? Like,
I'm in New Jersey.
He's in New Jersey. I'm in Pennsylvania.
oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, and it's looking like it want to rain out here too, man. But you know, we're in the Northeast, so it's wet. It's winter out here, so we don't expect a lot.
Long time since I've been to the States. Is it snow where you guys are, or
Definitely.
Sometimes.
Definitely.
I'm in
the winter, we expect snow. It's not snowing right now, but it's cold. The trees are butt naked. They don't got leaves on them. And you know what I mean? Yeah. We're dealing with it, right? It's the season, man.
I hear you.
How you doing? Salute to Too Rich. Too Rich. I respect the belts. How you doing, family?
Man, what's going on, Clay and Ray?
Doing good, man. We kind of got off track a little bit talking about Oscar's stash and
sorry, I'll just jump in. It's not off topic really, because anytime you're talking about drugs and Oscar De La Hoya, you're thinking, what lines have he been doing? And I'll just give my quick thoughts on the Schofields, because Ray, you took the words right out of my mouth. Like, my reaction from the very start, like, I was on a show the other day listening to the interview they did with Nesta Gibbs, who I've got plenty of issues with, but okay, he did what he had to do. I mean, I went on the record the day after they came out with these allegations, and I said, this can't be true, but no grown man is this dumb to make these kind of allegations with gangsters involved and not know that you're going to get sued out of house and home. So I thought there's got to be something to what he's saying. And then as soon as they apologized, I thought, oh my God, did I just fall for the biggest con job in the history of mankind? And then with this interview, man, when the son said, look, I wanted to fight, but the commission pulled me. I'm like, you were about to die and you wanted to keep fighting? Like, it's the... Oh man, I'm trying to make sure I don't go on this. I don't go on my rant.
And by the way, while you're saying that, real quick, shout out to Everything Boxing, who told us very early while we was sitting here trying to be like humble about it, like, we don't know, guys, let's wait. And he was like, man, F that. You guys is falling for this. This guy's full of it. We were like, wait. Let's give him a chance. So I feel you, Fight Sport. We was out here looking dumb, right? We was looking crazy out here trying to hold it down for these guys.
Well, I was the thing is, I never actually believed this, because it's just the most ludicrous stuff in the world. This is where I feel stupid for, like, I feel dumb for giving grown men the benefit of the doubt. I'm thinking no grown man could be this dumb to make these kind of allegations towards a gangster like Jay Prince. But they've made me look like a numpty, because now suddenly this, I'm not going to say that they faked the illness, but everything that they're saying from, I mean, here's just a few quick bullet points to quoting Tupac. Schofield Sr. did say in the interview with Nesta Gibbs, we've, this actually hasn't been bad for us. You should see all of the positive feedback we've had. Like, he actually said that saying that the reason that they had guns pulled on them, drugs put on them, and, hitmen put on them, etc., was all because of rats, but no receipts. When they said we've got receipts to all of that, it makes it seem like the Schofields just pulled this off for publicity. Maybe they did get sick, but and another thing, the father was actually dumb enough to say, I'm glad Daniel Dubois got ill because it shows that we didn't fake anything. I'm like, do you really think we're that stupid? But
they do. They do.
Exactly. Sorry, rhetorical question, because they do think we're that stupid. And again, I wasn't stupid enough to believe the allegations, but I thought they can't be making this up. I mean, if they've really got receipts, then. But then there was a video of Schofield Sr. being confronted by somebody in Shakur's team. I forget who it was. And I thought, wait, if your son is really that close to dying, you're not going to be anywhere else but the hospital. And then he was acting the way he was acting to this guy, you can't hear the audio. He was like, "Oh, it was all just talk," trying to be like. I mean, people clown Teofimo for being calm around Terence Crawford, but this was far worse. He's like, "Oh no, it's all business. No hard feelings." And
I pulled it down. Right? Yeah.
Anyway, I've already gone on too much of a rant, so I guess
it's all good, man. We got a lot of topics to build on, man. So save the energy, man. We got some actual boxing to talk about, believe it or not. Two Ridge, I respect the belts. What's on your mind, brother? How you doing, family?
Yeah, man, I'm just gonna speak on the Schofield thing, man. For me, when I look at these situations, I kind of just look at what works. That's all I really want to know. Did it work? Did it not work? And what we've seen these boxing fathers do, man, at the end of the day, it worked. So to give an example, if you ever see, you look at the YouTube shorts or TikTok, you'll see a guy on the street asking somebody a question, or, they do lives, they on the street. Where in the creator groups, right, that's called man on the streets. That's like a template. That's, a proven way of going viral. So when I look at these boxing fathers, I kind of see the crazy, unhinged boxing father as a template to make your son or your boxer go viral. It's working. So I don't have a problem with nothing he did, because sometimes you have to be worried. You got to raise your head up high enough to be criticized. So I don't really have a problem with how he did it, but you did it. You got your son to $1 million payday. He's mentioned in every conversation, with some of the top guys. But you got there and you backed up. That, to me, that's all I see. You got yourself to that point. You talked yourself into that point, and everybody said that you were going to be scared of it. Shakur said you was going to be scared. He wasn't going to go through with it, and he backed up, man. Like I said, I've been in and around the music industry. I done seen a lot of guys talk themselves into a situation and then get there and back up. I've done it myself, so I know what it looks like. So that's all I see. That he blamed Shakur, because that's where the anxiety lied. They were scared at the end of the day. And instead of him going over there, just close the door like Devin Haney and all the other fathers, just go close the door. You got yourself to that point, go close the door. And had he went on and got to Saudi Arabia and maybe did get a little sick, it would have panned out different with the boy getting sick. But because he was so scared, something he saw in that training where he felt like Floyd Schofield just was not ready. So that's where all the anxiety, all the allegations came from. And to me, you talk yourself to the line and he just backed up, man. Just got scared at the last minute, and now he just looked really, 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 really stupid.
I agree with you. You know what, though, to kind of like add to what you're saying, right? It's like now that you've gotten to this point, all this talking happened. A year and a half of this, of us hearing about you beating up people in training, getting champions ready, fighters not wanting to fight you because they know something about your son. Like you was a boogeyman, like you was the Martin Bacoli of the 135-pound weight class division. You get yourself here, right, where we finally are ready to celebrate the efforts that you clearly put in to get here and be like, look, it worked. And then you allowed yourself to get caught up in the hype, of the situation in the moment. And you shrank, right? You shrank. When the lights got put on you, you got real small. You got real humble. You got real out of your league, and you exposed yourself in the worst way. And then you topped it off with a legitimate, unhinged, mentally unhealthy rant. You know what I'm saying? That just was like, what are you saying right now, bro? Like, and then you try to put the blame on the British boxing board of whatever the words mean, the BBBC mean. Pause. I feel like I should have said that. I think I'm gonna put I'm officially gonna put a pause in there. You put yourself in a situation where you force their hand, right? Because what are they supposed to say with a crazy man ranting on Twitter about being poisoned in their space? You know what I'm saying? And then allowing that fight to go.
Exactly.
They didn't throw you out because they were being diabolical. You forced their hand. They had absolutely no choice. Like, what do? It's like, I'm not putting you in a fight. If anything happens in this fight, we're all going to be held culpable and accountable for this. We're not playing that game. Get him out of here, bro. You're not fighting. It's not working.
Can I just put one? I'm sorry, Ray. Just to say, because this goes for Daniel Dubois as well, and I've there have been a lot of cases like this in the UFC where championship fighters have had to pull out of main events at the 11th hour, and one of the telltale signs I look at is how does the fighter who respond to who had to pull out respond to it. And with Dubois, we haven't heard from him. And the fact that, I'm not just saying this because Joseph Parker's my countryman, but the fact that he hasn't even acknowledged Joseph Parker and the pullout, and the fact that he put his opponent in a very bad situation is suspicious to me. And the Schofield Jr., again, he said, I wanted to fight, but the commission pulled me. It's like, well, is it that, or were you about to die? And then he says, well, you look at Shakur, like there was nothing to be scared of, etc. It's like, hang on, why are you trying to put into our mind that you didn't get scared? I mean, if you were really on the brink of death, there's no reason for you to say that. So it just makes it look more and more suspicious that there was something, I'm not going to say what, but there's something untoward going on, because he won't simply say, I'm sorry, this happened. It sucks for all of us. Instead, he's talking about everything else except that he got sick. Does that make sense?
Yep. I'm glad you said that. That's where I was going with it. And I'm still sticking to my guns that there's something illegal going on there, whether it was from Oscar's bag or not. I just think it's funny at the end of the day that the BBOC, triple BOC, whatever, how you pronounce it, because it does have an O in it, Clay.
It does? Okay, because it was diabolical the way
Yeah.
it set up.
The BBC.
Me trying to say it, I just felt like I had to put multiple pauses in there. I'm like, how am I going to say this? This is diabolical. How did they come up with it?
The thing
clearly
is,
not from America, bro.
But being that they're the commission, right, and all the fights that get canceled or whatever has to go through them anyway. They show no interest in producing or showing any type of weird findings in the Daniel Dubois situation. The team made the announcement themselves. That everyone was okay with it. There was no fireworks, no spectacular emotions attached to it, no allegations. It was just what it was. On the other hand, and Clay and I talked about this, and he was like, well, he said he was poisoned. I said, I get that. But is that something that they're putting out there after the findings happened? Because there's a reason why they got pulled out of that fight when they were making weight. Like, they were on point of making weight. It just doesn't make any sense. The fact that you use all the situations from snack, like, listen to the ties that has to do with this. Snack, lotion, or massage oil from Shakur's masseuse, like poison. Why all these things? So if they do have a finding in your blood of some type of enhancement that it just looks like someone else did it, it was planted, it wasn't you, and the BBOC has not reported anything, maybe due to the fact that the Prince doesn't want any bad recognition in their country. You know what I mean? Like, look, we're going to keep this quiet, we're going to keep it moving. But there's something wrong with only them touching and reporting that they pulled this kid out the fight when he was making weight, and had nothing to do with reporting that this gentleman got sick as well, and never made a report or an allegation towards why they pulled him out or why he dropped out of the fight. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Salute Mike S in the building. How you doing, family?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Doing good.
What up?
Man.
What up?
What's up?
What up?
Hey, nothing much, guys. Hey, no, I just want to kind of elaborate on Clay's point. I got kids that have all competed. I've had them since they were young, and they've kind of went to the upper levels of competition in different sports, and you see that so much from a rec league, pee-wee on up. Just these guys, man, they just want to live through their kids, man, and it's crazy, man. They like, to Ray's point, it's like I did a lot of stuff with my kids when they were younger, as far as training them, stuff like that. But when, like he said, when I got out of the way and got them with trainers and stuff like that, man, they shot off, man. They went to a whole nother level than anything that I could take them to, because that's not my profession. Now, I know what a lot of these boxers, some of them had boxed before, even like with athletes like basketball players, football players, stuff like that. Whereas though they played the sport before, and then they train their kids, and they've been with trainers. They know what to do. They know what drills to run, how they gotta eat, and all this kind of stuff. But bro, I'm telling you, man, like a Ray. I mean, that was big with me when I got out of the way, out of my kids' way. And they kind of pushed me. They're like, Dad, man, get me a trainer, man. Like, we can only go so far with this. So I had to listen to my kids tell me that. And me and my business partner, we talk about this sometimes. We got to learn to stop thinking that we're the old guys that know well, excuse me, I don't want to cuss. We got to stop acting like we're the old guys that know everything. And these kids are up on stuff that they're seeing things that are coming up. They're seeing ways and avenues that they could take. And you got to kind of assess the situation and say, okay, well, maybe I don't know everything. You know what I mean? And that's what was my personal thing. Was, man, my kids were like, man, get me with this guy. I'm telling you, man, he's getting this one, D1 offers, stuff like that. And I did that, man. And I'm telling you, and it's paid dividends, man. Invest in your kids, man. If I can give y'all anything out there with young kids or kids playing sports, invest in your kids. And I also got a friend of mine. He's a neighbor, but he's an older guy. He's like a mentor to me, but he's been coaching since the early 80s, coaching football. And he's kind of like a legend in my area. Highly respected guy. And he just happens to live around the corner from me. And so me and him had got pretty tight. But one thing he always tells me about coaching is when you got talent, get the F out the way, man. Direct them, try to lead them the right way. But when you got real talent, get the hell out the way and let them do their thing, man. The only thing a coach, you over coaching is a big thing, guys. It really is. It really is. And I think with Schofield, man, I think, you know, like you guys were talking with Schofield's dad, man, I mean, we could all see the guy's a little strange, he's a little off, you know what I mean? But I mean, with him, like, I mean, you know, just like you guys are saying, it's like he wants the limelight, you know, even to a Bill Haney, you know, I mean, you guys all know I'm a Tank fan, and I'm not really a Devin hater. I just don't like Bill. I think Bill gets a little disrespectful. I didn't like how he came at Calvin. Calvin's a legend from Baltimore. You know, I didn't really appreciate how he came at Calvin, you know, on, you know, little stuff he was saying. So that's what kind of gave me a distaste for Bill. But even with the Haneys, bro, like, I mean, you could talk about Ryan he was juicing and all that kind of stuff. But Bill's game plan. I mean, Devin's a great fighter, man. So you send Devin to go in there and you want to walk Ryan down. I mean, sometimes, man, God, just that fight would have been totally different had Devin's a extremely talented fighter. That fight, man, Ryan's not in the prowess of Devin, man, as far as his boxing ability. He just had the wrong game plan. I mean, Bill, get out the way, man. Get a good trainer in there, man. I really feel like that fight would have went totally different way. But these dads, man, they don't know how to get out the way, man, and it's crazy. And you see it even on the rec level. I mean, you see the favoritism. Like I got a friend of mine that plays is in rec football now, and his quarterback on his team, the kid's a mop, but he's their quarterback because he's the coach's son. You know what I mean? And you see that so much in the rec league on up. Just all these guys, man, they got their kids out there, and you know, they just want them to be great so bad because they didn't live up to whatever potential they thought of themselves. And you just see it all the time, man, especially in rec.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, let me jump back in here right quick, cause let me let y'all look at it like this, right? So say we take the kind of emotion out of it, right? We look at Abdullah Mason, right? What do we think Abdullah Mason, you know, making a fight, maybe making 50,000, 100,000 or whatever. Okay, you bring me in for PR. I'm coming in for PR. All right, I'm gonna use the crazy unhinged father method, right? So I'm gonna go to Abdullah father. Hey man, I need you to get out here and talk crazy. Talk about how he gonna whoop Tank ass, man. We whoop Keyshawn ass. We gonna whoop this. We, you know, and he's a Muslim, so it's gonna come out stronger. You know, he go out here talking crazy. We'll raise Abdullah's profile up, and when we go back to the table, he's the most talked about fighter out there. You got to give us more than 100,000, so we can use that to push a fighter forward. You see what I mean? So I'm thinking, had Floyd Schofield went on ahead with the fight, and even if he would have just done well, the doors would have been open for him. So I don't have as much problem with the father because I know it's business. They got to build stars. This is why we're talking about him. But to get there and not cross the line is what I got a problem with.
Well, I think I gotta agree with you to a certain extent. I think fathers should maybe, and this isn't even always the case, because sometimes you can get better business managers that come in there and do a better job than that too. But I think sometimes fathers can come in and they can manage the business side of it, and I don't have no problem with that if you're competent in business. But when it comes to the actual sport itself, the training and stuff like that, if you're no expert, and this is when a man has to look at himself and say, what are my strengths and what are my weaknesses? Am I really as good as I think I am as far as training? Am I really as knowledgeable? Is my strategy? This is when you got to assess yourself. But I think as far as the business, the parents, when you got a young up and coming athlete, okay, manage the business. Make sure that they're getting the looks. Like, for instance, I got a kid now. I'm getting, I got my youngest right now. He's a serious D1 football prospect. So what I'm doing right now is I'm not training him. I'm setting up his camps. I'm setting up things like that. I'm not sitting up there doing his football training. I'm letting his trainer do that. And then I come in on the back end and do the stuff that I got to do for him to get the looks that he needs to get. Not so much, as far as like training him, because that is, it's people that's better than that could do that for me.
All right, guys, hold on one second. Before we go any deeper, hold on. We got 6 people on the panel now, so we're gonna have to put that clock on these conversations so everybody can go ahead and get their
go ahead, guys. I'm out.
Oh, you about to go?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm out.
All right,
yep.
thank you, Mike.
All right, brother. I appreciate you, Mike, for coming up here.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Yep.
Yep. And to what you said too, Rich, I'm actually in agreement with you. I think that he did get the prize. He worked his butt off to get the prize. He talked about the sparring. He talked about fighting Tank. He tried to get that fight. He talked about Devin and how they beat Devin and they beat up Teo and they beat up Ryan. He put all that out there. He got the prize. Of course, it landed with Shakur, which was even criticized on his end for taking that fight, right? Because he's still a prospect, which he fought a 12-round fight. I don't know how that can coexist, but he got the prize. He gets to that table. Now he got that prize and he crossed that finish line. He started with allegations and crazy stories and manipulations of things just to stay viable in the media. There was no need for that. That was all extra shenanigans that we didn't need to hear and see. He lost, I think, when he was talked about, he lost respect with fans. They started calling him Mama Skull. They started calling him Mama Skull, Grandma Skull. Like, look at the and then they put out videos of him with females and bad situations and beatings and stuff. I don't want to talk about it. It's not my business. But that happened because he just kept pushing the envelope and he went side. Instead of going right, he went left. And everybody's like, yo, what is this guy doing? Like, we didn't expect this from you. We expected you to get in the ring, put on a great performance, be the professional that you were. You got the fight. Talk about the fight. Let's not talk about. He just kept trying to put more weight on his opponent's shoulder by demeaning him and everyone else in boxing. Oh, my son's the best, and I'm going to put this person down and put that person down. And I'm the best dad because I'm just going to talk for him. His son's sitting here like this in front of the camera, and here he comes.
Imagine if Floyd Schofield would have made the fight, and I believe he was going to touch Shakur. I'm not saying he was going to win, but he was going to touch Shakur, and he would have been a hero, man. He would have been a hero, and I think we would be talking about it totally different, even though we know the methods is crazy. But I'm just saying, say he never says the allegations, they make it to the fight, and Floyd Schofield just does, pretty good and loses. The guy's a star. And I just think, man, you got to the line and you're back. Y'all got scared. Something y'all saw in training said that Floyd Schofield was not ready, and that's what happened.
It was the off-screen. They found that bag.
Yeah, maybe. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna push, move the goal a little bit. We got fights coming up this weekend, obviously, and some of them people are more excited about than others. But definitely want to get everybody's insight on what we're looking at forward on seeing this weekend. We are going to put the clock on. I think I'm going to do 2. There's only 5 of us up here. Let's do 2.5 minutes. Let's do 2.5 minutes. I'm going to get my clock set up. And I don't know, Ray kind of bounced out. I don't know if he's still in the building. So I guess I'll do the timing. Hold on 1 second here. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Boom. All right. Hold on a second. Pause. Okay. Hold on a second. Resume. I'm trying to figure out how to work this. You know what? This thing gets so I'm not good with these phones. Give me 2 seconds. Let me figure this out here.
Well, Clay, there's on StreamYard, there's a timer at the top. So
is there?
Yeah.
Where?
Well, it tells us maybe it's different for me because I'm a guest, but there's a timer in the top corner on StreamYard showing how long the live's been going on for, so we can just use that.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. Hold on. I'm not going to give up yet. Let me just see if I can figure this out real quick. It shouldn't take me long because I got a timer on my damn phone. Damn it. And hold on a second here. Lap timer. Okay, I think I figured it out. Hold on. I think I figured it out. So, it's 2.5 minutes. The topic for this one's going to be, I mean, we can get right into, I'm dying to kind of get everybody's opinion on this situation right here. You know what I mean? This was definitely an interesting situation this week right here. You know what I mean? Mortified. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the guy holding the Fatal Fury belt right there in the middle. How much poise and stoicism is he showing right there as he's not being distracted at all by the festivities going in front of him doing his job, which is holding that belt, but ultimately yoke on your face takes a whole new meaning for Conor Benn, right? This situation, this fight, I don't know if this fight was going under the radar, guys, right? Like, I don't know if this fight was legitimately going under the radar or not, right? But ultimately, it's not under the radar now. This fight has definitely taken on some new interest by a lot of fans who are jumping into this. Chris Eubanks is diabolical, well-calculated villain that he's become in this situation. I'm going to put the clock on to whoever wants to go. You let me know how we feel about this at this point. Good or bad for boxing, good or bad for this fight. Chris Eubanks out of pocket, or is this just what this fight might have needed to actually get the for the rubber to meet the road for where this fight should be? We can start with Fight Sports Talk. Yep.
Yeah, I'll go first. I didn't care for this fight at all because I've got no interest really in fights between name fighters with weight jumping that's not necessary and doesn't make sense. I mean, it's actually one of my biggest bee in the bonnets I have with the sport. So I didn't care for it. And usually I would say shoving your opponent is fine. Putting hands on your opponent is a little bit different. But Conor Benn has pissed me off so much since he failed that drug test, and he's been such an entitled punk that I felt he kind of deserved it. And Eubank Jr. was, I think, fair game to do that. So good or bad for the sport, I mean, that's all up for debate. I mean, can you really say boxing, combat sports is a sport? I mean, we have this debate all the time. Is it good to have fights outside of the ring or the cage for MMA? In some ways, it's not. But at the same time, guys get in there to beat the life out of each other. So, can you really say it's bad for the sport? That's all up for debate. I thought it was a good move for a fight that's not necessary, and I felt the guy kind of had it coming. So, those are my thoughts.
No doubt. You actually knocked it out. You had a minute to kill on this one. What's up with Too Rich? Bring it back to you, man. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, man, I ain't got much to say. All I would say, man, good promo, man. That just great promo for the fight. I did want to see Conor Benn come back just to see what he looked like. Because I've always liked his style. I mean, he ain't knocking nobody out since, he failed a drug test. But now I'm really interested. Now that we got this bad blood in it, I'm really interested in that. So I think that was a great promo. I think he's going to get fined or something for it, but that was great promo. That's all I got.
No doubt, no doubt. Coach Eddie, how you feeling, brother?
Hey, what's up, brother? How's everything going?
Doing good, man. This one about the slap heard around the world, right? Like this one right here put some perspective on this fight, right? There's a fight that I don't know how interested you were in it in the beginning, but where you at with it now? Now that it's seemed to get a life of its own now.
Well, it's crazy, man. I mean, I think this is kind of up there when Riddick Bowe socked Larry Donald at a press conference, man. But I mean, he just hauled off and punched him, man. But I don't know if I'm Conor Ben, man. Anytime I see Chris Eubank, it's pretty much got to be on site, man. It's got to be that type of Mitch Green energy, Mitch Green, Mike Tyson type of thing, man. Because it was goddamn premeditated. And you know how hard just to take an egg and just slap somebody in the head with an egg, that gives a whole new saying of egg-shaped form. That
Right.
truly was the egg-shaped form right there, man. And this right here, this will go down in boxing history. 50 years from now, people be able to pull this up and be like, the most disrespectful moments in boxing, this is going to be one of them. It's forever. It's there. And, man, I'm talking about, if I'm Chris Eubank, man, I'm not Chris Eubank, I mean, Conor Ben, man, I got to do something to this guy, man. Weigh in, I got to get my lick back. That's how I feel, man. I got to get my lick back.
Even
somehow, man. I don't care.
Right? Wherever it's at, I got to catch you, man. If I got to walk around the
back,
yeah,
I mean, even after the fight, maybe we go, the weigh in. I know that would cost me money though. I just got to get my lick back. And that's the bad thing about it. Whatever you do, it's gonna cost you money if you do it inside the ring. I don't know what they probably tell these guys, man. If y'all have any altercations from this point out, it's gonna cost X amount of dollars, man. It's gonna be crazy. So it's almost like punching somebody in front of the principal, man. That you know what I mean? If that makes sense, man.
Right.
It's like
right.
It's messed up.
Everybody gonna grab you. You can't do nothing about it. I mean, you can see the frustration in his face right here. Just the people holding him is just like, are you kidding me? You know what I mean? Like, y'all gonna hold on to me? Like this dude hit me in my face with an egg. Yeah, man.
Yo, to be honest, man, they should have let it ride for about a good 10 seconds, man. You know what I'm saying?
Right? Hockey rules.
Yeah.
Let them kind of get it. But I mean, you don't want to lose the fight. It is what it is. But
yeah, I'm
gonna be honest with you guys. It did put some new perspective on the fight. The fight became way more interesting. April 26th can't get here close enough. The animosity is real. It's always been there as far as the family feud is concerned, right? With the last names Conor Ben and Nigel Ben and Chris Eubank Sr. Their sons carrying on the legacy of the feud, but this egg on your face, man, diabolical guys, right? Like, it is what it is. But I'm interested in a perspective on I don't want to say this isn't a real fight. This is a real fight, but this is an interesting fight. Oh, this thing is going on. This is an interesting fight here. This here is Rayo Venezuela, the new and improved version of Rayo Venezuela, fighting against Auntuane Russell this coming weekend on this Tank Davis Lamont Roach card. I think maybe one of the most interesting fights on the card. The one of the fights that actually bring value to the card, right? The $80 price point for this pay-per-view, I don't think everybody's excited about. But if you're looking for a reason to watch this card, if you're feeling rebellious and you're not interested in the Lamont Roach Tank Davis fight, this fight right here is definitely one of those fights I think that can check some of those boxes. I'll start off with Fight Sports Talk. Where are you at on this fight at this point with all the intangibles in this fight? Is there anything interesting about this fight that you might be interested in watching?
I love it. I love this fight. Not crazy about this card for the obvious reasons, but yeah, this fight, Venezuela versus Auntuane Russell. I can't wait. I cannot wait for this fight because Valenzuela, I mean, very, very interesting case because first of all, the fight's going to be exciting, which is, of course, the number one thing that we're concerned about as fans. Is this fight going to be worth watching? Valenzuela, very exciting guy, so that's not a problem. The thing is, can he take Russell's power? Because this guy was dropped because of what happened in the De Los Santos fight. The way he looked against Isaac Pitbull Cruz, you would think, yeah, he could. But Russell is a different beast. And, I mean, two southpaws going at it, that's unique in itself. But, yeah, action fight, fun fight. It's an interesting one because normally I would go with in scenarios like this, when one guy in Valenzuela, who's the champion, has come back from not just a defeat, but a defeat which I didn't think he would come back from. I mean, the way that De Los Santos didn't just beat him, but beat the crap out of him. I thought, well, he's not going to come back from that against a guy like Russell, who brings it, who can punch, who doesn't know anything other than knocking people out. I thought he's not going to win that. But the way he beat Isaac Cruz, I think, yeah, he could. And Russell against Puello was, very competitive. So I'm very excited for this fight. Can't wait.
No doubt, no doubt. Too Rich, it's on you, man. I know you got a video that you're working on this one. Like, work the breakdown. I might pay money to hear this breakdown. Let me know, what are we looking forward for in this fight, man? The intangibles. What do you think about this fight going into this fight? I mean, is Jose Valenzuela a new fighter, or is this the same old, and we just happen to catch a good night with him against Isaac Pitbull Cruz?
Well, man, I think first of all, this is a great fight, man. It's a 50-50 fight. And I know it's great because it's hard for me to identify who's the boxer and who's the puncher. I'm always going with if they on the same level, I'm always going with the boxer. Well, I don't know who the boxer and who the puncher is. I think we got two boxer punchers. So this is really intriguing for me. I think it's going to be more so who gets to the point first, who lands the power. I think if you got two good boxers in there, at this point is who land the power first. And I think Gary Auntuane kind of dropped the ball a little bit in his last fight, and he got to psychologically come back from that. I think Rayo got a little bit more of a gift against Pitbull, where it was more his size and reach kind of took control in that fight, where he won't have that same thing in this fight. So this is very much an even fight, man, and it's hard for me to identify which is which. So I'm gonna actually have to watch it, but I think this is the main event, and I kind of look like the Tank fight is just a performance at the end, but this the main event, man. Great fight. I can't pick it 50-50, and we just got to see how it play out.
No doubt, man. Coach Eddie, man, is this the one? Is this the one that makes this card? I mean, does this help with the $80? This fight right here, or where you at with this fight?
I'm interested in the fight. I know it's been a while since Gary been in the ring. I ain't seen him in a while. To me, this is like maybe a 48-52 type of fight. Whichever way you want to swing it. Because Gary, I was kind of high on him, and I'm not saying that I'm down on him, but that last performance against Puello, it kind of exposed a few things, some deficiencies in his game. Gary has a really short reach. I don't know if you guys have ever paid any attention to. He doesn't have much of a reach.
Right.
And
Ray Davis always says he got T-Rex arms.
Yeah, he has kind of little short arms. I mean, not super short, but they're not. I think something about his style, man. It was just like this rough, rugged style, but the last time I seen him out, he just didn't look good. I mean, he was falling all over the place. His balance was off. He's falling in his shots. Wasn't landing any clean punches. Everything was kind of like smothered. He almost fights, because I remember the Russells from amateurs. I used to watch them fight when they were amateurs. And he always fought in this really aggressive style, but sometimes he smothers his own work.
Right.
And I think Jose, last time I seen him out, he looked pretty good at maintaining the distance. So if he had a little bit of pop, respectable power. So if he has enough discipline to stick to the game plan, and Gary Russell, if he can get back to being Gary Russell, just being a little patient, not trying to rush everything, stop trying to steamroll everybody. I mean, it's gonna be an interesting fight. It's a pick'em fight to me, man. To be honest, man, it's a pick'em fight. I guess I want to say which Gary Russell is going to show up. Is the good Gary Russell going to show up, or is it the one that was kind of subpar last time out? Maybe he made some adjustments. We'll see. It's intriguing though.
100%, man. Let me ask you guys another question about this fight, and I'll put it across the panel to go ahead and tell me if you think this makes a difference. There's an intangible in every fight, right? Whenever you see a fight this close, they say when you see a fight damn near 50-50, then it's going to be the intangibles, right? It's going to be the smallest little thing that might make the difference in this fight. Is one guy faster than the other guys? If one guy just that much stronger? Is an IQ benefit here for somebody? Is somebody able to go ahead and bring that little intangible in there that just in a close race gives him that boop right there that he needs to cross that finish line before the guy he's racing against? Well, in this fight, I think in one of the intangibles may be the trainers, right? You've got a Hall of Famer, a future Hall of Famer, in current trainer of the year in Robert Garcia, who's just been doing great things with his fighters, right? He's been producing great product coming out of that gym out there. And then you got Gary Russell, rest in peace, Gary Russell Sr., who passed away. But ever since he moved on, to a better place, it seems like Gary Russell Jr. has been taking over as a trainer for Gary Russell, Gary Auntuane Russell, right? Because they're all Gary Russells. Could this play a part in this fight? Can this be the intangible that separates it? Is Robert Garcia's expertise and guidance on Rayo Venezuela maybe an intangible that gives Rayo the advantage of this fight, where Gary Auntuane Russell seems to be going under the tutelage of his brother, who's, for all argumentative purposes, is still a boxer, but really not, has no track record to speak to him being like a great trainer in a situation like this. This is a championship fight. It's on a big stage. It's a big opportunity for Gary Auntuane. Already in his last fight against Alberto Puello, like you said, Coach, fell short, right? Could this be the intangible that makes a difference in what we might be seeing on Saturday? And I'll let Fight Sports Talk take it from here. And I'm interested in your perspective. Does that affect this fight at all?
Definitely. Anytime you've got not just a trainer, but like you said, a great trainer, one of the best we've seen in your corner, then that's always an intangible. And it's particularly an intangible when you show character. And I talked about this earlier, but Valenzuela, he did exactly what we want fighters, not just what we want fighters to do, but what fighters need to do. When you get put out, especially as a contender, the first thing we need to know is, do you have what it takes to bounce back from that? And he did. He showed that. So, and that's in particular, that's what Robert Garcia fighters need. They need character, and not to dump on Anthony Joshua, but he didn't show character when he had Robert Garcia in his corner, and that's one of the reasons why that relationship went sour. So yeah, that's huge for Valenzuela. And I forgot to mention one thing, just again talking about how interested I am in this fight. I'm not sure if Valenzuela, again, huge fan of the character he showed, but maybe the reason he was successful against Pitbull Cruz is because he had height and reach advantages in that fight. He's got the same thing against Russell. And one thing about Russell, going back to what Too Rich said, he's going to have to be aggressive in this fight. And when he was aggressive against Puello, that's when he suddenly, I wouldn't even say he didn't look good. He just missed a lot in that fight. And it's a very interesting situation when it comes to coaching, because Valenzuela knows what it's like to come through those tough moments. I don't question Gary Russell's ability to come through tough situations, but if you can't land that power and you're dealing with a guy who, again, has tasted defeat badly and he's come back from it, does he have the wrinkles to come through that challenge? So I guess you've got me thinking that the intangibles right now favor the champion.
Wow, man. I appreciate your perspective on that one. Let me go ahead and deal with this super chat. Shout out the channel, man. I appreciate you, family. It says, salute Claymore and boxing panel. And he says, if that's the case, Charlo didn't get his pick back from Plant, and Teofimo definitely didn't get his pick back for Keyshawn putting his daddy to sleep. Just saying. I think he's talking about as far as I think he's going back in the conversation when we were talking about Conor Benn and Chris Eubank. Just as far as Conor Benn's need to get a get back per se. I mean, I guess I think everybody got to get their lick back. You know what I mean? One doesn't justify the other one. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Getting the egg in your face, man. I never thought about it being as embarrassing as it could be until I saw that situation happen. I'm like, damn, you know what? I might have to get mine back. I don't know. It is what it is, right? Salute to Too Rich. Too Rich, what do you think about that intangible that I was talking about there? You mentioned how you had a hard time picking a winner in this fight. It's a 50-50 fight. You usually go with the boxer. There's not one guy who's necessarily the boxer in this fight, not one guy who's necessarily the puncher. They both kind of check the boxes in both areas. But what about this intangible? What about the trainer and the guidance of Robert Garcia? And what about the lack of guidance with Gary Russell Jr. taking over the leadership roles in that camp for the late Gary Russell Sr. when it comes to Gary Antoine's performance?
When you look at it on the surface, definitely Robert Garcia is a great trainer, and he Rayo definitely has the ups on the trainer. But I think it gets nullified a little bit. Now, if we move back a couple of fights, Benavidez was training Rayo, right? And Benavidez was teaching Rayo to be a puncher. Teaching him to knock out guy. Rayo felt like that's why he got knocked out by De Los Santos. So he went to Robert Garcia to get his boxing back. So when he beat Pitbull, he gave a lot of credit to Garcia. Like, it worked. That shows me, well, which guy are we going to get in this fight? Are we going to get the guy that's going to stick to the Robert Garcia plan of boxing? Or when you get stressed or when you get hit with that punch, are you going to revert back to the old Rayo who wants to knock the guy out? So I think Rayo is going to be, is he going to totally follow Robert Garcia when it breaks down a little bit, when he get tested? Pitbull was never really able to put him in a position to give up the game plan. I think Gary Antoine Russell is going to press the issue where he's going to have to make a choice. Do you stick with the game plan or do you abandon the game plan and go back to being the old Rayo? Which he can, because I think he got nice pop. He could do it, but on the other end with the Russells, they don't believe in a lot of sparring, if any at all. And I think as Gary Antoine Russell move up in the ranks, that comes into play. Because what I saw against Puello is that those punches was affecting Gary Antoine Russell. And I think that's due to the lack of sparring. So if you're not sparring a lot, only thing you're going to get in the gym is the skill. So I do believe Russell's going to outskill Rayo, but I think it's going to be a question of which Rayo are we going to get? Is he going to stick to the Robert Garcia game plan, or when he gets touched a couple of times, is he going to resort to the old Rayo? And I don't even think Rayo knows that yet. He's going to have to figure it out once he get in the fight.
Interesting, man. I like that breakdown. Thank you, man. Coach Eddie, man, the intangibles, man. You're a trainer. You have your own gym. I mean, you know what I mean? You work with fighters regularly. A fight this close, the intangibles usually make the difference, right? So like I said to the rest of the panel, you got, Robert Garcia on one side, who's bringing a lot of success and experience from what he's been able to do, right? And also, he was a professional fighter his damn self, but, the work he did with Mikey, the work he's done with the fighters he has right now. And then you've got, Gary Russell Jr., who somewhat might say novice, new to the game as far as training is concerned, but he's taking the role on his shoulders to be the leader of his brothers and of the gym. But, what have they gotten together? Well, it's a loss that they got with Alberto Puello going into this fight. Can this be the intangible that makes a difference? The guidance, the training that makes a difference between who gets that edge and gets that win in this fight?
Yes, sir. And both gentlemen, Too Rich made a good point, and Fight Sports, both guys made a good point, man. Especially with the sparring. I mean, there are certain type of sparring. I don't believe in like having gym wars. But you do need to get touched a little bit just so you don't get gun shy, just so you're not blinking, when the punches are coming at you and all that stuff. You can tell when you haven't been in the ring for a while because your body has to be conditioned and it has to be hard to take contact. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on. I'm trying to going through my mental Rolodex, and I don't know any brother that actually trained his brother that was successful. I mean, we've seen father and son team, all time.
So Robert and Mikey, right?
Yeah, I forgot. Okay, I forgot about that. Okay, there you go. But it hadn't been many, though. You know what I mean? Hadn't been many.
And Robert was officially retired, right? Like he officially was a trainer at that point. This is kind of a weird one because the dynamic is weird because Gary Russell Jr. hasn't necessarily retired. Like I'm hearing rumors of him potentially trying to set up a fight with Leo Santa Cruz, potentially.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So it is kind of weird, right? It's kind of like the rapper who has the label, but he's still rapping. LL Cool J didn't like that with Jay-Z. I don't know how Gary Antoine feels about it with his brother, Gary Russell.
Yeah, and that's the thing right there. I think the age difference, like I think between Robert and Mikey, it was a pretty big age difference. So maybe he looked at him more like an authority figure. I don't know how the dynamic works when y'all are kind of close in age like that. Both of y'all are brothers. I'm not saying that they have any animosity or anything. I don't know. It's a question that I never really thought about, the intangible as far as the trainers, especially with Gary Auntuane Russell, because I was high on him. I think it's one of them things, man. It's like a huge question mark. Yeah, Robert Garcia is a great trainer, but I see Robert Garcia let his fighters get beat to death too. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing about Robert Garcia. He's not throwing no towel in, man. Your eye socket could be hanging out, man. He gonna send you right back out. I mean, look what he did to Antonio Margarito. I mean, Antonio Margarito got freaking destroyed, man. He just kept sending him back out. So, I mean, you're a good trainer when you win, but are you a bad trainer when you let your fighter get beat, get pummeled? So, as far as Gary Russell, I don't know how those guys are training, because I know the other brother, there's two of them that's training Russell, the older one and the younger one.
Right.
So you got both guys working the camp. So who's really taking charge of their camp? You know, who are they adding new wrinkles, or are they still just fighting the same way they did as an amateur? Because all of them kind of fought the same way. Southpaw, that same, that DMV style. So are they adding anything new to the game? We'll see. I'm intrigued about the fight though.
No, 100%, man. I'm on the same page with you, man. Shout out to Warrior Class 2. Another $10 color in the chat, man. I really appreciate you. Intangibles that you see changing from show to show. Warrior Class 3 says the difference is skill. Valenzuela beat Pitbull Cruz with skill, because Rolly Romero had height, size, and reach over Pitbull Cruz, but Romero didn't have the skill. Valenzuela and Gary Russell are equals. Wow. Okay. So basically saying on the skill level, man. I mean, and I'll give one more factor, the level for the board, and then we'll move on. Hold on a second here. Bear with me here. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Bear with me here. I'm pushing buttons and things are happening here. Cancel. Okay, we're there again. We all good? We all hear each other?
Yeah, brother.
Okay, cool. The next, I'm going to bring one more intangible into this conversation, and we're going to move on to the WBC Junior Welterweight Championship, Alberto Puello and Santa Martin fight. Here's the other intangible I have for this situation. Gary Auntuane Russell's amateur career, beating Boots Ennis 3 times in the amateurs, beating Richardson Hitchens 3 times in the amateurs. Isn't it fair to say that Gary Russell has a high pedigree when it comes to boxing? And is it possible that he's just been working a certain way with that 100% knockout ratio for such a long time that he strayed away from that? But isn't that still a tool in his arsenal for him to use? And if he does tap into that tool, who's actually the better boxer in the ring between Gary Auntuane Russell and Rayo Valenzuela? I'll send that question over to Fight Sports Talk.
That is, I'm trying to get the answer, the correct answer, but I don't know. Because again, Auntuane Russell. Let me just get the question right. You're asking, is his power going to be the difference to where he's better because of, again, you mentioned his amateur accomplishments.
Right. Well, I'm talking about his boxing skills. Like what people have accused of Gary Auntuane Russell for being somebody who's kind of a one-trick pony, a little wild puncher. He punches wide. You know what I mean? He's kind of wild. He gets his opponents out of there.
Right,
you know what I mean?
Right. I hear you.
But one might have a newcomer to the game who doesn't know too much about their background believe that Gary Auntuane Russell's pedigree as far as boxing skill wise is not really there, but you refer to him beating some of the best boxers in the game multiple times, like Jerome Boots Ennis, and even more importantly, I think Richardson Hitchens. How did he beat those guys? He had to outbox those guys. He didn't knock those guys out in a point system set up, in an amateur point system. He was able to capitalize and be the better boxer in those scenarios.
Yeah.
Is he the better boxer in this fighter? And is that what we might be seeing on Saturday when he fights Rayo?
Right. Yeah. Thanks. I was. I keep stumbling over because I don't know who to pick in this fight, and going back to what Warrior Class said, because he took the words right out of my mouth, mentioning skill and talked about how Romero had height and size over Pitbull Cruz, but didn't have the skill to pull it off. Fantastic point. That's what I mentioned about Valenzuela. He did beat Pitbull Cruz, but I'm just curious: was it more down to his skill or the height and reach advantage he had, or has he shown enough character to where that De Los Santos loss is behind him? With Gary Russell, I don't think he looked bad against Puello because you can't win them all, and I did like his aggression. I liked what he showed in that fight. Him being forced to miss as much as he did and getting countered, that can happen to anyone, and these are all just learning experiences that all fighters go through. So I'm sorry, man, but I don't know if I can really answer the question, is Russell the better boxer? Because I don't know, because I'm not I get criticized for this. I get criticized for going down the middle too much, but I really don't know, because I'm not writing Russell off because he lost to Puello, even the way that he lost, because he was missing a lot of his big shots. I mean, I felt he fought that way because being aggressive is what he does best. And but the thing is, he's going to have to be aggressive against Valenzuela, because Valenzuela has learned from his loss to De Los Santos. When he was aggressive, that's what led to him getting knocked out. So being defensive actually works for him. I'll finish off with a point. I'll try and stand on something. I'm going to say Gary Russell has more to prove about whether he's more skilled or not, because De Los Santos, because Valenzuela has proven he's lost horribly. I didn't think he was going to come back from that, and he's proven that he can come back with skill and with character. Russell, I believe he's got the character. Does he have the skill? I'm going to say he needs to prove it.
Okay, that sounds good. Too Rich, back at you, man. Are we disregarding Gary Russell, man? Are we sleeping? Are we forgetting? We need to be reminded about Gary Russell's actual pedigree and his skill set and what he can do versus what he's been choosing to do. Or does it not even translate? Is it the amateurs and this is the pros and this is two separate games? And unfortunately, none of that matters at this point. What do you think?
Well, to me, the highest compliment I can give is call him a boxer puncher. So to me, if I call you a boxer, it's because you have a level of skill. I did watch one of those fights against Boots Ennis or whatever. What I call a boxer, a guy who kind of depends a lot on combination punching. So even though Gary Russell has a lot of knockouts, I look at him kind of like a Terrence Crawford. Well, yeah, he's getting knocks out, but he's boxing you to the knockouts. Meaning he's landing a lot of combinations. It's not just about let me land this one big shot, but he does a lot of good combination punching. So I think he's highly skilled. I think he actually is more skilled than Rayo. I think Rayo is going to come in with a better game plan. I think that like you say, with his brother training him, I think he's going to be more relied on. Do you be who you are, be the talent that you are, be the skill that you are, and then he's going to go against probably a superior game plan.
Right.
But it's going to be I do think Gary Russell can outskill him in just combination punching, man. But Rayo could do that too. So Rayo could do that too. They both are literally the mirror image to me. Where a little bit more aggression on Auntuane Russell's part, but hey, that could put him in a tricky position to get countered, because Rayo can counter too. So this literally is a 50-50, man. It's a 50-50 for me, man. I honestly don't know. This is going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one to watch. I can't pick it.
I feel you, man. I'm trying to put some intangibles in there, see if we can find something to go one way or the other. But I'm in agreement with the panel for the most part here. Like, who knows? It's about who's able to capitalize on these things. Hey, Coach Eddie, you know what it is at the end of the day. Are we disregarding him? Is he a pedigree above Rayo Valenzuela? Are we forgetting who Gary was? And are we going to potentially get a reminder on Saturday? What say you?
Yeah, I think we kind of are, because we got to remember that Gary was an Olympian. A lot of people forget about that.
Right.
We always remember Shakur with Charles Conway. He was an Olympian also. One thing about Gary's style and Alder's style is always translated well to the amateur system because they throw a lot of punches and they were fast. It's especially Mr. Gary Russell. That's what he was known for, this tremendous hand speed. I mean, this highlight reel type of hand speed. And and like I said, that style translates well to being an amateur, being, highly conditioned, throwing a lot of punches, letting your hands go. And he brought that style to professional boxing. Auntuane was the stronger out of the brothers, though. Gary was kind of, I won't say pillow fisted. He was the fastest, but Auntuane had speed and he had power, and he had a style that translated well until he kind of had to box a little bit against a guy that was a little bit taller. Could have just been an off night. You know what I mean? You got to remember that. Could have just been an off night. I mean, maybe wasn't feeling right. Maybe the training camp didn't go well. Just losing your father, a lot of that stuff could play on your mind. A lot of mental goes into this boxing thing. So I think his amateur pedigree, I think it will play a part because I think he has something to pull from there. And it just depends on how he wants to use it. If he can keep a level head and utilize all his experience, just being on that U.S. boxing team, traveling the world, having hundreds of amateurs fighting since you were a kid, knowing how to win, so I think I kind of persuaded myself now that you brought that question up. I'm going to lean towards Gary Russell now. I think he can pull from that vast experience as an amateur and probably could help him out in this fight.
Awesome. Well, guys, we got a fight Saturday between Gary Russell and Rayo Valenzuela. Probably going to be, quite possibly will steal the show. Definitely looking, and the panel says it. Most people I speak to say it. It's hard to pick between these guys, man, because it really depends, I think, at the end of the day, on who shows up, right? Like if Rayo Valenzuela, who fought against Isak Pitbull Cruz, shows up, how does that go against the Gary Russell who, fought Jerome Boots Ennis, or, fought Richard Hitchinson, or, fought Alberto Puello? How do these styles clash with each other, and who brings what to the table, and what's the more efficient approach strategy wise? And as far as the trainers are concerned, yeah, man, you got to give it a little bit towards Rayo Venezuela's side as far as experience of Robert Garcia and training and bringing champions and making champions. His program has done it. When you look at Bam Rodriguez, when you look at Virgil Ortiz, and of course Rayo Valenzuela, it's safe to say that Robert Garcia and his brother Mikey Garcia, it's safe to say that Robert Garcia is a tried true trainer. And it seems like Gary Russell Jr. will be under the magnifying glass on Saturday, and so will Gary Auntuane. We'll see what they come bring full circle when it's all said and done. Alberto Puello, first defense of his WBC title. Since we're talking about Gary Auntuane Russell, we know that Alberto Puello took his opportunity to become a WBC interim champion and a WBC actual full champion now that Devin Haney is either in recess or has just vacated the belt totally. Alberto Puello defending his title against somebody who everybody was wanting to see Devin Haney fight. Maybe, I don't know. Devin Haney didn't see any money in it. Nobody wanted to get behind it and put enough money into it. But Santa Martin earned his own respect fighting Teofimo, getting a moral victory. People feel like he beat Teofimo, even though he didn't get the head nod to become a WBO champion. Teofimo walked away with the victory, but a lot of eyes went on Santa Martin as we saw that he was really a talented fighter from Spain. He's had 2 fights since then, 8-round fights, both ending in stoppages, 1 in 6, 1 in 4. And look, he's here, and he's not going nowhere. He's knocking at the door of potentially being a champion if he can get through Alberto Puello. I'll let Fight Sports Talk take it from here. What are the intangibles? What are we looking at going in this fight? And are you leaning one way or the other?
Well, the intangibles are whether Puello can shut down Martin's negative style, because I don't think Sandor Martin beat Teofimo. I felt Jermaine Ortiz had a case to. I felt Martin fought way too negatively in that fight, so he did a good job disarming Teofimo, but talking about skill, I wasn't that impressed by what I saw. And with Puello, I was, again, very impressed with what he did against Gary Russell. The thing is that we're talking about a completely different fight. Mm-hmm. I mean, two boxers, and again, Martin, I'm probably coming across a bit too negative here, but I don't think he's got much to his game aside from being negative, and that worked against Teofimo, a guy who has proven to be very good, but doesn't know how to cut off the ring and just gets wild once he can't knock you out. So I'm not sure how that's going to translate against a fighter who has more wrinkles to their game, like Puello. And Puello, I like what he showed against Gary Russell. I liked what he showed in terms of not just making Russell miss, but also countering him and stepping off to just the way he pivoted and would counter him. I mean, just an example, I feel like he pivots away from his opponents when they're attacking him better than Shakur Stevenson does. So I'm favoring Puello, but then again, the biggest intangible in this fight is when you get two slick boxers, one of them being a southpaw, it's really hard to see how this fight's going to go. But I do favor Puello.
No doubt. Too Rich, it's your turn. What do you think about this fight, man? Puello's first defense, Santa Martin getting his opportunity. Fight Sports Talk said he don't feel like he really even won that fight or wasn't that impressive, at least against Teofimo Lopez. Where are you at on these two fighters?
What I say about Martin is he's still here, and I and that means something. But Puello, I like Puello, and I think he shows that sometimes just stick to the fundamentals. He seems to be a tough guy, durable, and he sticks to the fundamental, and he throws a lot of punches. So I would have to favor him in the fight. I don't think he's the best guy, but I think you're gonna have to be on your game to beat him, and I don't think Martin could do it.
Right. I feel you on that. What about you, Coach Eddie? Where you at on this fight? Any opinions one way or another?
Yeah. I'm gonna throw something out there. I'm gonna go with Puello. I'm gonna go with it by TKO stoppage, man. I'm just gonna throw something out there, man.
Okay.
I think Puello punches a little bit harder than people give him credit for. Sandor Martin, I mean, I don't know. He's a good fighter. You know, I can't take nothing from him, man. Maybe he just one of those guys that just don't get the credit that maybe he deserves because of the name recognition. But he did have had a good win. He had some decent performances. I'm gonna go with Puello. I think his confidence is probably through the roof. I'd imagine he just knocked off Gary Russell. Seemed to be like he's resurging and probably been training hard and really looking for the opportunity. Right. I think he seems to be the hungrier fighter. I'm not saying I can't say that Sandor Martin is not because I really hadn't been following him to be honest. Okay. But this is to me this is kind of like a fight that just say, hey, let's just throw something together. This whole card has just throw something together type of feel. But to be honest, man, I'm just being honest, man.
Hey, man, speak your truth, man. Listen, I'm covering this, and look, I wanted to go on record, right? I'm not excited about this card at all, right? I like Gary and Rayo, but we cover boxing here, and you know what I mean? And we gonna cover it. If they're gonna fight, we gonna cover it. But bro, you're not talking, your voice doesn't fall on deaf ears. And
I think the thing about it, man, I just think it maybe with the lack of promotion, man, maybe and maybe they should have did, this is my opinion, they should have took all because they got PBC has a whole lot of names that are like 35, 36 years old. Just throw them guys in there. Just stack the card up with names, not just guys that we ain't heard of. Let's put Jamal Charles. Let's put Andrade on there. Let's put fighters that have name recognition, even though they may be a little bit past it. Let's put them on the card. Just to rival what happened in Riyadh season, because at least now you got name recognition. And then let Tank be the main event, because it don't matter who Tank fight. Tank can fight, a pillowcase, and people gonna show up. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt. Yeah, man, it is what it is. What it is, right? Like, it's a fight that, like I said, if you have any type of if you like cerebral fights and chess matches, this fight might check the boxes. Exciting. I don't necessarily guarantee that, but I do think Alberto Puello does have an opportunity to make an exciting fight. He can do it because he doesn't have to be that threatened about Sandor Martin's what's coming back from him. I mean, you got to be aware of your environment, anybody can get punched on, but there's an opportunity there for him to take some risk and take a chance at making something exciting. This card looks like it's looking for somebody to take the role as the fight of the night. It looks like Gary and Rayo kind of check those boxes, but at the same time, the main event isn't something that everybody's cheering for as much. So there's room on here to do something special, right? And be part of something special on this card. Alberto Puello looks like he can take advantage of this moment and do something interesting. If he was able to stop Sandor Martin, get a TKO, or even just be really offensively, just higher on his offense, he can make this fight into something. Really, there's another fight on this card, and then after this one, we're going to get into the main event. We could speak on this for whatever it's worth. What it's going to be. It's going to be tanking. It's going to be Lamont Roach. But there's a young guy on this card, Yoenis Telles. I've been watching him. I've been kind of impressed with what I've seen coming from him. He's 9 fights into his career, 7 knockouts. An exciting fighter for whatever it's worth. He was last on that Tim Tszyu card when he fought Bakram. He was on that card, had a fight against a real puncher. And I want to say his name was Johan Gonzalez. But he ended up stopping this guy. This guy was like 35 wins, 3 losses, 34 knockouts, right? So this guy was a puncher. Johan showed his ability to weather the storm, beat the puncher, beat a counter puncher, worked on his back foot a little bit, really had like an Errol Spence kind of energy about him a little bit because he didn't move out the way. He sat on his punches, caught punches on his gloves, and returned a lot of heavy shots and was able to ultimately put this dude down on his pockets. This fight right here against Julian Williams. Julian Williams, somebody, you guys remember Julian Williams. Probably one of his biggest victories was against Jarrett Hurd. But ever since they're really just been lackluster, to say the least. Took a lot of losses since there was an undefeated fighter going into the Jarrett Hurd fight. Took that loss and just never seemed to get it back. In my opinion, a little punchy. Looks like, his chin just isn't what it used to be. But a great fight for Yoenis Telles, maybe, right? Yoenis Telles looking to do his first 12-round fight in this fight right here. So, for all argumentative purposes, translating into a professional career as a contender at this point. But 9 fights. We've seen a lot of these fighters getting fast-tracked. You look at Andy Cruz getting fast-tracked. You look at Keyshawn Davis, who's now a WBO champion, being fast-tracked. His record, would have you think that he shouldn't be there. Madrimov was a WBA champion at 10 fights into his career. This kid at 9-0, 7 knockouts, looks like he has some promising things going about him. I'll put it on Fight Sports Talk. Any interest or any knowledge on this guy, Yoenis Telles, or is he still kind of like new to you?
I'm very interested in him because, like you said, he is exciting, and I mean, he's. I was about to say that he's Cuban, but I'm not giving her. I'm not saying I'm completely behind him because of that, but he's got potential. He's got potential because he's an athlete. He's from Cuba. He's slick, and like you said, he's got power. And what you said about fighters being fast tracked. If you're going to fast track a guy, this is the guy to do it against because I mean, J-Rock. He looked great against Jarrett Hurd, and him losing to Jason Rosario, who may have just had the performance of his life, but falling off after that, I was stunned, to be honest. I thought, wow, he's not probably going to go anywhere, especially the way he looked against Carlos Adames. And look, I mean, he was in a tough division. He had a tough road, so that's not a knock on him, but it just shows that he's not what he was built at, he had the potential to be. So therefore putting him against Telles, it makes sense. And yeah, I think this is Telles's fight to win well. We'll just see what he's made of again, because Williams is a veteran. But in terms of who's going to win and how, I don't really have any questions in this fight. It's really just like you said, a fight to fast track Telles, but it makes sense, and we'll just see how good he looks.
Yeah, exactly. I like that. How you feeling, Too Rich, on this one, man? Are you looking forward to seeing? Does this help the $80 price point on this pay-per-view at all for you? How do you feel about this fight?
No, I don't help the price point, but I'm not familiar with Telles. But
somebody sent a message to Tank and let them know I'm trying to sell this. I'm trying, man. Okay,
go ahead. But what I will say, I don't know much about Telles, but if they're willing to put him in there with J Rock, I know J Rock done fell off a little bit, but I don't think he's an easy fight for nobody. So the fact that they putting him in the fight with him, let me know what they think of him, Telles. So, J Rock can mess up the day. So I mean, I have to see it play out, man. But clearly they think a lot of Telles. So, but I give J Rock a shot, man. I would never count him out. A guy trying to get back. You just never know. You just never know.
Yeah. I like it, man. What about you, Coach Eddie? Is this the one you were looking for? Now you ready to swipe your card?
Yeah, I'm ready, man. I'm finna go to the recycling bin and cash some aluminum cans in. You know what I'm saying?
We're gonna get it together for this. We're gonna support one way or the other. I got you.
That's it. But real talk though, this kid Telles, this is Canelo's one of Canelo's chief sparring partners. So he's been in that camp several times, and Canelo spoke very highly of this guy. Said he's one of the fastest middleweights he ever been in the ring with. So he's definitely on the fast track. He kind of got that stamp of approval, with the Canelo speaking for him and all that stuff. So I think this kid's on the fast track. As far a lot of people don't know who he is. You know what I mean? Maybe this is his coming out party, or just to show, hey, I'm on this type of level right here. And Julian, unfortunately for him, he's just going to be a stepping stone in this fight, and probably will get stopped. Just to keep it 100, man. I mean, it is what it is. It's kind of like a little retirement check, before you go to pro box type deal. If Julian continues to fight, he's heading to pro box, which no shade to pro box. I enjoy pro box. But I'm not saying it's levels, financial levels. I'm not saying it's skill-wise levels, because this is light heavyweight that fights on pro box. Tito Lopez, right. I like him. I think we're gonna be seeing him pretty soon. Somebody need to go ahead and really scoop this kid up, because this kid got the look, he got the style. That could be really entertaining in that light heavyweight division. He's young. But like I say, this is a stepping stone showcase. It should be a showcase fight. I think this fight probably won't go 4 rounds.
Wow. Yeah, man, it is what it is. I can see that.
Good.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. J-Rock got a foot out the door, man, and it's always dangerous getting in the ring with a puncher like this one. A foot out the door, this might be the retirement party you're talking about, man. He might collect that check and just, bow out gracefully. The 154-pound division is not a playful division. You know what I'm saying? Not a playful division at all. So, yeah, we'll see what happens, man. We got a fight between these two guys. But let's go ahead and get into what the whole entire hoopla is, man. This is the start of the show. This is what it's all about. This is what the argument is. This is the conversation. This is the talk of the town. Face of boxing. Gervonta Tank Davis takes on Lamont Roach Saturday. Listen, man, outside of like personal feelings about who you want to see him fight, talking about this fight right here, this guy right here seems to be the one who's either going to make this a fight or is going to make it a bust, right? Lamont Roach has to bring his best game, the best version of himself. Is he more than is he going to have to do something he's never done before? Bring something else to the table? Or do you guys see something that he actually does that you've seen him do in his career that can actually play a role in making this fight a very interesting fight? We'll start off with Fight Sports Talk on this one. How do you feel about this fight, man? Going into it, what do you think Lamont Roach brings to the table? I'm not going to ask you who I think wins, but feel free to answer that as well.
Yeah, well, okay. It's one of those things where I do think the fight will be entertaining, and I do think Lamont Roach is going to give his best, and that's all we can ask for. In terms of, is he going to win? How do I feel about this fight? The same I did before. It's not the fights we want, and I've said on multiple shows, I probably said on your guys' show, Tank Davis might be the best lightweight in the world. I would pick him over Keyshawn Davis. And Clay, I'd love to, maybe in the future, next time I'm on, I'd love to discuss that with you, because I'm a little bit surprised you said you'd pick Keyshawn to beat Tank, right?
Yeah. Well,
right.
Am I picking him to do it? I'm not saying he will, because it's Tank, man. But I think he can. Okay. I think he very well can. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a dangerous fight for Tank. I think Keyshawn is a live wire. Probably. I think Keyshawn is the most dangerous fight for Tank. I think Shakur is the hardest fight, but I think Keyshawn's the most dangerous.
Okay, right. I hear. So, yeah, Tank Davis, for me, he might be the best lightweight in the world. I mean, I actually got criticized for this on another show. I said I don't think him versus Shakur is a foregone conclusion, and again, people thought I was on the same stuff as De La Hoya, but I'm being real. I mean, Shakur. I know Shakur's not a factor right now, and he just signed a multi-fight deal with Eddie Hearn, which pretty much puts this fight even further away than we already believed. But Shakur, I mentioned this again. He backs up easily. He looks nervous whenever fighters get within inches of him, of being close to him. They don't even get close. They just get within a few inches, and he doesn't pivot very well. So I don't think Gervonta Tank Davis loses that fight automatically. But the thing is, we're just not going to see it. So how do I feel about this fight? It's an exciting fight, but it's not really a meaningful fight, and therefore I'll watch it, but more for the excitement rather than I'm really interested in who's going to who's going to win and who's going to have the best future in the division, because Roach is getting an opportunity because the top guys in the division don't get the Tank Davis opportunity, and it's been that way for years. So, but also just quick thoughts on how I think the fight goes. Again, Lamont Roach is going to come out, do his best, and therefore Tank will have to fight differently to how he fought against Frank Martin. The thing about Tank is that we know he can fight aggressively. We know he can fight on the back foot, which I think he's going to have to do in this fight. And Lamont Roach, he doesn't have the type of defense to beat Tank because his arms are often very high, which is fine, but Tank Davis is a sharpshooter to the body. So, yeah, those are my thoughts.
No doubt. Salute, man. Thank you for your perspective, yo. Too Rich, man. Listen, man, I already know. This is another one of those breakdowns. I already know what to expect, man. Don't let me down, man. This fight right here, Tank Davis versus Lamont Roach, man. The fight nobody asked for, but the fight we have. This is what we're going to be looking forward to seeing on March 1st. This guy right here, Lamont Roach, in my opinion, I'm wondering what intangibles is there. What is there that he brings to this that makes this an interesting fight? Does he compete at the highest level with Tank Davis? And shoot, man, how did he beat Tank?
Well, I'm gonna start off by saying this. We got to realize what we're looking at. It's a 25. Tank is favored 25-1. So we know what the foregone conclusion is. Mm-hmm. So to me, Tank, I don't think he realized he's slowly becoming, instead of a commercial artist, a commercial boxer. He's becoming the Drake of the boxing industry. Meaning he got a little edge, but he's safe. He's being safe, right? So it's a bad matchup. 135-pounder versus 130. It's a bad matchup, meaning it's not a good matchup. However, I always give credence to the boxer. Lamont Roach with 10 knockouts, he's a boxer. He's still there. And the only reason he's still there because he clearly have some type of boxing skills, right? So if I remove the other stuff and just say, hey, look at the style, look at the matchup, I favor Tank to win the fight, no doubt about it. However, I think Lamont Roach is a better boxer than Frank Martin. So I'm looking for Lamont Roach to do better than Frank Martin. That's how I kind of gauge in this fight. I'm looking for him to do better than Frank Martin, right? He has some things that he could use to his advantage. Body shots. If you're gonna beat Tank, everybody think his power. Tank has shown he get hit a lot. He's shown you he has a chin. It's the body. He often is in a high guard. Go to the body. And I think Lamont Roach will do that. I think he's gonna go to the body. You know, just his punch trajectory, I think it's going to lead him to the body. All right. We know Tank give up the first few rounds. So that's to Lamont Roach advantage as a boxer. We know Tank going to look for Lamont Roach to lose his power a little bit, and he's going to come on in the second half of the fight. Lamont Roach is a boxer. He's not going to lose his power. He's going to be paced to go 12 rounds. So that's why I think it's going to be a little bit tougher fight than we realize. Even Tank predicting what a 9th round knockout. And I think that's about right. I think it's about 9th, 10th round knockout, maybe. But I think Lamont Roach has a chance just from the familiarity to make it a tougher fight than it should be. But I still, I got Tank winning. I don't know about knockout, man. It wouldn't be surprised me if the fight go the distance.
Wow.
But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm not saying that it is, but it wouldn't surprise me. Lamont Roach don't have a chin that sticks out, so he's able to tuck his chin good. Tank gonna need to touch the chin. If he can't get to the chin, you see what I mean? The fight might go. He couldn't get the pit bull's chin. You see what I'm saying? If you could tuck that chin good enough, he can't get to it. He doesn't. Tank Davis don't have the power that we think he has. He has late round power, meaning when the fighter loses his power, Tank power is increased because Tank had conserved his energy. Look, since the Pedraza fight, he has no stoppages in rounds 1 through 4. He don't have any stoppages, so he's not looking to even get off early. And when we did see him knock Ryan Garcia down in the second round, Ryan got up and fought for the next 5 rounds. So you have to lose power first for Tank power to increase, and he knows that, so he doesn't even really try to do that early in the fight. But we know how it goes. We know how it goes. So I'm really just looking for Lamont Roach to do good for himself, do better than Frank Martin. I think it's a success.
Man, I love that breakdown. You know what I mean? 1-on-1, too rich. I respect the belts. 1-of-1. Shout out to Coach Eddie in the building. If you're available, I'm dying to hear your perspective on this. Once again, the fight nobody asked for, but the fight we got. Lamont Roach versus Tank Davis. How do you assess this fight?
Well, first of all, I'm going to preface this. I'm going to say I'm hoping Lamont pulls off the upset. I like upsets. Upsets are good for boxing. It brings everybody back to reality. That these men are not Superman, not Terminators. They bleed just like you and me. It resets the algorithm. So, hey, I'm with Lamont Roach because I have no emotional attachment to any of these guys. So, if Lamont's able to pull it off, hey, kudos to him. I hope he does. I'm pulling for him. Just because maybe the little troll in me is pulling for it also. I don't want to see the fans get upset. I gotta be honest, man. If Tank loses, man, got him.
It would be nice to see those fans kind of get humble a little bit. I don't want to see Tank lose as bad as everybody else, but them fans could use a little bit of humble juice, right? A little bit of humble pie.
It'll be funny. Nah, but everything Too Rich said, man, it was spot on. I mean, Tank, he's not like you be honest, Tank is really a safety first fighter, man. To be honest, man. He's not like Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson was coming in, just trying to get you out of there this first 5 rounds because, Mike had short wind. He had asthma, so he didn't want to fight 12 rounds. He wanted to get you out of there. Right. Tank is a safety first fighter, and Tank is cautious. He's a cautious fighter with power. That's why a lot of his knockouts are about counter punching. He kind of, he'll take a few shots, he'll sit there in that high guard, he'll get lumped up a little bit until he sees what he wants. And then when he sees what he wants, that's when he starts pulling the trigger. And then he starts slowly breaking you down and start beating you up because he does have that power, and that's how a lot of times you get these guys out of here. And a lot of guys, when they feel their power, they get on a retreat, they get a little scared, like a Frank. Frank, I think he felt the power and felt that his energy was going down, so he got a little bit on a retreat and got a little bit intimidated. But I think most guys, when they fight Tank, man, they look at him and they kind of dismiss him. Like Rolly was very dismissive of Tank. Like, man, ain't no way in the world this dude could beat me. You know what I mean? Because they look at his size and the stature, and man, why this guy can't beat me? And then he winds up beating these guys. Now, take my hat off the Tank. Him being that size, you have to be good. If you're that size and you're on that level, because most of the time, you being that short, you're not going to be able to make it to a top level unless you're extremely good. And I think that's why a lot of times he's thinking about quitting. You hear a lot of this retirement talk. I'm tired because he has to work that hard because of his size. He's not blessed with, long arms, being tall and all that stuff. He has to work extremely hard to beat these guys because most guys are bigger than him. So that's why you hear a lot of this, I'm tired of boxing. I want to retire. This stuff is no good. And that could play a factor. Right now, this is the prime time for an upset because Tank may not all the way be focused. And Lamont is like, yo, this is like life-changing for me. So I'm pulling for Lamont. It's wishful thinking, but I wouldn't be surprised if it does go 12 rounds, just like Too Rich just said, because I think Lamont has underrated defense. I think he has respectable power. I think he has IQ, and I don't think that he's afraid of Tank Davis. Maybe that could be his undoing because he's not afraid. So I don't know. It's intriguing for that point. Maybe just to see how long it's going to last.
Wow, that's interesting because that actually brings up 2 points, 2 little intangibles that I'm wondering about this fight. One of them being I think the elephant in the room is Tank's disengagement, right? Disenchantment with the sport, and is that hurting him? You know, like what's happening outside the ring with Tank and his whole view on boxing right now. Does that manifest into anything negative inside the ring? And also, I thought it was interesting that that you kind of spoke on this as far as, you know, Lamont Roach making this a 12-round fight that goes to a decision. How does that reflect on Tank Davis? Like, is he supposed to be going 12 rounds with a fighter like this? I mean, just in perspective with the kind of fighters that we want him to fight against the Shakur Stevens and the Keishawns and the things of that nature, does that put that into perspective at all? And I had one more intangible to this situation. As far as Shakur made an interview the other day, and he said something that I thought was interesting. He let the reporter know, like, listen, Tank is not a pressure fighter. He said Tank doesn't really bring the pressure like you guys think he does. He's actually pretty reserved. There's not as much pressure to do something that Tank's going to do something to you as much as you might want to think about it. I'm interested if that resonates with any of you guys in any kind of way. I brought 3 intangibles, one of them being the outside energy and everything going on with Tank and his disenchantment in the sport. Does that manifest into anything negative in the ring that can help Lamont Roach? B, if Lamont Roach goes to 12 rounds with Tank, does that reflect on Tank in a negative way? And then C, Shakur's statement about Tank not really being a pressure fighter. I don't know if Fight Sport want to talk about this. You want to tap into this, Fight Sport talk?
Yeah, man. In terms of his attitude towards the sport, I don't really think anything different of it than I did a few years ago, because he's doing the same thing he did all those years ago, which is fight guys we don't want to see him fight, talk about how he's going to take over the sport, and you know, people still call him the face of boxing, etc., etc. But yet he's not going to go prove it against the best. And I think he might be the best, but it's like, well, okay, I'm not going to put my energy towards somebody who ain't going to prove it. So, so in terms of his disenchantment with the sport, I just think, well, how can you be disenchanted with the sport when you were never into fighting the best fighters anyway? So, I don't really think much of that, to be honest. In terms of what you said about Tank not being a pressure fighter, I mean, Tank Davis is not. He hasn't got as many wrinkles to his game compared to most pressure fighters. Like, this guy does not pressure like Golovkin did, or I would even say Israel Madrimov when he fought Virgil Ortiz and he had to try turn into a pressure fighter at some point. I would say he's got more wrinkles to his game. The thing about Tank is that he does what he needs to do well, which is keep a tight guard, move his head a little bit, and he is a sharpshooter with that left hand. But in terms of, I guess, in terms of what Shakur said about him again not being the most skilled fighter, I agree. But he's shown what he needs to show against the guys he's been fighting against. Like, shout out to I forget who somebody brought up why Pitbull Cruz made it a tough fight, because Pitbull Cruz didn't give him any openings. And I know people look at that and say, well, obviously a better fighter who doesn't give openings can expose Tank. Maybe they can. But again, we're not seeing him against those guys. So I guess to answer your question, Clay, do these give Lamont Roach an advantage? I think Lamont Roach is going to do his best anyway. And I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this is going to give him an advantage, because he's about the same level as what we've seen Tank against, which is good fighters, really good fighters, championship level fighters, but not the best fighters we want to see him against. So I think it's similar to fights we've seen in the past with Tank.
No doubt. Too Rich, what do you think about those intangibles as far as the 12 rounds? How does that look on Tank to go to 12 rounds with Lamont Roach, and in reference to him fighting against Shakur, Sean Davis, and all those guys? Also, Shakur's statement about Tank not really being that much of a pressure fighter like people think he is, and also the outside issues that he seems to be having with boxing. Does that manifest into anything in the ring that Lamont Roach maybe might be able to take advantage of?
I'll say this. You guys think about it. I made a short a while ago talking about like with Tank's career, he's managed to be able to put the carriage before the horse. You know, being brought up under Mayweather, fighting on those cards, and he got to the money. So he never became a number one fighter. He became the number one money guy, right? So now he's 30 years old. Now you ask him, go fight all the hard fights now. So he's working backwards. He already got the money. You see what I mean? Now you want him to go to actually now fight those fights. So I think he's disenchanted because it only gets harder from here. Even if he was to pull up another 130, it's killers at 130 now. Raymond Ford, a lot of tough fights. They just say that tough fights at 130, tough fights at 135, tough fights at 140. So he's definitely getting disenchantment because he done been able to avoid it up to this point. Now it's on. No matter which route he goes, it's tough fights ahead of him. So I can understand why he want to get out the sport. Like he done got his money, let me go on and get out of here. Because eventually, he's expressed numerous amount of time his fear of being knocked out, his fear of being made a meme, and all that. So as far as going 12 rounds, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me because Lamont Roach is a boxer. We saw Bivol take better be 24 rounds. So it wouldn't shock me, but I don't think it matters to his fans. His fans would just say Tank boxed beautifully, and it's not going to affect him from that perspective. What was the last thing you was talking about? The pressure fighter. Well, Tank is not a pressure fighter. We tend to take the end result and we retrofit it to the whole fight. Tank got the knockout, therefore Tank dominated the fight. No, that's not what we see. We often see Tank lose rounds, get touched up a little bit, then come back and win. So depending on, hold on, I'm here, I'm back.
Yeah, you're right here. Yep.
All right. So depending on who he fights, he need, like against Rolly. He was scared against Rolly. He thought he was being set up, so he was being chased around. Most of his fans won't say that, but we watch Rolly just chase him around the ring. And even when he landed the knockout, he was being pressed up against the ropes. It was a desperation punch. But we watch Pitbull dog walk Rolly. So it's a matter of where Tank's mind. But I do think he is where he needs to be. If he with Frank Martin, he definitely applied more pressure. He didn't respect Frank Martin. He applied more pressure. But if he think it's a somewhat of a threat, he'll bide his time. He'll get on the back foot. He'll be cautious. Which is smart. I'm not saying it's not smart. That's smart. But I just think it's too late for him to really take on the challenges that we want him to take. I just think he may be past that time in his mind. Now, the last thing if I get out of here, man, I want to say too, things that I kind of think about that it kind of register in my mind. For a Lamont Roach fight, which he's highly favored, why change trainers? Why change trainers? This means something. For one, you're cutting out a check for your original trainers, but you're making a change to go to a whole new training for this fight. What is it about this fight that you felt like you needed to be better? Now, I did a short. This is my first short I did, man. If y'all get a chance, go check it out for 2025. And I basically asked that question: why did Tank change trainers? Now, in my mind, I saw the Frank Martin fight. A lot of people say he fought a good fight, man. Frank Martin was touching that dude, man. He was touching him, and I put it in a short so you could see it, that he was getting off on Tank way too much. Tank was coming in with the high guard, and he was just splitting the guard. He was just hitting them. And in my point of view, if he's going to face these now boxers, like he faced Frank Martin, now you're facing Lamont Roach, you're going to face these boxers, you're going to have to do more than come in with a high guard. You're going to have to do more than I think Barry Hunter, which I put some footage in there of training from Barry Hunter, where he looking crispy, man. He looking twitchy. He looking fast. He definitely looking a lot better. Like probably the best I've seen him look. I'll give him credit on that. But what is it about this fight that he feels the need to ramp it up? So in his mind, I definitely think it's a more dangerous fight than it is in our mind. And I think his actions is kind of showing that he giving Lamont a lot of respect. And we don't know that Tank. We know Tank to be a little bit more disrespectful in the press conference, and maybe he'll ramp it up toward the fight. But it might be something there, man. You know, hey, them cherry picks go wrong sometime, man, and this might be that, man. Oh, the last thing I want to add, I ain't get to touch bases with on the other day when you was on here. All the criticism for Shakur, right? And I would ask people to listen to it like this: Shakur is not a knockout puncher. He faced the guy on late guy. He stopped him in the 9th round. Okay, to me, he looked good to me. To me, he took a couple shots he didn't have to because he was trying to get the knockout, but he looked good to me. But what I would ask, what did Tank do when he faced the replacement fighter?
Went the distance and broke again.
He went the distance. He wasn't supposed to go the distance with Pitbull Cruz. Didn't nobody know Pitbull? He's a star now. But he wasn't a star when Tank fought. He was a replacement fighter. And he went the distance with Pitbull Cruz. So to me, the way they kind of, you know, I just think Shakur done got up here against Tank. As long as, you know, people choosing Tank, so they give Shakur a bad rap, man. But I thought Shakur performed beautifully to me, you know. And I think he's a problem. I see why they don't put Tank in the ring with Shakur. To me, it's obvious. You know, people say it's about power. It ain't about power. B-Ball showed you that you simply got to land more punches than the other guy. And I just don't think Tank can outland Shakur. And with Shakur cat-like reflexes, whether you call it stepping back, no matter what you call it, I don't think Tank can land it on him. But hey, man, that's all I gotta get out here today, man. Appreciate you letting me up, man. Shout out to Clay Ray panel, Fight Sports and Coach Eddie, man. I'll be in the chat.
All right, well,
thanks, Rich, man.
Catch you later, man. Love to debate in the future, because what you just mentioned about so just quickly, what you mentioned about Shakur versus Tank and comparing it to Bivol. Bivol's one of my favorite all-time fighters, so I'd love to break that down with you in the future.
Okay, that's a bet.
No doubt. The 101, man. The 101 too rich. I respect the belts in the building. Salute to you.
You know what I like about what he said?
Well, Coach Eddie, Coach Eddie, so go ahead and tap in onto the topic as far as like these intangibles, as far as the 3 intangibles that I brought up. And listen, shout out to Too Rich, because he brought something to my attention I didn't even think about. But the intangibles that I was talking about was the outside disenchantment with the sport. He seems to be kind of upset with what boxing's been doing with him. Specifically, how does that manifest to any opportunities for Lamont Roach to take advantage of inside of this fight? B, 12 rounds with Lamont Roach. How does that reflect on Tank Davis as far as, you know, when you're looking at him in the competitive nature of a Shakur Stevenson or Keyshawn Davis or Teofimo or any of those fighters where you know a lot of people are thinking that Tank's just going to be dominant in these fights. Well, if he goes 12 rounds with a Lamont Roach, you know, does that help the argument or hurt the argument as far as him going 12 rounds with Shakur Stevenson and potentially losing a decision? And then also, Shakur Stevenson made a statement about Tank not really being a pressure fighter. Do you resonate with that? Do you agree with that? Do you think he's really not a pressure fighter?
Not really. Like I said, Tank is a safety first guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to assess the situation, but he's a safety first guy with power. That's the difference. I mean, he can afford to wait around because he has confidence in his power. Because when I catch you, either you're gonna do something funny standing up, or you're gonna fall down. Right. Or and I'm gonna finish you. So that's the great thing about being a puncher. If you know you can get your guy in trouble, and Tank's a good finisher too. He gets you in trouble, he gets you out of there.
Right.
Is Lamont Roach Ray Mercer? And the reason why I say that, Ray Mercer doesn't have a lot of fanfare, but Ray Mercer gave Holyfield hell.
Right.
He gave Lennox Lewis hell. So that's why we got to find this out. We have to find this out. I hate they did this card a big injustice by not promoting it, by not giving Lamont an opportunity to say what he was going to do more frequently. I mean, they did it on smaller scales, but they didn't promote this fight for anything. If Lamont could have really got the people, convinced the people that he was going to actually win. You know what I mean? I know that's tough to do when you got a lot of rabid fan base that you are going to win, but make it a little bit intriguing. Like, hey, man, I am going to bring something to the table, and it's going to be a huge upset. You just wait and see. You know what I'm saying? So those are the type of things that they get people interested in the fight. So as far as Tank Davis, hey, like I say, he's not a pressure fighter. He's a safety first guy. Even out of his own mind, he's letting you know that he's safety first. Because he don't want to get knocked out. You know,
Yeah.
but that's what my lemon playing.
Good talk. Good talk. Go ahead. I know Ray, you wanted to tap in.
Yeah,
we pretty much at the end.
I can't remember what it was. It was just something to Too Rich. I want to touch on what he said and show him some respect for what he said. I thought that was very important, but I can't remember what it was at this point.
Was it about him not which I thought was interesting, and even Lamont Roach right now on Fight Hub TV has a 36 minutes ago has got a little 5-minute interview where he's questioning that, and he's saying what happened with Calvin Ford, what's going on with the camp, and is that going to affect what's happening in this fight as far as this trainer switch that he did. Barry Hunter's worked with him before, we know that, but still, just kind of as far as Lamont Roach speaking on it, and now that Too Rich is Too Rich, I respect the belts, brought it up as well as far as those questions being answered as far as why the change in trainers, and is it more so, is it a personal issue, or is this really Calvin not the trainer for this fight? Does Lamont Roach actually bring the real intangibles into this fight that Tank needs to prepare for? And that could change the perspective as far as the competitive nature of this fight. Is Lamont Roach really more of a factor in this fight, going to be way more competitive than we think it is? And maybe he definitely can win this fight, and Tank is aware of that, and the switch trainer taking that into consideration. I don't know if anybody wants to comment on that in here.
I'll just give my go ahead, Ray.
No, I said you're good. Go for it.
I was just going to say it could change of trainers. There are fighters who do it at times where you almost think to yourself, was this planned? I mean, why would you be changing trainers this late before your fight? And this is a dangerous fight, so it could be a problem. My personal thoughts is that I thought Tank Davis was going to come unstuck against Hector Garcia, not because Garcia was, a world beater, but Garcia, he was taking that fight when there were conversations, and I know people will say, oh, he was never going to go to jail. He's got the money to get out of it. There was a legit chance he could have gone to prison for that hit and run years ago. So, and he didn't fold in the fight. I mean, and plus there was that ridiculous drama with that crazy woman, and he came through that. So because he came through personal situations like that, like very quickly when Jamel Charlo lost to Tony Harrison, I didn't know this at the time, he was actually facing a legal situation where he was accused of strangling a woman, and he could have gone to jail for a crazy amount of years. And I think that's why he looked flat in the fight, because he was not paying attention, understandably, because he was worried about his future. Tank Davis faced the same kind of challenges, and he came through it. So I don't know if the change of trainer will affect him too much. And as far as him, again, maybe not being the pressure fighter that some people think he is, and therefore maybe Lamont Roach has a chance. I mean, Lamont Roach for me has the same chance he had before, because Tank's not going to forget what makes him good. It all depends about whether he can land that power shot or not. I mean, I've questioned before whether, because what Too Rich mentioned earlier about how the Frank Martin fight, he was getting touched up. He was in that fight, he was losing, but the thing is, you could see the inevitable coming, mainly because Frank Martin was so drained at the weight. And I do wonder that about Tank. Is he partly successful because he's able to catch these guys who are dehydrated, aka the rehydration clauses, and because Lamont Roach is a smaller guy moving up who has a decent defense, there is questions. So yeah, those are just my thoughts about the challenges he faces with the change of trainers.
Man, I appreciate the perspective, man. Shout out to Hucknell in the building. Thank you for the love. Thank you, King. Appreciate the support, man. All right. So yeah, guys, man, we talked about a lot today, man. A whole lot of boxing, man. A whole lot of stuff going on. We broke down the card. I wanted to kind of say something before, and I'll let Ray, close it out as he normally does. Just to say that, look, man, boxing is great. We love boxing. And this card, we don't need to hide our hands, throw rocks and hide our hands. we're not very excited about it, right? We're not very excited about it, and other people are, but it's boxing. We're going to cover it and try to do it as unbiasedly as we can. We're going to try to give these fighters all their flowers and any chance that they can make these fights better or win or whatever have you. That's our job, as content creators, to give it the way it is, man. There's a path to victory for every fighter, man. I wish all the fighters on this card the best of luck. I wish Lamont Roach the best of luck, man. If he's blessed and he has the right game plan, the right strategy, and he's able to take advantage of certain things, man, a victory would be great for him. A new addition to the 135-pound weight class division to make the division more interesting. Good luck to Tank. Do what he has to do in this fight. The favorites are always going to be the favorites. The A sides always going to be the A sides, but the B sides every now and then show up and show out. And maybe you'll see that happen on Saturday. Maybe it'll make it that much more interesting. All these intangibles that we talked about is not to hate on the fighters or hate on the camps. It's just to, put everything out on the table as far as these things that could be affecting the fight in one way or the other for each fighter. One, helping Lamont, hurting Lamont, helping Tank, hurting Tank. Shout out to everybody on the undercard of these fights, man. May you guys, bless you guys and, everybody get what they need to get in this fight. Let's see if Gary Auntuane could, show the arsenal and show the tools in the bag. Let's see if Rayo Venezuela can show that the pedigree is there and that it's not a fluke what happened with Isak Pitbull Cruz, that he's really like that. Shout out to Alberto Puello and Santa Martin. You guys, have a good fight. Yoenis Telles, good luck in your fight. Same thing with Julian Williams. And boxing wins, what I'm saying, when we have great fights, man. So shout out to everybody involved in this. I'll pass. What I'm going to do actually is I'm going to let Coach Eddie and Fight Sports Talk kind of close it out, and then we'll end it with Ray, because Ray always just ends it. It's kind of easier that way. So that being said, Coach Eddie, man, any final words or anything going into this weekend of fights?
Yeah, man. So salute to you, Clay. Salute to you, Ray. Thanks for having me up. You said it. You said it all, brother. As far as the fight card, it's kind of like watching a good movie, because we seen a great movie Saturday, and then we going into a movie that we're not expecting to be, that great. But it is what it is. We like the movies. We like going to the movies, so we're gonna go because we like the movies. We like boxing, so it is what
It's
it is.
a lifetime event, sir.
Yeah, so Tank is Tank. I like I say, I'm pulling for Lamont Roach. I think underdogs are great. I think upsets are great for boxing because it kind of resets things. It kind of brings everybody back to reality. It like stop putting these fighters on pedestals. Because when I was ignorant, when I was a teenager, I would look at the records and I'd be like, dang, this guy's great. He's undefeated. I didn't know all the skullduggery that went into it, all the record building, all the padded records, how to picking guys, at certain times, fighting guys when they at their best instead of fighting them at a handicap. All that goes along in boxing. And I think Tank right now, I think he's doing his Canelo, man. We may see a guy who may not be willing to take as many chances as he used to, because he's on top. He's sleeping in those silk sheets. This could be, that Rocky 3 moment where Mickey tells, Rocky, hey, you've been fighting setup fights, I don't know. We never know, man. That's the thing about boxing, man. We never know, man. And anybody want to take a chance on Lamont Roach, hey, man, throw you a couple dollars on it. I wouldn't go crazy, but hey, if you win, man, you're gonna make out like a fat rat, man. But I'm gonna close it right there.
No doubt, Coach Eddie. Respectfully, thank you for always being on the channel, man. You always your insight, your perspective is always welcome, and it's always so on point. We can always pull something and learn from something. That's why I love having you up here, man. Thank you for always taking into consideration to hit that link and come up here and share some wisdom with us. Fight Sports Talk, man, a new addition to the ATP family, man. Just kind of been, I don't know, it's been 2-3 weeks, but every time you come up here, I look forward to hearing what you got to say from New Zealand. Always giving some real good, fair, I believe, unbiased perspective. Yeah, it's just been great having you up here, man. How you feeling? And give us something to go out with.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you guys. You guys are among some of the first to give me the time of day, and it's always been great to be on the show. I always love it, and it's fantastic conversations. You guys run an excellent show. This in terms of the card. Closing thoughts. There are good cards. There are bad cards. There are cards that have good fights on them, and this is one of those. We've got main event is a good fight. The Russell fight, that is excellent. I mean, people have been saying fight of the night. I say I couldn't agree more. I love that fight. And the main event, it's not what we wanted, but yeah, it's a good fight. And there are questions about, is Tank going to do this? Is he going to do that? Is he disinterested in the sport? I asked the question, was he ever interested? So therefore, does that even matter? We'll wait and see. I'm interested. Yeah, Russell fight, super interested to see how that goes. Him and Rayo. This one, the main event, I'm interested to see what Tank can show against a guy who is coming to win, and if he does stick around, because as Ray's been pointing out, the PBC is not going to stick around because this event's selling horribly, and just in general, it's not going to stick around. And what does that mean for Tank's future? We'll wait and see. But yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Always a pleasure. And, I look forward to coming on tomorrow. Peace out, guys.
Salute. Peace, Fight Sports Talk. Well, Ray, another one in the bag, man. In the bag, man. We broke it down. We got through it, man. You know what I mean? Our job is what we do. We got to get through the card. We got through the card, man. We broke down the fights, man. We gave some perspective on what we think. Close us out, man. Send us home. Hey, everybody in the building, thank you for being here. Please remember to hit that like button if you haven't remembered to do that. You always can remember to also subscribe to the channel. Don't let that go by. Hit your notifications so you are getting notifications when we're doing these lives here, man. Appreciate you guys. Can't say it enough, man. Thank you for everybody in the super chat today who supported the channel. Thank you, man. I appreciate you guys. Ray, have at it.
Can I have a picture of those fans again?
They
gotta dress up. Yes, please. I need those.
Okay. You about to start war, man. Gang shit, man.
They're starting to show up. They're starting to show up at the wrong time. What's up, y'all? I see y'all in the building. Salute. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Much respect to you. I get it. You want this to be about you, because this is what you are, and this is what you want this to be about, because this is your boy. And you think this is what he represents, but yet he don't give two shits about you. You see, he ain't even in the picture with you. He wouldn't pose. He wouldn't sign your autograph, your boxing gloves, nothing. But let's keep it real, right? So Coach Eddie said something very important. He made a similarity, right? And that's what I was going to touch on. He made a similarity to the Pitbull situation and the Shakur situation. Guy pulls out the fight. One breaks, they both injure their hands, and one goes the distance, one gets a stoppage. Now, what I love about this, Clay, is every scenario and point that Coach Eddie made from today, they're only thrown back at you because the similarities that you guys push out there. You guys knock down every other fighter. And I was watching. I literally was watching this go on. That's why I stayed quiet. And I'm like, yo, y'all knock down every other fighter. Put everybody on this pedestal. I mean, put your guy on this pedestal. He can do no wrong. But as soon as the tables turn, there's excuses. There's no reason. There's reasons for other people, excuses for this guy. Oh, it's not the same. It's not this. It's not that. Y'all sound, first of all, y'all sound ridiculous. A real man owns his flaws. It's okay. I made a mistake. You know what I mean? I read it wrong. Things happen. Let's keep it moving. Keep it pushing. But what I'm noticing is this fight coming up is going to put a lot of tests on y'all. All y'all that said this is going to be a great fight, which it may be, or all of y'all saying that this is a guy that's a world champion and he deserves to fight over this guy. At the end of the day, we're going to come to see why and who was right. And when we find out, it's going to be egg on your face. You got that picture? The egg on your face? That's all I see, man. I just, look, there it is. And that's going to be you. Because we already know what's going to happen. We already know this guy's going to win the fight. We already know it's going to be a knockout. We don't need to see nothing else. And we don't even know why we got to put this on pay-per-view. This is an everyday cross-the-street fight that we should be able to sit down in a bar and watch. But nope. We got to watch it this way on pay-per-view. I was talking behind the scenes. and I'm gonna close it out real quick. Talking behind the scenes about the event. I'm glad you said that, Hunter Young. The tickets are selling. You know why the tickets are selling? Because just like every other event that y'all said, and this is another thing, right? Similarity. When Devin and Ryan's tickets weren't selling, y'all said that they bought the tickets and Bud's tickets, Turkey bought the tickets, and then they started reselling them for cheaper. Okay, cool. What do you think is happening here? Because you can look at the Barclays ticket sales and then go to StubHub and go look at the ticket sales there. The timeline says everything. All those seats that are not available at Barclays are available on Ticketmaster, StubHub, Live. I'm just saying. We can talk about it, but I don't want to be about it. All I'm just saying at the end of the day, Clay, is mind your peace. That's it. Just mind your peace. At the end of the day, let's enjoy the moment and accept it. And let's stop trying to push these narratives and make everybody else look worse than what they are. Because I respect Tank, and I think this is going to be a good fight, in my opinion. And how it ends up is how it ends up. I don't expect Lamont Roach to win. I don't expect it to be some glorified cherry pick. I just think Tank's going to carry him, and he's going to get rid of him. On that note, Clay, I'm done.
Yeah, salute to everybody in the building, man. Again, man, thank you for the support. Remember to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't done it. I appreciate everybody again in the super chats, man, showing support for this support for this platform to remain here and do what we're doing, man. We will be back on tomorrow morning, 10:45. Catch me later today as well with Blue Blood Sports TV, my brother from another. We will be popping off on this card, speaking about it a little bit more. You know, Blue kind of like takes the lead in that one, so I'm not too sure all the way 100% what we're going to be talking about until we do get there. But whatever it is, it'll be interesting, and make sure you go over there and support there as well, man. Thank you again. At this point,
we out.
We out.
They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly, yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Squatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else, I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to ball, so I had to renovate, I know. They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't come it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't slow down. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I see the flashing lights. Make sure the fashion right, yeah. I'm in my bag tonight, yeah. I might just pull up a foreign. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah, yeah. This the highlights for the view. You get to have it all, no need to choose. First, let me demonstrate. elevate. The stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. When you elevate, the stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate.